Chapter 538. Xiao Han was absolutely heaven-defying. After he successfully broke through to the talisman transformation realm, all the true qi in his body condensed into a natal talisman. In the first round of cleansing, he completed a total of 3,000 cleansing, causing the quality of his true qi and natal talisman to increase by 3,000 times. This result was so monstrous that it was hard to describe it with words. In all the ordinary planes in the universe, it was almost impossible for mortals to achieve what Xiao Han had achieved by cultivating true qi. When Xiao Han was in the expanding acupoint state, he accumulated a multiplier of 2,553 times for 10 times. In other planes, there were some geniuses who could compete with Xiao Han. However, when Xiao Han first cleansed his natal talisman and achieved a total of 3,000 cleansing, there was absolutely no one in the mortal world who could do that. He was absolutely invincible, and no one could catch up to him. This shocking achievement would not appear in the mortal world. It could only appear in the immortal world. The natal talisman in the white light screen became brighter and brighter, more and more majestic, and more magnificent. The pressure continued to skyrocket. As a result, some of the aura released from the white wall light curtain completely suppressed the countless chivalrous men in the entire chivalrous man region, making them unable to move at all. The natural qi in their true acupoint seemed to be in a precarious situation, as if it could be shaken away at any time. This was only the natal talisman in the white light screen. Once Xiao Han's natal talisman really appeared, it would definitely shock a large group of heroes to death on the spot. This kind of shock, this kind of amazement, and this kind of miracle were not what any of the heroes who came to watch the ceremony had expected. Even the people of the Pure Cloud sect, who had always supported Xiao Han unconditionally, had never expected Xiao Han's achievement to reach such a level. Now, everyone's mind was blank, and they were at a loss. The scene was silent. Not long after, Xiao Han's natal talisman in the white light screen rippled again, and strands of immortal qi were brewing, ready for another round of cleansing. Xiao Han is going to break through the 60-second true acupoint. Once he succeeds, he will undergo the second round of cleansing of the natal talisman. The first round will be 3,000 cleansing. The second round will be even more heaven-defying. Immortal. This time, I've finally seen a genius who is no less than an immortal. My life has not been in vain. Xiao Han is a true god monarch of our realm. It has brought hope to our weak existential plane. The fiendish heroes had already knelt down in the direction of Xiao Han's seclusion in the fiendish hero pagoda. Their faces were filled with crazed worship. Junior brother Xiao Han has started to break through the 60-second acupoint in one go. Xiao Mingchu said excitedly. Sect Lord, look at junior brother Xiao Han's potential. Mortals don't have such talent. It seemed that junior brother Xiao Han would soon become an immortal. The first round of tempering of the true life talisman had already reached 3,000 times. After 10 rounds of tempering, he would most likely accumulate tens of thousands of tempering true life talismans. What kind of life talisman would he create then? It was unimaginable. However, it was no wonder. Junior brother Xiao Han's trip to the genius zone was extremely precious. It is precisely because of this kind of life and death experience that I can shine so brilliantly today. It's mainly because of Xiao Han's accumulation. Ordinary people can't compare to him. Crow nodded. Fiendish Hero Pagoda, in the spirit house where Xiao Han was. At this moment, Xiao Han's entire body was glowing with a crystal-clear divine light. There were 61 balls of blazing light on Xiao Han's body. These were the 61 acupoints that Xiao Han had opened. At this moment, the 61 acupoints shot out endless brilliant and beautiful light beams. These light beams were extremely mystical and actually intertwined with each other to form pictures. There were immortals, demons, and countless living beings in those pictures. They displayed a mysterious and invincible power. This caused Xiao Han to deeply feel that he had already entered a surging torrent of the world's great power. The circulation of Xiao Han's true energy became more and more intense, almost reaching a level where it was as boundless as the sea. It was as if he could fight against nature itself. With one hand covering the sky, he was invincible, invincible, and supremely supreme. The pure true qi washed over Xiao Han's body like a waterfall, nourishing his skin until it became even whiter and more translucent. The pores on his skin were fine, without a single flaw. It was extremely perfect. His entire body seemed as if it was carved out of crystal. The feeling of being nourished by true qi is really wonderful. At this moment, Xiao Han finally felt the beauty of having a powerful true qi. The first round of purification of the life talisman has reached 3,000 times. This way, the pure true qi power of this talisman has reached 450 billion cauldrons. I don't need to use any true qi divine art at all. Just releasing this life talisman will be enough to crush a plane, kill ghosts and gods, and instantly kill some of the weaker tower masters. Moreover, this is only the first round of purification. I still have 9 chances left. Just now, when I sorted out those memories, my accumulation has been deduced to the peak. Now, it is not a problem for me to burst my acupoints again and again. The first round of purification of the life talisman is just an appetizer. The best is yet to come. At this moment, bang! Xiao Han's 60-second acupoint directly exploded. The aura of his body had more than doubled. On the square of the Demon Hero Pagoda, within the suspended white light screen, Xiao Han's life talisman was rippling again. It was being washed by tens of thousands of divine lights. Its volume increased again. Its aura was rising steadily. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Han's momentum is like a hot knife through butter. He has opened the 60-second acupoint. The life talisman is being washed and refined again. This round, the speed and frequency of Xiao Han's life talisman being washed was much faster than the first round. In just a few breaths, it has been washed more than 100 times. Could it be that the number of times of purification of the life talisman in the second round will exceed the 3,000 times of the first round? The momentum is too fierce. It has already been washed 1,000 times. The second round has just begun, and it has already reached 1,000 times. The entire life talisman is showing a kind of flawless quality. I have never seen such a perfect life talisman before. Among the ancient giants, the number 1 boss was also filled with madness. In the secular world, there should not be such a perfect life talisman. Finally, Xiao Han had opened the 60-second acupoint. The second round of purification of the life talisman had reached 4,000 times. The first 2 rounds of purification of the life talisman had reached 7,000 times. In this plane, no matter how talented a person was, when they were in the talisman transformation realm, 10 rounds of purification of the life talisman would at most accumulate over 100 times. Even if it was a monster from other planes, it would be rare for someone to accumulate over 1,000 times in 10 rounds. As for Xiao Han, he had only used 2 chances and had already done 7,000 times. With the remaining 8 chances, it would probably be easy for him to break the record of 10,000 times. If that was the case, he would really be comparable to an immortal. Moreover, Xiao Han's second round of purification of the life talisman had exceeded the first time. This was also a sign of great momentum. At the top floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda. Roar! 7,000 times. Just 2 rounds of purification of the life talisman had exceeded 7,000 times. What a monster! He's not human at all. The pagoda master was completely crazy. He let out a heart-wrenching howl, as if he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. When I first purified the life talisman, I accumulated less than 300 times in 10 rounds. All the elders fell silent. In this plane, the human race gathered together to watch Xiao Han break through to the next realm. In the demon metropolis, at this moment, the demon capital that was originally in a state of devastation and was in a state of desolation was extraordinary. In the core area of the demon metropolis, a large space array had been set up, and a misty demonic aura was rising. Among the 10 great emperors of the demon metropolis, other than the fallen great emperor, the remaining 9 great emperors had already led a large number of mutated demon emperors and ultimate mutated demon emperors to guard the side of the array. At this moment. Boom! In the array, the space shook, and then a strong demonic aura rushed out. The space in the array wriggled and protruded a few times. Then, a few young men in human form walked out, but their eyes were like the sea of blood, and they were full of demonic aura. Ha 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 ha. We've finally arrived. Ha 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 ha. The young men laughed sinisterly the moment they walked out of the array. They looked around, and then their gazes landed on the chief emperor of the demon metropolis, Emperor Woodfern. Oh, you must be the leader of the demon race in this plane, Emperor Woodfern, right? The demonic youths walked over. When we received your message, we rushed over according to the coordinates you provided. You even built a teleportation array to welcome us. Not bad, not bad. Ah. Our kind from the other planes have finally arrived. Emperor Woodfern didn't dare to be negligent, because the demonic youths that came out of the teleportation array gave him a sense of extreme danger. Everyone, such strong demonic energy. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Woodfern, to be honest, your plane is a little trashy. The demonic youths looked at each other and laughed. Emperor Woodfern, as the leader of the demon race in this plane, your demonic energy, if you were in our plane, you would only be an ordinary demon emperor. You wouldn't have any status, sigh. Emperor Woodfern felt extremely awkward. At this time, one of the demonic youths looked in the direction of the demon hero pagoda, and then closed his eyes. The scent of the human race. I smell the scent of the human race. When he opened his eyes, he saw the scent of the human race. When he opened his eyes, a scene of hellish azura and severed limbs appeared in his eyes. Kill. The human race in our plane has been eaten up. Keek keek. It's been a long time since I've had a full meal. I can't wait. Kakeek. I really want to eat the brains of the human race from the other planes. I'm afraid it'll be a different kind of flavor. Just at this moment, an obscure pressure emanated from the misty demonic formation. Very quickly, this pressure covered the sky and covered the earth. Creaking sounds that caused one's teeth to ache could be heard, as if some peerless ferocious creature was about to be born. The light in the vast demon capital was distorted, and the entire place was plunged into a state of darkness. An indifferent voice echoed between heaven and earth. What a trashy plane. I heard that an extremely high-quality demonic energy has appeared in this plane, so I came to take a look. If I've been deceived, then I don't mind eating this plane. A deep and evil voice said coldly. To be continued. Chapter 539. Xiao Han's Plane. The Demon Capital. A gigantic vortex of demonic qi squirmed madly. Demonic qi filled the air, terrifying the soul. Countless ancient demonic runes swirled around the vortex. It was a spatial teleportation formation. Great Emperor Woodfern had set it up to personally welcome the demon race army from another plane, allowing them to reach this plane without a hitch. Such a small plane. I'm afraid that I'll damage it if I make a slight move. In the misty demonic qi, there was a pressure that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Then, a giant in a scaled battle robe walked out with a rumbling sound. This giant clad in scaled armor was more than 10 zhang tall. He looked like a savage spirit god that had walked out from the primordial chaos. His facial features looked as if they had been chiseled by a knife. At the center of his brows, there was a heavenly eye that had suppressed the eons. It was a great Dao divine ability. At first glance, this was a human tower master expert. His body had 101 true acupoints, and his heavenly eye had been opened. However, in reality, this was merely a puppet body that had its brain matter devoured by a demon and taken over by it. In other words, this giant clad in scaled armor was already dead. What was holding up this layer of human skin was a powerful demon. To be able to possess the body of a human tower master was no small matter. Furthermore, Great Emperor Woodfern and the other demons could feel that this giant clad in scaled armor must have been unbelievably powerful when he was alive. He was definitely many times stronger than the human tower masters in Great Emperor Woodfern's plane. He was a supreme expert of the human race who could crush Great Emperor Woodfern with a single finger. But now, his brain had been sucked dry by a demon. Too powerful. The strength of this demon is shocking. It's beyond my understanding. Great Emperor Woodfern's hair stood on end. He had an urge to kneel down and kowtow. Oh. You're the Great Emperor Woodfern who sent me a message. The scaled giant stared coldly at Emperor Woodfern. Two beams of demonic light shot out from his eyes, and a pressure as deep as the sea caused Emperor Woodfern's knees to buckle, and he fell to his knees. Furthermore, it wasn't just Emperor Woodfern. Every single member of the demonic race in the demon capital couldn't stand the overwhelming demonic energy and knelt to the ground. Yes, I am the leader of the demon folk of this plane. Emperor Woodfern howled in terror. It knew very well that with a single thought from the other party, its demon body would collapse and disintegrate. As for this trash plane, this emperor will investigate the matter of the powerful demonic chi source. Ha 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 ha. Don't be afraid, I don't have the ambition to invade and occupy a plane like yours. The only thing I'm interested in is the powerful demonic chi that you mentioned. The scaled armored giant sneered. Let's not talk about the demonic chi source for now. We're going to eat at least half of the humans in this plane. Nidal's voice rang out from the teleportation formation. Then, dozens of greater demons that were strong enough to destroy the entire demon capital walked out one after another. Every single one of these demons was many times stronger than Emperor Woodfern. Their bodies were as bright as the sea, and every single one of their cells was filled with demonic energy that could overturn rivers and seas. Within their bodies, their demon veins intertwined like horned dragons. It was unknown how many demon veins they had awakened, but there were likely more than 1 million of them. Every single one of them was like an evil dragon that could devour mountains and rivers. Swoosh. 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 Countless black ptomaine locusts blotted out the sky as they rushed out of the demonic chi formation. The temperature of the entire demon capital plummeted by many times. Then, the black ptomaine locusts gathered together to form a demonic being with a black cloak and a mask covering its face. It sneered and moved its body slightly. Countless rays of demonic light shot out from the depths of its body and penetrated the void. These rays of demonic light seemed to turn into numerous demonic spirits that searched the plane, capturing and torturing everything in their path. Another greater demon had appeared. Coming to a low-level plane like this to have some fun is also a way to relax. I can also have a taste of the brains of the humans here. I'm already sick of the taste of the human brains in my plane. Soon, a yellow-robed man walked out of the formation. His face was handsome, but his head was covered with faint purple scales. His eyes were smiling. However, the strange thing was that he stood on the same spot as if he didn't exist. It was as if he was in a different time and space from the other demons. However, as soon as the yellow-robed man appeared, the pupils of some of the most powerful demons shrank and showed a look of dread. The human tower master of this plane must be left for me to enjoy. Eating the pagoda master is my lifelong pursuit and hobby. Ha 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 ha. A beast monarch with golden fur all over his body stepped forward. Without a doubt, this was a monstrous beast monarch. He could definitely move the stars and space with a wave of his hand. The so-called planets and planes were as fragile as marbles in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. In just a few days, countless demons from other planes had arrived at Xiaohan's plane. Thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000. At this moment, the huge demon capital was filled with great demon sovereigns from different planes. Some of the great demon sovereigns even led an army of mutated demon emperors and ultimate mutated demon emperors. Great Emperor Woodfern humbly welcomed these demons from other planes who were many times stronger than him. He trembled with fear, afraid that he would be killed if he made the slightest mistake. At this moment, Great Emperor Woodfern was extremely conflicted. Finally, my plan has come to fruition. It's perfect. I can't believe I've attracted so many demons from other planes. But it's too dangerous. They're too dangerous. I feel like I'm asking a tiger for its skin. No, I feel like I've invited a wolf into my house. Now, the slightest mistake might anger them, and the demon capital will be reduced to rubble in an instant. Great Emperor Woodfern trembled with fear. He hadn't expected that the demons from other planes would be so powerful, and their numbers had exceeded his expectations. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, I can't back down anymore. At the very least, I'll take this opportunity to wipe out all the humans in this plane. And I'll capture the silver-masked demon emperor. I can't care about that anymore. I've already been forced into a dead end. The fear in the Woodfern Emperor's eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a frenzied expression that bordered on hysteria. Wuxia Domain. In this plane, the undercurrents were turbulent, and the winds were raging. While the demon capital was experiencing an earth-shattering event, the Wuxia domain of the human race was also experiencing a magnificent scene. The number one genius of the human race, Xiao Han, was breaking through to the next realm. 7th stage True Qi, talisman-forming realm. He was refining his natal talisman in a frenzy. Above the Wuxia pagoda, all sorts of strange phenomena were taking place. Shockwaves from Xiao Han's cultivation rushed out of the Wuxia pagoda. Raging true qi rained down from the sky, converging into an ocean. Dragons and serpents roiled in the ocean of true qi, immortal beasts appeared, celestial music rang out, and all sorts of praises were sung. However, the demon heroes in the Wuxia domain who were watching the ceremony no longer cried out in surprise. They seemed numb. Their faces were lifeless, their eyes bulging out of their sockets as they stared blankly at the white screen. Waves of immortal qi were washing away Xiao Han's natal talisman. In the past few days, Xiao Han's natal talisman seemed to have been constantly being washed and refined. Now, this natal talisman had already shown a color that was close to heaven. It was clear and flawless. Furthermore, the size of the natal talisman was boundlessly large. Once it was released, the true energy contained within it would definitely be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, sweep through rivers, and even tear apart continents and plains with ease. At this point, Xiao Han had already broken through the 68th true acupoint, and the number of rounds of washing his natal talisman had reached 8. In the first round, the natal talisman was washed 3,000 times. In the second round, the natal talisman was washed 4,000 times. In the third round, 5,000 times. In the fourth round, 6,000 times. In the fifth round, 7,000 times. In the sixth round, 8,000 times. In the seventh round, 9,000 times. In the eighth round, 10,000 times. Terrifying. Heaven-defying. Freak. Invincible. After washing the natal talisman, it actually showed a trend of increasing. There was no sign of decline at all. The after-effects were continuous. In other words, after accumulating 8 rounds, Xiao Han's natal talisman had been washed 52,000 times. This result was the best in the entire universe. It could dominate countless ordinary planes. It could even rival immortals. Now, the pure true qi contained in Xiao Han's natal talisman had reached 780 billion cauldrons. It far exceeded the power of his flesh shell. This was the power contained in the talisman without the addition of any true qi technique. Once he cultivated a slightly more powerful true qi technique, the power of Xiao Han's natal talisman would be enhanced, and it would easily break through 100 billion cauldrons. A single life talisman could crush countless pagoda masters to death. Moreover, Xiao Han was still trying to break through. He wanted to break through the 69th and 70th true acupoint and complete the last 2 rounds of washing. Under everyone's gaze, bang! The white light screen shook violently, turning the sky and earth upside down. It showed that Xiao Han had successfully broken through the 69th true acupoint. Then, hua 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 hua, the natal talisman was washed once again. 15,000 times. Xiao Han's 9th round of washing has directly reached 15,000 times. After 9 rounds, the natal talisman has been washed a total of 67,000 times. The number of washing of the natal talisman will definitely exceed the previous round. Each round is more ferocious than the previous. Each round is more freakish than the previous. What kind of miracle will be created in the last round? After the first 9 rounds of washing of the natal talisman, the white light screen became silent for a long time. However, within this silence, there were signs of something brewing. The last round, Xiao Han seemed to be brewing. What kind of storm would erupt? To be continued. Chapter 540. Xiao Han went into seclusion to break through the true energy realm. When he reached the 7th stage of true energy talisman transformation, he broke through from the 61st true acupoint to the 69th true acupoint, obtaining a total of 9 rounds of refining and cleansing the life talisman. In these 9 rounds, Xiao Han became more and more ferocious and perverted each time. He had accumulated a total of 67,000 times of cleansing his true life talismans. This result was the best in the universe, comparable to that of an immortal. Those who were most optimistic about Xiao Han and believed in him the most couldn't have expected such a result. It was really heaven-defying. However, before breaking through the 70th true acupoint and the last round of cleansing the life talisman, the Yaoxia pagoda fell silent, and the white wall light curtain also seemed to be still. That earth-shattering energy fluctuation had completely stopped. The entire Yaoxia region was silent. Just like that, the silent scene lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the Yaoxia pagoda, it was a pool of stagnant water. Finally, all the demons watching the ceremony began to whisper to each other. It stopped. Xiao Han's cultivation had finally come to a halt. The 70th true acupoint was not broken through after all. Did Xiao Han's potential temporarily run out when he broke through the 69th true acupoint? Probably. After all, the first 9 rounds of cleansing the life talisman was too heaven-defying. As the saying goes, the greater the achievement, the greater the consumption. Maybe Xiao Han ran out of energy. On the side of the Pure Rain sect, Wu Shuai and the others were now shocked and proud. At the same time, there were some discussions. Sect Master, junior brother Xiao Han's storm-like cultivation finally stopped, Dongfang Qin said with bulging eyes. Some time ago. It was too exciting. It was too enjoyable. Junior brother Xiao Han's cultivation has really broadened our horizons. He's constantly nourishing his destiny talisman, raising the might of his destiny talisman to the limit. Junior brother Xiao Han's life talisman can definitely shatter thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. But judging from the current situation, junior brother Xiao Han's seclusion this time should be coming to an end. It has been 3 days, and there is no more movement in the Yaoxia pagoda. The energy fluctuations and various auras that were previously dispersed have now disappeared. Yes, when Xiao Han was cultivating, the world outside the Yaoxia pagoda was full of strange phenomena. It was everywhere. But now, everything had been destroyed. The Yaoxia region returned to its usual appearance. The azure sky. The gentle breeze blew past, and the fragrance of the leaves from the distant mountains. He's probably done with his cultivation. However, I did not break through to the 8th or 9th level of true qi. Fang Ling slightly knitted his brows. It seems like Xiao Han has to take it one step at a time in order to cultivate his true energy. Follow the rules. He was invincible in every realm, so it was impossible for him to increase his cultivation too quickly. The exploration of the genius zone had ended the foundation that Xiao Han had accumulated. But it's still heaven-defying enough. He shouldn't lose to an immortal, right? However, if he had finished his cultivation, why hasn't junior brother Xiao Han come out of seclusion? Xiao Mingchu was also puzzled. It could also be brewing. Crow said with a trembling voice. An even bigger storm is brewing, hiss. The people standing beside Wu all gasped. Inside the Yaoxia pagoda, Xiao Han was in the spirit house. At this moment, there were rays of light intertwining around Xiao Han's body. Around him, 69 resplendent stars twinkled. the current situation was extremely mysterious. For example, right now, Xiao Han's body was like an independent universe, and his 69 acupoints were like the 69 resplendent stars in the starry sky of this universe. These 69 stars seemed to be able to communicate with the stars beyond the 9 heavens, absorbing the starlight and turning it into true energy. Xiao Han felt that his connection with the universe and nature was getting closer and closer. My body is like the universe, and my true acupoints are like the stars. Every true acupoint can almost illuminate a part of the sky. My life talisman is as big as an empire, and the true energy contained in it can move mountains, fill the sea, and explode everything if released. However, I'm still one step away from the peak of the 7th level True Qi Talisman Transformation Realm and opening 70 true acupoints. The foundation that I've accumulated while adventuring in the Genius Zone is almost used up after the first few times. However, I'm not completely out of energy. The last bit of foundation is enough for me to open 70 true acupoints and complete the 10th round of purification of my life talisman. However, the effect of the 10th round of purification is not optimal. I'll brew for one last time. Slowly ferment all the accumulations and life force potential to the densest point. Then, combine it with mental energy and life saber chi to break through the 70th acupoint and cleanse the life talisman for the 10th round, defying the heavens once again. With this thought in mind, Xiao Han closed his eyes. His entire aura changed drastically. From a monarch descending upon the world, he became like a tree or stone, completely silent. All the energy waves in his body were deeply restrained. Like an animal hibernating, Xiao Han fell into a deep sleep. Of course, this kind of deep sleep was brewing. He closed his 6 senses and squeezed out all the remaining accumulation and foundation in his body and soul to the extreme. Another 7 days and 7 nights passed. The Yaoxia Pagoda and the entire Yaoxia region no longer emitted any signs of Xiao Han's cultivation. This made all the spectators more certain that Xiao Han had ended his seclusion. It was just that they did not see Xiao Han appear from the Yaoxia Pagoda with their own eyes. It's over. This magnificent cultivation is finally over. It's amazing. We didn't waste our time to come back from the depths of the great wilderness. It was a worthwhile trip. It's indescribably perfect. If I have to nitpick, the only regret is that I didn't open 70 true acupoints and complete the 10th round of purification of my life talisman. Then let's go. No. Wait. When Xiao Han comes out, I want to kneel and worship him personally. Yes, I also want to see my idol. Wait. Wait until Xiao Han comes out. Since I'm already here, I won't leave easily. I have to see Xiao Han. Wait. When Xiao Han comes out, I'll kowtow and kowtow. I'll beg Xiao Han to take me as his disciple. Although they had already deduced that Xiao Han had ended his cultivation, none of the chivalrous spirits and martial artists who had come to watch the ceremony had left. All of them gathered in the Yaoxia domain and watched bitterly. They didn't want to go, just to see Xiao Han. They had personally witnessed Xiao Han's peerless charm. Yaoxia Tower. On the top floor. Roar. He had actually managed to reach such a level, purifying the life talisman. Tens of thousands of times. Now, it was just a natal talisman. Just a little bit of its aura was enough to crush my body. My half-immortal body is completely useless in front of this natal talisman. I can't even put up the slightest resistance. Pagoda Master let out a sorrowful howl. Pagoda Master, everything is over. The dust has settled. Xiao Han is invincible. Not only is he invincible in our plane. Even if he went to any other secular plane, he would still be invincible. An elder said. He said in a resigned tone. Tower Master, before going into seclusion, Xiao Han's trump card in the Genius Zone was his physical strength and soul intent. His weakness was his cultivation of true qi. But now, he has no weaknesses. His cultivation of true qi has also grown to a heaven-defying level. Although he is only at the 7th phase of true qi, a natal talisman can instantly kill countless pagoda masters. Hiss. If Xiao Han reached the 8th stage of true qi, the 9th stage of true qi, or even the 10th stage of true qi, then what? Wouldn't he be able to fight against immortals? Another elder let out a cry of horror. He's invincible. It's hard to find anyone below immortal level who can fight against him. Another elder nodded repeatedly. Then, a wise man submits to circumstances. Now, let's go and welcome Xiao Han out of seclusion. The 12 elders all left the secret chamber. With fawning expressions on their faces, they eagerly made their way to Xiao Han's house of mind, where he was in seclusion. Congratulations to young hero Xiao Han for successfully breaking through to the next level. Now, we will welcome young hero Xiao Han out of seclusion. The 12 elders stood outside the spirit house with their hands by their sides, bowing and calling out to the newcomers. However, there was only silence in the house of extraterrestrial consciousness. Young hero Xiao Han, have you finished your cultivation? The 12 elders waited outside the spirit house for 3 days and 3 nights, but there was no response from Xiao Han. They had no choice but to return to the secret chamber at the top of the pagoda. You bunch of bootlickers! The pagoda master shouted coldly. What's wrong? You went to welcome Xiao Han, but he hasn't come out yet? You've been snubbed for your warm faces, haven't you? Is it interesting? Pagoda master. Now that things have come to this, please calm down. You can't fight Xiao Han anymore. Just accept your fate, the elders advised. Accept my fate? Ha 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 ha. Indeed, I can only accept my fate. The pagoda master laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that a little ant would grow to such an abnormal level in such a short period of time? Now, I've become an ant. The beautiful world, the beautiful rivers and mountains have been taken by him. Ha 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 ha. It's a pity. I was too merciful when I was able to kill him. Ha 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 ha. Pagoda master, you don't have to be like this. Xiao Han is destined to be a heaven's favored one. You can't fight against fate. You can only accept fate's arrangement. Moreover, Xiao Han is from our plane after all. When a man achieves the Tao, even his fowls and dogs rise to the heavens. In the future, Xiao Han's achievements will benefit us a little. Pagoda master, think about it yourself. We'll take our leave first. The 12 elders left the secret chamber. Ha 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 ha. People are divided. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Ha 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 ha. The pagoda master let out a sorrowful and unwilling cry. Then, his voice spread outside the Yaoxia pagoda, go away. Everyone in the world is a bootlicker. They're all here watching Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Get out of the Yaoxia region. Get out. Get out. Those who remain will be killed by me personally. Get out. Outside the Yaoxia pagoda. The huge Yaoxia region was shrouded in the pagoda master's anger and pressure. The Yaoxia warriors who attended the ceremony left one after another. Let's go. We've waited for a full 10 days, but Xiao Han still hasn't come out. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid there won't be any results in a short period of time. Now, the pagoda master is furious. He's jealous of Xiao Han. Yes, the pagoda master was originally the leader of our plane. He could summon the wind and rain, command the world, and preside over the overall situation. No one dared to disobey him. But now, compared to Xiao Han, he's worse than an ant. Under the attack of jealousy, he's very likely to vent his anger on us. There's no need for us to get into trouble. Let's leave first. When Xiao Han comes out, we'll visit him again. Yes, let's go first. This pagoda master is too narrow-minded. Our plane has produced Xiao Han, a heaven's favored one comparable to an immortal. Not only is he not pleased, but he's also jealous and embarrassed. Now, we'll bear with it for the time being. If he lets us go, we'll all return. When Xiao Han comes out in the future, I'll see if this pagoda master still dares to be so arrogant. Ha 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 ha. He dares to be arrogant. He dares to jump. Xiao Han can crush him with one finger. In the midst of laughter, all the Yaoxia warriors in the Yaoxia region retreated like the tide. To be continued. Chapter 541. Sect Leader, are we staying or leaving now? Dong Fangqin, Fang Ling and Xiao Mingchu looked at Wu Yu. Let's leave as well. Let's return to the Pure Cloud sect. Wu Li smiled faintly. The matter has come to an end. Although I don't know why Xiao Han still hasn't come out of seclusion, there's no need to worry about him. Let's go. The Pagoda Lord has already gone crazy. He must be extremely unwilling to accept Xiao Han's rise to power. That little youth from back then has already replaced his position. Let's return to the lofty mountain range and wait for Xiao Han. Within a day, the crowded Yaoxia domain had become deserted and silent. It revealed a desolate mood. At the top of the hero tower. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Inside the secret room, the pagoda master held a jar of wine in his hand and madly drank it while laughing maniacally. As for Xiao Han's house of Psyche, it was still as calm as ever. At the same time, in Yaodu, if one were to say that the Devil Hero region was empty and desolate at the moment, then the demon metropolis would be flourishing. Many great demons from other planes had already descended upon this plane. Now, the demon metropolis was full of powerful mutated demon emperors, ultimate mutated demon emperors, and even demon emperors. On the third floor of the demon metropolis, in the five-colored demon palace. At this moment, hundreds of the most powerful beast monarchs had gathered in the five-colored beast palace. Any one of these demon emperors could single-handedly annihilate all the living beings of the human race on this plane. The monster hero tower was as weak as an ant in their eyes, regardless of whether it was an ancient giant, an eternal giant, an elder, or a tower master. The leaders of the demon folk, Grand Emperor Woodfern and the others, were currently standing subserviently in a corner of the five-colored demon palace. Grand Emperor Woodfern, we've heard everything that transpired, a white-robed man said coolly. From time to time, ancient demon clan runes would appear in his eyes. The silver mask demon emperor is indeed strange. In the final moment, a demonic energy that could destroy anything and everything erupted from its body. It was the supreme grade essence demonic energy. Even the demon god altar that you invited with your demonic senses was refined by the supreme grade demonic chi in the silver mask demon emperor's body. To be able to refine a trace of Lord Demon God's will, there's no doubt that it's the source of demonic chi from the upper realm. How powerful! If the demonic beasts of the lower realm were to obtain this essential demonic chi, we might be able to ascend to the demonic realm. Another powerful demonic beast emperor's eyes flashed with greed. He licked his lips and said, "It's really strange," said a middle-aged man with a golden horn on his forehead. The demons born in such a tiny plane are so weak and laughable, and yet they manage to absorb a sliver of the Lord Demon God's will. That's almost impossible. He looked at Emperor Woodfern suspiciously. Emperor Woodfern, you couldn't possibly be lying to us, right? Did you fabricate some silver-masked monster emperor to trick us into coming here to use our power? The human demon who helped you devour and destroy this plane. Hee hee. You've got guts. The man chuckled coldly, causing Grand Emperor Woodfern's soul to writhe with pain. No. No. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare lie to you. Grand Emperor Woodfern let out a heart-wrenching howl. Enough. An old man with a crown on his head let out a muffled groan. The man with the golden horn trembled and lowered his head. The pain in Grand Emperor Woodfern's soul was alleviated. There's something strange about this plane, the old man said, looking in the direction of the demon hero region. I sensed it a while ago. I sensed a very terrible wave of genuine chi coming from the direction of the human clan's chivalrous region in your plane. This wave of genuine chi can suppress the ages and condense the sky. It is even several times stronger than the leader of the human clan's chivalrous region. However, now, this mysterious and powerful wave of genuine chi has disappeared without a trace. Logically speaking, the humans of this plane shouldn't have given birth to such a heaven-defying expert. Otherwise, Emperor Woodfern, your entire race would have been massacred long ago. Yes, yes. The demon hero leader of this plane is as strong as me, but not by too much. Throughout history, there has never been a human expert who could suppress the Yao race, said Emperor Woodfern. That's why I said there's something strange about this plane. The old man with the crown on his head nodded. TCH. We have so many demon emperors, what do we have to fear? No matter how strong their true energy is, they're no match for us. Only human immortals can pose a threat to us, a green-skinned demon snorted disdainfully. Alright, let's wage war on the human demons of this plane. Kill all the demons of the human race in this plane and devour their brains. Keek. I can't wait any longer. The human demons of this plane aren't that big of a deal, a youth with monstrous demonic energy said. The main thing is to find the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. He has something that we want, a young man with a monstrous demonic aura said indifferently. Forgive me, but I'm not interested in declaring war on the human demons of this plane. I'm here for the high-grade origin demonic chi. But, the silver-masked demon emperor has hidden himself very well. Grand Emperor Woodfern said hesitantly. Ever since he took Master Yen Lang away from the demon capital, he's been very quiet. It's as if he's evaporated from this plane. I've been searching for him in secret for a long time, but I haven't found any clues, don't worry. We'll use our demonic senses to search this plane. We'll definitely find the silver-masked demon emperor, another powerful demon emperor said with a grimace. At this moment, a bald, burly man's eyes flashed with demonic light. Kakik. It wasn't easy for us to come to this plane. It wouldn't make sense if we didn't have some fun. Then, let's find the silver-masked demon emperor while we play with the humans of this plane. Keek. Oh. How do we play with them? Do you have any exciting tricks up your sleeve? Some of the demon emperors asked with interest. That's right. Although there were countless ordinary planes in the vast universe, if they didn't have accurate spatial coordinates, they wouldn't be able to reach other planes easily even if they had great abilities. Now that they had come to this plane, they felt that it was very exciting. All of them were restless, wanting to stir up trouble and toy with the humans of this plane. Kakik. I'm an expert in playing with humans. We can first create some disasters such as plagues, causing the humans of this plane to fall into panic and despair. At that time, the humans will beg helplessly and despair. They will fall into panic and despair. At that time, the human race will let out helpless and desperate pleas. Their social structure will quickly collapse, and people will no longer trust each other. That's great. Then, even the demon heroes of the human race will be helpless. We can play with all the humans in this plane bit by bit. Don't you think it's very interesting? The bald giant man's eyes were scarlet red and his voice was trembling as he spoke. I can't wait. All right. I'll release 176 types of plagues to the human kingdoms of this plane right now. Ha 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 ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the body of the bald, burly man slightly trembled, and suddenly, dense black light rays were directly refracted. Among the black light rays, they contained countless tiny demon characters, invisible and intangible. They directly shot into the sky, towards the 4 regions of the human race, as well as the great wilderness. It's so boring. A great emperor of the demon clan who looked like a scholar laughed in disdain. I'd better go and look for the silver mask demon emperor myself. In fact, as long as I find the alchemist Yen, I'll be able to find the silver mask demon emperor. After saying that, the scholarly demon emperor's body turned into ripples. Then, he disappeared directly from the 5-colored demon palace. Yes. Let's find the alchemist Yen first. A group of demon emperors all stood up and disappeared without a trace in an instant. I don't like to play with humans. I like to kill directly. Ha 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 ha. I'll go and slaughter a few human kingdoms first to have some fun. A ferocious-looking demon emperor opened his bloody mouth. He opened his bloody mouth, and between his teeth, there was still some human muscle tissue and dripping flesh. He also quickly disappeared. On the square outside the five-colored demon palace. He. All mutant demon emperors, listen to my order. A cold-looking demon emperor wearing a scarlet cloak floated above the square. On the square, there were tens of thousands of ultimate mutant demon emperors standing densely. Demonic aura soared into the sky and did not disperse, forming a constantly rolling and squirming sea of blood. Coming to this strange plane has caused your blood to boil. In our plane, the human race's demon heroes are powerful and have formed a balanced situation with our demon race. But in this small plane, the human race's demon heroes are too weak. Okay, everyone, go and kill to your heart's content in this plane. Play with the human race in this plane as much as you want. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Tens of thousands of ultimate mutant demon emperors roared excitedly. The next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, tens of thousands of ultimate mutant demon emperors teleported away from the demon capital and sneaked into the human world. In the *** mountain range. In the *** sect. In the *** palace. At this moment, Wu Shun was pacing anxiously in the garden with his hands behind his back. Xiao Mingqiu, Fang Ling, and Dongfang Qin were also following him with tense faces. Sect Master, it has been 7 days since we returned to the sect. Junior brother Xiao Han still hasn't come out of seclusion. It's quiet in the Demon Hero Pagoda, Dongfang Qin said in a hurry. Junior brother Xiao Han is extremely talented, so there shouldn't be any accidents. But 3 days ago, a large-scale plague broke out in the Beacon Fire Empire, where our sect belongs to. Countless people were infected with a plague called Red Bean Plague. This Red Bean Plague is very terrible. Within a day, the infected person's whole body will be covered with red sores and extremely itchy. No medicine can cure it. The infected person can't bear it and can only scratch the skin and flesh all over his body, causing pus to burst out until his whole body is torn apart. He scratches and bites himself into a pile of white bones. Fang Ling also frowned deeply. Those who are infected with the Red Bean Plague will definitely die within 3 days. Currently, dozens of counties in the entire Beacon Fire Empire have been swept by the Red Bean Plague. So far, hundreds of thousands of people have died. Xiao Mingqiu also became anxious. This plague came without warning, and it's really hard on the people. Sect Master, the Medicine King Valley is already refining the antidote. I wonder if they can refine the antidote as soon as possible. There's something fishy about this. Suddenly, Wu Shun looked into the distance and said worriedly. I received news yesterday that it's not just our Beacon Fire Empire. Various plagues have broken out in the 4 regions of the east, south, west, and even in the vast wilderness. Some small countries are already full of corpses, and the whole country is mourning. Chapter 542. Although Xiao Han's dimension had been plagued by demons since ancient times, the human fiendish chivalrous cultivators were still considered behemoths. Therefore, most of the territory was still prosperous, with peace and prosperity everywhere. Only a very small number of regions would have demons roaming about, tormenting the common people. However, there were very few cases of demons massacring cities and countries. Recently, the entire plain had sunk into a state of panic. This panic was not only limited to the southern region's Beacon Fire Empire. It also included the other countries of the southern region, the eastern region, the western region, the northern region, and even the Great Desolate region. None of them were spared. Plague. It was a terrible plague. Red Bean Plague. Red Spot Plague. Corpse Poison Plague. Rotting Plague. Green Lotus Plague. Hundreds of terrible plagues swept through the entire plain. These plagues were extremely ferocious. Anyone who was infected would die within a few days. Moreover, their deaths were so tragic that it was unbearable to look at them. Countless elites and experts from the major sects of the various regions and countries traveled among the commoners in the mortal world, trying their best to contain these terrible plagues. But it was to no avail. All the outstanding alchemists in this plane acted upon hearing the news and treated the plague carriers on the streets, but there was no good solution. Moreover, as the plague progressed, not only did the commoners who did not know martial arts suffer, even the martial artists who cultivated in the martial way, and even some of the sect's true Qi realm disciples, were infected by the plague. In the end, their souls were crushed, and they died a violent death. The huge plane was almost in a state of destruction. Almost all the demons in the demon hero domain who ruled over the human race in this plane. They all came out in full force. Southern Region. Beacon Fire Empire. Imperial City. The luxurious Imperial City. At this moment, they had already fallen into a tragic situation. On the flat road, there were civilians who were either sitting or lying down. Their bodies were covered with red bean scars. The shops along the street were all closed. From time to time, there would be heart-wrenching screams coming from the courtyards of some wealthy families. Ah! Itchy. Itchy and painful. I'm dying of itch. Bitter. I've been doing good all my life, why did I end up like this? Ah! My son, you, hang in there. Mother. Why are there red beans growing on my arm? It's so itchy. The streets and alleys were filled with shrill cries, sounds of tearing, scratching, biting, crying, and mourning. There was a wave of stench, the stench of feces, the stench of corpses, and the stench of decay. It filled every corner of the imperial city. There were also countless disgusting flies. Giant mosquitoes and even black mice crawled around without any fear. Hell on earth. On a long street, hundreds of people were lying on the ground, covered in blood. Their faces and bodies were covered in red pimples. They were frantically tearing at their skin and rubbing against the ground. In the end, some of them even went completely crazy and started to attack the people around them. Da-da-da-da, the sound of hooves could be heard. A group of cavalrymen with big horses and bright armor appeared on the street. The leading general's body was filled with surging true energy. At this moment, his eyebrows were furrowed, and a ruthless aura could be seen in the depths of his eyes. General Ma, don't tell me, do we really have to, do we have to do this? A soldier rode his horse to the side of the general, his face was full of sympathy. There's no other way, it's completely chaotic. This red bean plague is going to destroy the foundation of our Beacon Fire Empire. We can't delay any longer. These people in front of us have been infected with the plague for a few days and are beyond cure. They can spread the plague at any time and pollute the entire imperial city. Suddenly, the general's eyes were filled with killing intent. Obey the order of your majesty. Immediately execute the people who carry the plague. Execute them immediately. Pooh. 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 Heads flew up one by one, and the blood from the neck soared to the sky. Beacon Fire Empire, Imperial Palace. The current emperor of Beacon Fire Empire was standing in an elegant room with a worried expression. A few eunuchs were serving him at the side, trembling with fear. On a soft couch with embroidered curtains, laid a haggard and sickly beauty. She was beautiful, but her pale face was covered with red sores, a ghastly sight. Your Majesty. I beg your Majesty to remember that I've been obedient all these years and tried my best to serve your Majesty. Your Majesty, you must save me. The pretty woman said with tears streaming down her face. Imperial concubine Xiang, don't worry. We will definitely cure you. The Emperor said. The elders of Medicine King Valley have already arrived. Don't worry, Imperial concubine Xiang, you will definitely be fine. In front of the bed of Imperial concubine Xiang, a white-robed old man was taking Imperial concubine Xiang's pulse. His eyebrows were deeply knitted and his face was as heavy as water. Your Majesty. Imperial concubine Xiang seems to be infected with the red bean plague. The Valley Master is currently studying the method to cure this plague. Ah. This, suddenly, Pooh! On the broad and smooth forehead of the white-robed old man, a red bean the size of a red bean suddenly sprang out. The white-robed old man subconsciously scratched his forehead with his hand. Poochie, Poochie, he was completely unaware that he had used too much force. In an instant, he scratched his forehead until it was dripping with blood and his skin was torn open. Elder. Imperial concubine Xiang stared at the white-robed old man in horror. No matter, this old man just felt a little itchy. The white-robed old man said with a smile. At this moment, his smile was already extremely strange. Suddenly, pooh! 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 From the white-robed old man's forehead and face, countless red beans sprang out, densely packed. Imperial concubine Xiang let out a scream, and then fainted. Beacon Fire Empire Imperial City. The massacre gradually began. The Imperial Guards of Beacon Fire Empire were mobilized, their iron hooves trampling, their swords swinging, madly slaughtering the commoners infected with the Red Bean Plague. In an instant, the strong smell of blood covered the sky and the earth, and human heads, one by one, flew into the sky. The entire imperial city resounded with the sound of crying to the heavens and the earth. At this moment, boom! A strong wave of chi. It descended out of thin air. Bang! 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 Cavalrymen were slaughtering civilians. He was sent flying. A group of men and women who were covered in jewels and jewels. The one in the lead descended from the sky, his entire body flowing with a misty aura. It was the sect master of the Pure Rain sect, Wu Yu. Fong Ling of the Pure Maiden sect is here. How dare you kill innocent people? Die. Fong Ling was dressed in white. His sword energy was sharp and his body moved. The invisible sword she had already killed some of the cavalrymen who were fighting with the most vigor. Wu Wang's spiritual energy swept out and saw that the entire imperial city was in a state of desolation. Sorrow flashed in his eyes as he shook his head slightly. Sect Master, this is truly a tragedy. Dongfang Qin said in a low voice while feeling helpless and painful. Could it be that there are some demons causing trouble? I don't sense the aura of the demon clan. Wu Yu shook his head. However, among these plagues, there are many people. There were traces of demonic aura. This disaster is most likely related to the demon race. After a short pause, Lord Wu ordered. All true disciples of the Pure Rain sect, heed my command. He comforted the commoners in the imperial city. Stop the killing. Yes. Dozens of true disciples of the Pure Rain sect obeyed the command. Then, Lord Wu said to Xiao Mingqiu who was beside him. Mingqiu, bring a few commoners who are infected with the Red Bean Plague back. Let the master treat them. Western Region. Feng Luo Country. Demon. At this moment, above the imperial city of Feng Luo Country, a giant red-scaled python that was 10,000 feet long appeared. The demonic aura was soaring and covered the sky. In the next moment, Poochie. The giant serpent opened its bloody mouth and sucked in all the human beings in the imperial city. Gaga Gaga tastes good. The humans in this plane taste a little more tender than the ones in my plane. Gaga Gaga. The red-scaled giant python suddenly transformed into a red-haired demonic young man in red clothes. He descended and kept licking the corner of his mouth. There was an expression of wanting to continue. Eastern Region. One of the strongest sects in the Eastern Region. Raging Sword Divine Saber Sect. At this moment, led by the sect master of Raging Sword Divine Saber Sect, thousands of true Qi realm disciples were floating in the air. All kinds of true Qi rays shot out and dyed the entire sky with different colors. It was a spectacular sight. The sect master of Raging Sword Divine Saber Sect was a middle-aged man with a thin face. He had a hairpin on his head and looked like an immortal. He carried a treasure sword and a battle saber on his back. Behind him, a huge true chi vortex appeared. There were endless true chi runes brewing inside. These true chi runes were constantly moving and forming a formation. Inside the formation, there were golden spears and armored horses floating up and down. Countless sword and saber origin giant spirits exploded in the formation. Hey! How dare you, demon! How dare you harm the commoners in the territory of my Raging Sword Divine Saber sect? The sect master of Raging Sword Divine Saber sect roared angrily, I am an ancient giant on the demon warrior ranking. How dare you! Trash! The demon warriors of this plane are too weak. Surprisingly, the young demon man opposite him was full of arrogance. He looked around and his aura seemed to be able to devour the void and destroy everything. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a dense river of demonic chi gushed out. With a single tremble, the Fury Sword Godly Saber sect, led by the patriarch of the ancient generation, and the thousands of true chi realm disciples, were all crushed into black powder, scattering in all directions, not even their bones remained. Demon Warrior Pagoda. The secret room at the top of the pagoda. The 12 elders surrounded the pagoda master. Each and every one of the elders looked like they were on the verge of collapsing. Pagoda Master. The world is in chaos. In a few days, our plane will be in chaos. All kinds of plagues and poisons will run amok in the world. People will suffer and the people will have no way to live. Moreover, there are many mysterious and powerful demon clans that have used unknown methods to descend into our plane and kill our chivalrous heroes. Now, even a few of our chivalrous heroes have fallen. Pagoda Master, at this time, you should take action. I should make my move. Ha 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 ha. The Pagoda Master seemed to have vented his anger. He roared and laughed. He seemed very happy and had a sense of contentment. What does the chaos of the plane have to do with me? The strongest person in this plane is Xiao Han, and he has taken my place. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going to leave this plane and go to the neighboring plane. Ha 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 ha, the life and death of this plane have nothing to do with me. Get lost. All of you, get lost. The Pagoda Master's body moved. His true chi shook and all the elders surrounding him were sent flying. Then, he laughed and left. What should we do? Even the Pagoda Master has run away, disregarding the safety of the plane. What should we do? These elders were completely panicked and lost their minds. Now that things have come to this, perhaps only one person can save this plane. Xiao Han. The 12 elders shouted in unison. Xiao Han is still in seclusion. However, at this moment of life and death, let's go immediately and ask Xiao Han to come out. Go. Immediately go to where Xiao Han is in seclusion and tell him about the chaos of the plane. Ask Xiao Han to come out. The plane is in danger. I hope Xiao Han can come out of seclusion and turn the tide. To be continued. Chapter 543. The 12 elders had already left the secret room at the top of the tower and rushed to Xiao Han's spirit room. They left the Pagoda Master alone in the secret room. Humph. The Pagoda Master snorted and rushed to the window. The Pagoda Master looked into the distance. Outside the window, the great rivers and mountains of this plain were covered with a layer of dead gray. In the air, one could vaguely see a thick demonic aura spreading. Endless demonic aura condensed into a group of hideous and terrifying demonic beast shadows, tearing, disappearing, and roaring. The entire plain was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. It was showing signs of a precarious and even on the verge of extinction. In just a few days, the plain that was full of vitality has become like this. Really? But, it doesn't matter, I'm leaving now. Ahahaha. That's right, Xiao Han has risen to power and replaced me as the leader of this plain. He has become the unparalleled hero in the eyes of millions and millions of people. He has even become the hope of the entire plain. This has caused me to lose all my face and reputation. But... ha 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 ha. I can't believe such an irreversible disaster has happened to this plane. How delightful. In this case, I can leave without hesitation and let Xiao Han bear all the blame. Ha 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 ha. This is the greatest relief for me. What does the death of those civilians have to do with me? If they want to blame someone, blame their hero, Xiao Han. Ahahaha. Without further ado, I'm leaving now. The pagoda master sneered, then made a prompt decision and rushed out. In the Yaoxia pagoda, there were all kinds of treasures, secret manuals, and supreme-grade true qi spirit stones. Pagoda master, you're... The evil heroes who were in charge of guarding the treasures looked at the pagoda master in a daze. At this moment, the pagoda master actually took all the treasures and put them all into his storage ring. Pagoda master, are you going to take away the treasures that the Yaoxia pagoda has collected for countless years? A evil hero with a serious face blocked the pagoda master. Get out of my way. The pagoda master grinned viciously. True energy surged out of his body, immediately blasting the devil hero who was blocking his way into pieces. Xiao, the tower master, took the secret treasure and fled. He immediately teleported away from the Yaoxia tower. The tower master has run away. The tower master has escaped. It was chaos in the hero pagoda. Demon capital. The Woodfern Emperor and the other demon emperors stood in a corner of the palace like servants. At the core area, they were hundreds of extremely powerful demonic emperors from other planes that could turn the world upside down. Moreover, in the entire demon metropolis, there were now mutated demon emperors and ultimate mutated demon emperors. There were millions of them. They had formed a terrifying demon race army. Millions of mutated demon emperors, ultimate mutated demon emperors. What did that mean? In Xiao Han's dimension, the number of ultimate mutation demon emperors in the demon metropolis was only over 1,000. In other words, there were over 1,000 ultimate mutated demon emperors and over 10,000 mutated demon emperors. Led by the 10 great demon emperors, they had fought against the human race heroes of this plane for countless years. However, the number of ultimate mutated demon emperors in the demon capital had increased by hundreds of times. Demonic chi soared into the sky. They breathed clouds and breathed mist. They could topple mountains and overturn seas. They could sweep through everything. This demon army is enough to flatten any ordinary dimension. The Woodfern Emperor said. They were all terrified. Even with his cultivation realm, he would not be able to withstand the attack of such an army. He would be engulfed in an instant without any ability to fight back. Then, let's surround the human Yaoxia tower of this plane. A powerful demon emperor who was as powerful as an ancient giant spirit let out a rumbling voice that affected a small area of the weather. The sky was covered in snow. It's very boring in this tiny plane. We can't find the silver-masked demon emperor in a short time, and we're all hungry. Then, let's kill all the human heroes in this plane first. Ha 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 ha. He wanted to kill every single human hero in this plane. Exterminate the Yaoxia tower. Surround the Yaoxia tower. Slaughter them all. Kill them all. Roar. Fight. Fight. Millions of mutated demon emperors and ultimate mutated demon emperors, as well as countless ordinary demon emperors, demon generals, and demon soldiers, let out ferocious roars. Emperor Woodfern, a young man with an emotionless demonic aura, exuded from his body. Yes, yes. The Woodfern monarch bowed like a lowly servant as he stepped forward. Tell the humans of this plane that the demon army will attack the Yaoxia tower in 3 days. Tell the humans of this plane in advance so that they can gather at the Yaoxia tower from all directions. Then, we can wipe them all out in one fell swoop. We can also pressure them in advance and cause them to crumble. The emotionless young man grinned. We love to see the humans crumble. That kind of panic and despair is something we demons enjoy very much. Yes, yes. I will immediately inform the humans of this plane of the final battle through various means, the Woodfern Emperor replied. 3 days from now. The final battle. No, it's not a final battle. In 3 days, we will slaughter to our heart's content. Destroy the Yaoxia Tower of this plain, and there will be countless delicious brains waiting for us to enjoy. Ha 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 ha. The entire demon capital was shrouded in layers of evil and demonic aura. *** mountain range *** sect *** on a secluded mountain peak. Some temporary thatched huts had been set up. A group of mortals infected with all sorts of plagues were being treated by Yen Lang. Yen Lang used the golden needles and all kinds of pills to relieve the pain of these people, which actually made them improve bit by bit. Grandmaster, you truly have a divine skill. Wu Yu exclaimed. Yen Lang nodded slightly, then looked in the direction of the demon capital with a thoughtful expression. Grandmaster, can you refine a divine medicine that can completely cure the plague? Wu Yu asked. Sect Master Wu. Yen Lang withdrew his thoughts and frowned when he heard Lord Wu's question. You've brought back a total of 35 mortals infected with different plagues. I can cure them all. I can also refine an antidote, but... Wu Yu frowned. This plague was definitely spread by a powerful demon race. Yen Lang said with great certainty. I have a special ability to sense demonic qi. Thus, your humble servant is absolutely certain that all plagues in our plane have been infected by the plague. They were all spread by the same demon in an extremely short period of time. It can't be, right? Xiao Mingqiu exclaimed. I'm afraid that even the most powerful monster emperor in our realm doesn't have the ability to spread the plague virus across the entire realm in a short period of time. If it had that kind of heaven-defying ability, it would have done so long ago. It couldn't have waited until now. No, it wasn't Great Emperor Woodfern. Yen Lang shook his head with certainty. I've been in the demon folk for quite some time now, and I've learned a thing or two about the ruler, Grand Emperor Woodfern. It was extremely familiar. Emperor Woodfern's demonic energy had never reached such a terrifying level. If my speculations are correct, the demon spreading this plague is at least 10 times stronger than the Woodfern Emperor. What? Crow ***. Xiao Mingqiu, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling all let out soul-stirring roars. A demon 10 times stronger than the strongest demon race in our plane? Crow exclaimed in shock. Could it be, Yen Lang sucked in a breath of cold air. It shouldn't be a demon race native to our plane, but, a demon race from another plane, right at this moment, Sect Master. An auspicious cloud flew over from the horizon. A young man at the True Qi realm jumped down from it. Sect Master, several hours ago, thousands of human sects and at least hundreds of empires were destroyed in the 4 regions of the East, West, North, and South, as well as the Great Wilderness. They were annihilated by the demon race. According to reliable sources, a red-haired, red-clothed demon race wiped out 18 sects in the eastern region in just 2 hours. He killed 3 ancient powerhouses and 11 ancient powerhouses. The young man at the True Qi realm reported with a face full of shock. It must be a demon race from another plane. How could it be so powerful? Great Emperor Woodfern can't possibly have such tyrannical combat strength. Yen Lang cried out in shock. That should be the case. Crow nodded slightly and gave the order. Pass down my order. The disciples of the Cloud sect are to immediately announce to the world that there is a demon race invasion from another plane. It seems that the demon race is about to start a war. All the plagues and massacres are just a premonition. The real show is yet to come. Spread the news and tell the human warriors and demons to prepare for a battle to the death. Sect Master, you can inform the Tower Master and release the coordinates of our plane, so that the human experts from other planes can come to our rescue. Dongfang Qin said hurriedly. I'm afraid it's too late. Fang Ling said coldly. At this moment, Sect Master. Another ray of light flew over from the horizon. Sect Master, there's news from the demon capital. The demon race has invited us to a battle. The demon race has officially announced that they will fight us to the death at the Demon Hero Tower in 3 days. If the cultivators and demons of our plane don't dare to fight, the demon race will directly destroy every empire and sect in the mortal world and kill all the people of our plane. In just a few hours, the news of the demon race's challenge had spread to every corner of this plane. East, South, West, and North regions. The Great Wilderness. Countless human cultivators and demons felt the evil fighting spirit of the demon race. First of all, the demons scattered in the 4 regions of the human race and the Great Wilderness led their disciples to the demon hero domain at the fastest speed without hesitation. At the same time, the cultivators of many sects, even if they were not demons, as long as they had cultivated martial arts, they all rushed to the demon hero domain. At this moment, all the living beings of the human race on this plane felt as if they were united against a common enemy. Moreover, according to the large-scale plague that broke out a few days ago and the destruction of some empires and sects, now everyone in the world knew that a great demon from another plane had arrived. Now, the situation was simply precarious for this plane. Demon Hero Domain. Demon Hero Tower. Outside the Mind House where Xiao Han was in seclusion. Master Xiao Han. Can you hear us? Please come out. Now, the demon race from another plane has arrived in our plane and launched a war against the entire human race. The entire plane is in deep trouble. The plane is in a precarious situation. 3 days later, the demon clan army will invade the Yaoxia domain. As long as they break through this line of defense, the people will have no way to survive. The 12 elders, outside the Mind House, wailed and beat their chests and stamped their feet, sobbing uncontrollably. At the same time. The demon capital. Oh. The human race wants to escape from this plane. Ha 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 ha. A powerful demon emperor scanned with his demonic senses and found the tower master who was trying to escape. Come here. Boom, the demon emperor grabbed with his giant hand, directly freezing the space, reversing the universe, and directly grabbed the tower master who had already flown to the 9th heaven. Chapter 544. Xiao Han's plane was indeed in a precarious situation. Life and death would be decided in a split second. 3 days from now, the Yao race would fight the humans in the fairy tale domain. It would be a battle of the ages. Similar battles had taken place in other planes before. The Yao race and the humans would fight to the death, and the loser would be exterminated. It was a battle of wills and cruelty. It was a battle between 2 races. By now, many of the humans on this plane had learned that it wasn't the native Yao race led by Emperor Woodfern, but the mysterious and powerful Yao race from another plane. Before the battle, the 4 realms and the Great Wilderness had been ravaged by the plague. Who knew how many civilians had died? Some sects and empires had even been destroyed. That made the humans realize just how powerful the Yao race was before the battle even began. A shadow quietly shrouded the hearts of everyone who participated in the battle. The Purity Mountain Range. The Purity Sect. Xiao rays of true energy circled above the Purity Mountain Range. These streams of vital energy were the direct disciples of the Pure Cloud sect, flying on their swords or riding on the mist to circle around them. Hundreds of thousands of disciples in the fleshly body realm were waiting in the outer mountains. Some were bare-chested, while others were fully clothed. Their eyes burned with the desire to fight. Mingchu, take a few true disciples with you to protect Grandmaster Yan Lang, Shirong, Yanxue, and Princess Mo Hen. Wu Yu instructed Xiao Mingchu as he walked out of the Purity Hall. No, sect head, Xiao Mingchu hurriedly said, I want to fight as well. Have junior brother Fang Ling and junior brother Dongfang stay behind to protect the families of the disciples. Mingchu, with your cultivation and battle prowess, you're the best choice. You're the best choice to protect the families of the Purity sect. Wu Yu smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to the distant Yao capital. This battle is extremely dangerous. I don't know if we'll survive it. Mingchu, whether you fight or not won't affect the overall situation. Just stay here and protect your families. This. Xiao Mingchu trembled with excitement. Sect head, yes, it's decided. Wu Yu nodded heavily. At this moment, Fang Ling turned into a stream of sword energy and charged into the sky above the Six Peaks mountain range. All members of the Pure Rain sect, heed my command. Now. All the true energy realm disciples and physical body realm disciples of the sect entered the Devil Hero domain. The great battle between the human race and the demon race is imminent. For our homeland, for our loved ones, we can only fight. I have no regrets even if I die. Are you afraid? Fight. 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 The crowd was in high spirits. A blood-boiling roar reverberated throughout the entire Nine Peaks mountain range. It lasted for a long time. I wonder if junior brother Xiao Han will be able to make it in time for this battle. Fang Ling's gaze also looked towards the direction of the Demon Hero region as he spoke in a soft voice that could not be heard. Depart. Dongfang Qin's vital qi transformed into a giant black phoenix, carrying countless disciples of the mortal body realm and flying towards the Yaoxia region. He flew in the direction of the Devil Hero region. At the same time, in the eastern, southern, western, and northern regions, as well as in the depths of the Great Desolate, a large number of human sects, empires, and countless cultivators were present. They all left their nests and flocked to the Yaoxia region. On the way to the Yaoxia region, martial artists were as dense as flying locusts in the sky. Some martial artists who were familiar with each other would smile after meeting each other. They would all smile and encourage each other in their eyes. Some of the martial artists who originally had grudges or even enmity with each other would also smile and forget about their grudges after this encounter. That's right, personal grudges were so insignificant in the face of the overall situation of the survival of the plane. In a very short period of time, hundreds of millions of martial artists gathered in the Yaoxia region. Moreover, the number of martial artists was increasing by the minute. Almost all the ancient giants of the Yaoxia ranking had returned to their positions and were all floating around the Yaoxia tower. They all let out an inspiring roar. The Yaoxia tower will not fall. We will defend this plane with our lives. The demon race will be destroyed by us. The Yaoxia tower. Some senior Yaoxia who were in charge of the various floors of the Yaoxia tower also looked out of the window. All the martial artists in the world are gathered in the Yaoxia region. Although our plane is very weak, it is cohesive. At the moment of crisis, no one flinched. Good, good, I don't believe that billions of human martial artists can't fight against the demon race in 3 days. Yes, seeing so many martial artists gathered in the Yaoxia region, I have some confidence in the final battle in 3 days. If it was a situation where the hearts of the people were divided, then there was no need to fight. They might as well just slit their own throats. But now, we may have the power to fight. Ah, the pagoda master, at this moment, the pagoda master abandoned us and fled to another plane. Now it seems that the pagoda master is no match for an ordinary martial artist in the physical body realm. Don't mention the pagoda master anymore. Bah! Bastard! Bastard! He's worse than a pig and a dog. In the face of danger, he abandoned the people who used to believe in him. Disgusting. Disgusting. In the Pure Cloud sect's army. With Wu as the leader, the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect flew toward the Yaoxia region. At this moment, Brother Wu, wait, Wu looked sideways. He saw his old friend, the Heavenly Devil Old Man, leading a group of disciples of the Heavenly Devil Palace, rushing over from afar. The two groups of people converged. Wu looked around and saw Mo Qingtong, who had fought alongside Xiao Han in the Yaoxia trial, standing behind the Heavenly Devil Old Man. At this moment, Mo Qingtong's temperament became colder and colder. True qi flickered all over her body, and talismans seeped out of her pores to form a formation. Oh. Qingtong, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've made great progress and reached the true qi level 8 talisman formation realm. Wu was slightly surprised. Greetings, Sect Master Wu. Mo Qingtong bowed politely. Qingtong's cultivation is really nothing. Xiao Han is really heaven-defying. He has refined his natal talisman tens of thousands of times and is comparable to an immortal. Well, Sect Master Wu, has Xiao Han come out of seclusion? Qingtong hasn't seen Xiao Han for several years since we parted that day. I miss him a lot. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. We've arrived at the Yaoxia region. Then we'll know about Xiao Han's situation. Wu smiled slightly. Boom, flames rose in the distance, and a group of people came over on the fire clouds. It was the Blazing Flame sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Beacon Fire Empire. It was the sect master Yan Qimei. Wu! Yan Qimei roared. Yan Qimei. Wu smiled. The two of them had been rivals since they were young. However, as they looked at each other, they began to laugh uproariously. It was as if all of the grudges and grievances between them had vanished into thin air with that one laugh. Ha 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 ha. Wu! After defeating the demon clan today, I want to drink with you for 7 days and 7 nights. Ha 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 ha. After being enemies for so many years, I suddenly find you more pleasing to the eye. Ha 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 ha. It makes sense. It's better to be friends than enemies. Yan Qimei said straightforwardly. 7 days and 7 nights is not enough. We need to drink for at least 10 days and 10 nights. Ha 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 ha. However, the premise is that we are still alive. Wu laughed. The two sect masters. They finally met again and shook hands. Wu, I still admire you. You actually trained such a heaven-defying genius like Xiao Han. Yan Qimei sighed sincerely. I think Xiao Han will be the winner of the battle in 3 days. The situation is not optimistic. Wu shook his head slightly. The demon clan is strong this time. They came prepared and gathered countless great demons from other planes. Although Xiao Han is fierce and dominating the world, he will not be able to do anything alone. It doesn't matter. At least we have fought. Perhaps, there were many planes that had similar great battles like this. Some battles were won by the demon clan. Some battles were won by the human clan. But now it seems that these are not that important. The important thing is, we have the courage to fight. Even if we die, we will not yield to the demon clan. The heavenly devil old man said sternly. This old man will die, but I will drag a few of the demon clan down with me. The demon capital. The demon capital was at its peak. Millions of ultimate variant demon emperors, and countless ordinary demon emperors. There were close to 1,000 demon emperors from other planes who were 10 times stronger than the Woodfern Great Emperor. At this time, the pagoda master who was trying to escape was caught by one of the demon emperors from another plane. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the pagoda master's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His teeth were chattering, and he was curled up in a corner. His bowels and bladder sprayed out, and he was so scared that tears streamed down his face. His heart had completely collapsed. There was no way the pagoda master could stay calm. Even if he were alone in the demon capital, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed from Emperor Woodfern and the other native demons. But right now, there were close to 1,000 demons that were 10 times stronger than Emperor Woodfern. The pagoda master even found a few demon emperors that were 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than the Woodfern Great Emperor. Once a demon the arch of this level made a move, this plane would be annihilated. Heavens! There are so many great demons that we can't defeat. Any one of them could kill all the living beings in our plane. Resist? We can't resist at all. The pagoda master was so scared that he started sobbing. Although he has the cultivation of a pagoda master, he's still very weak. I can squash him to death with a single finger. A large group of demon emperors surrounded the pagoda master playfully. Their faces were filled with malevolence and perversion. It was as if a group of burly men had surrounded a delicate young girl and were about to do something improper. Ah! Everyone! This fellow is the leader of our plane's humans, the pagoda master. Ha 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 ha. It's him. It's this fellow. He actually tried to escape and was caught by you all. Ha 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 ha. The Woodfern Great Emperor roared with laughter and took a step forward, glaring at the pagoda master. Ha ha ha. It's actually you. You actually fell into our hands. Ha 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 ha. Haven't you always been arrogant? Ha 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 ha. The leader of the human race. What a noble existence. But today, you become a prisoner of our demon race. Pagoda master, I'm going to play with you until you wish you were dead. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 545. The Tower Master nearly fainted from the fright of the Woodfern Great Emperor's words. Everyone, this is the leader of the human race. He has ruled over the humans of this plane for a very long time. He has always been the spiritual pillar of the human race. The Woodfern Great Emperor walked closer to the Tower Master, licking his lips. Droplets of stinky saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. I wonder what his brains taste like. I've always wanted to suck his brains dry drop by drop, but I've never had the chance. But now, Kakik, impudent. A powerful great emperor of the monster race unleashed his aura, forcing the Woodfern Great Emperor to take a step back. Since he's a pagoda master, his brains aren't for you to enjoy, Great Emperor Woodfern. Yes, yes, the Woodfern Great Emperor hurriedly tried to curry favor. No. Don't suck my brains. No. No. The Tower Master's mind was on the verge of collapse. He was like a young lady surrounded by countless powerful men, about to be ravaged but unable to resist. Please don't suck my brain juice. Please don't suck my brain juice. At this moment, the pagoda master's mind was filled with images of horrified corpses with their brains sucked dry. He sighed repeatedly in his heart. I never thought that I would have such a glorious life, killing demons and roaming the Jianghu. But in the end, my brain juice is going to be sucked dry. How tragic. No. No. I can't die here. I can't let them suck my brains away. Keek 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 keek, keek 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 keek, keek 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 keek. The great emperors of the monster race let out mocking laughter as they approached the Tower Master. This is fun, this is fun. He's actually the leader of the human race in this plane, that's right. Everyone, it's not satisfying to just suck his brains like this. I have a suggestion, said a monkey-faced demon emperor. A great emperor of the monster race said with a smile. Why don't we crack open his head first, but not let him die immediately? How about we let the demon emperor suck his brains bit by bit so that he will die slowly while howling in pain? What do you think? No. Wouldn't it be more fun to find a demon the arch to suck his brain juice and then possess him before sneaking into their Xianxia pagoda? Ga. It's not fun at all. This emperor has brought some demonic beasts with extremely strong reproductive abilities. Let's have these demonic beasts. How about I complete the mating process with this human pagoda master? Ha 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 ha. I'm really a genius. Another monster race emperor let out a perverted laugh. Moo 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 moo. Not far away, there was a group of wild beasts that were as large as elephants. Long hair, filthy and smelly. It was wagging its tail and looking at the Tower Master with stupid and cruel eyes. These giant beasts were dragged to the ground, each as thick as an adult's thigh. They plowed deep ditches on the ground, and smoke and dust filled the air. There are 49 mammoth beasts in total, and 33 of them are male. Then, let them have a good time with this Tower Master. Ga, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. All the demon emperors. They all burst out with deafening laughter. No, the Tower Master's neck tilted, and he fainted. A demon the arch slapped the Tower Master's face fiercely from a distance, breaking all his teeth. The Pagoda Master suddenly woke up from his stupor. You are the leader of the human race in this plane. A great emperor whose aura was as strong as the abyss, and every pore of his cell seemed to have giant beasts wriggling, locked the Tower Master with his demon sense and said indifferently. Gugugugugugugugu, the tower master was completely choked, and couldn't say anything. At this moment, the tower master finally understood what it meant to be a fish on the chopping board. That's right. He's the leader of the human race in this plane, and we've been fighting for countless years. Neither of us has been able to gain the upper hand, and we've been locked in a stalemate for who knows how long. Great Emperor Woodfern shouted anxiously. The demon emperor with a powerful aura waved his hand. Everyone, since this guy is the leader of the human race in this plane, I suggest that we don't suck his brains for now, and don't kill him. Oh? What do you mean, Great Emperor? Since this human tower master has walked right into our trap, why don't we kill him? To us, this human race pagoda master doesn't have any value at all. Are you trying to use this idiot to set up a trap for the human race ants of this plane? How boring. This plane is far too weak. Any one of our great emperors could easily destroy it, and all of the demon heroes would be destroyed in a single blow. There's no way they would be able to put up any resistance. In the face of power, everything else is nothing. There's no need to use this tower master to plot against the human race. A ferocious demonic the arch bared its fangs and glared at the pagoda master, its throat gurgling with saliva. Why don't we just eat him? He's a tower master after all, and there's some immortal energy in his brain. It'll be good for us to suck him up. No. I beg you. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. The tower master's mental defenses crumbled. His teeth were all shattered, and he couldn't even keep his mouth shut. It was a hilarious sight to behold. Ha 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 ha. The demon the arch who'd suggested not executing the tower master laughed. You're wrong, everyone. What I'm trying to say is that this tower master is too insignificant. There's no fun in killing him. It's like stepping on an ant. Why don't we take him to the devil hero domain during the final battle 3 days later and make him beg for mercy, eat sh*t, sing praises to our demon clan, and play the role of a lackey. In this way, we can greatly humiliate all the human clan and make them vomit blood. What do you think? Isn't it more interesting in this way? Oh. Ha 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 ha. Good. This is great. We'll humiliate him as much as we want. We'll humiliate the leader of the human race in front of the human race. How fun. Ha 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 ha. We'll force him to eat shit and have him copulate with the mammoth beast. Ha 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 ha. That's a perfect idea. Human, do you want to have your brains sucked dry, or live on and be humiliated? One of the demon thearchs laughed. Live. I want to live. I want to live. I'm willing to be humiliated. As long as I can live, I'm willing to do anything. The pagoda master let out a heart-wrenching howl. Ha 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 ha. No wonder the human race is so weak. So weak. Their pagoda master was just a piece of trash. Ha 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 ha. Also. Everyone. I have something to say. The tower master's eyes flashed with a perverted ruthlessness. I'm not a leader. I'm not even a leader. You piece of trash. Hearing the pagoda lord's words, Emperor Woodfern leaped forward and kicked the tower master's head, sending him flying. You and I are mortal enemies. You're the strongest human in this plane. You've opened the eye of heaven and have a half-immortal body. You deserve to be the leader. But now, you're a prisoner. How dare you deny your identity? What a joke. No. No. I'm not denying it. I'm no longer the leader. Right now, the leader of this plane is Xiao Han. The pagoda lord let out an unwilling howl, like that of a wild beast as he mentioned Xiao Han's name. His voice was filled with venom. Xiao Han's battle prowess has completely and utterly surpassed mine. He's the new leader of this plane. The entire human race worships him and puts their faith in him. You've thrown me into exile. Xiao Han. He's the leader of the human race. Fellow demon thearchs, you should be torturing, humiliating, and killing him. Instead, you captured me and forced me to suffer in his place. Suffering. Why should I take Xiao Han's place? Damn it. He's the one who deserves to die. Xiao Han? What Xiao Han? I've never heard of him. Tower Master. You're spouting nonsense. Great Emperor Woodfern roared. Impossible. Great Emperor Woodfern, you must have heard of Xiao Han. Do you remember the Silver Mask Demon Emperor? The Silver Mask Demon Emperor once snuck into the demon capital and kidnapped Yen Lang. Yes. The Silver Mask Demon Emperor is Xiao Han. Xiao Han is extremely talented. He can disguise himself as a demon. Flawless. I personally ordered him to disguise himself as the Silver Mask Demon Emperor and sneak into the demon capital. What? The Silver Mask Demon Emperor. Countless demon thearchs, ultimate variant demon emperors, and variant demon emperors roared and screamed. Devil Hero Domain. A large number of devil heroes entered the Devil Hero Domain and prepared for the final battle. Immortal Devil Hero Pagoda, will protect you with our lives. Wumu looked at the Devil Hero Pagoda and sighed. Ever since I was young, the Devil Hero Pagoda has been a symbol of glory and peace for the human race. Now, it's under threat. I hope that the peace of this plane can continue. We, the swordsmen, were born for this belief. At this moment, Wumu's spiritual wave swept out. At this moment, there were more than 1 billion people in the true Qi realm in the Devil Hero Domain. However, only a few million of them had the identity of Devil Heroes. Most of the human martial artists who did not have the identity of Devil Heroes were below the true Qi realm. There were even many rookies at the first and second level of true Qi realm. Brother Wu, although we have a lot of people, there are less than 10,000 people who have reached the expansion point realm and have the ability to fight against ordinary demon emperors, Heaven's Devil Old Man said worriedly. There are a lot of people, but forget it. I hope there aren't too many demon emperors among the demon race. The ancient giants have reached the 7th and 8th level of true Qi realm. Including some sect masters who are not devil heroes, there are only a few thousand of them. Fang Ling also said in a low voice. The 9th level of true Qi realm. Heh, that's about 100 people. Dongfang Qin's mouth twitched. Of course, the 9th level of true Qi realm is qualified to compete for the ancient giants. It's impossible for a weak plane like ours to produce too many 9th level of true Qi realm. The 10th level of true Qi realm is even rarer. The only chance of victory in the battle 3 days later is to rely on the human wave tactic. Use our lives and blood to make up for the lack of combat power. There are so many martial artists. After this battle, I wonder how many will survive. Perhaps, all of them will be wiped out. Junior brother Xiao Han. Fang Ling looked at the Devil Hero Pagoda. Devil Hero Pagoda. The House of Psyche where Xiao Han was in seclusion. Outside the House of Psyche where Xiao Han was in seclusion, a large group of devil heroes were kneeling. Among them, 12 elders were kneeling in a row. Behind them were many senior devil heroes of the Devil Hero Pagoda. They were all kneeling in unison. Young hero Xiao Han, you should be able to hear us. The situation is very critical. The battle is about to begin. These elders and senior devil heroes all spoke in a praying tone. Right now, the entire human race is hoping that you can come out of seclusion and save the people from the disaster inside the House of Psyche. Xiao Han was still in a deep sleep. He was still brewing. Inside the House of Psyche, all kinds of illusions stacked on top of each other. The 4 seasons appeared one after the other. Xiao Han's body was immovable, like a statue that had existed since the beginning of time. However, is the battle about to begin? Is the demon race going to launch the final battle against the human race? I can vaguely sense a monstrous amount of evil demonic qi coming from the direction of the demon capital. The quality of this demonic qi is very high, many times stronger than Emperor Woodfern's. It's definitely not from the demon race of our plane. However, I can't come out of seclusion for the time being. All the accumulations in my soul are currently being compressed. My life potential is also being compressed to its limit. This is the critical moment. I need to compress all the accumulations into a single point, condense them, and explode with a bang. I can break through the 70th true acupoint and complete the 10th cycle of cleansing of my natal talisman. The number of cleanses will be heaven-defying. I can't come out of seclusion now, or all my previous efforts will go to waste. However, I should be able to succeed before the final battle. After that, I will go on a killing spree and kill all the invading demon race. Speaking of which, my demon emperor left arm has been starving for a long time. The hunger and thirst are unbearable. It needs nourishment. Chapter 546. Monster Capital. The entire monster capital was in a state of frenzy. Silver Mask Demon Emperor. The pagoda master had spread the secret that the Silver Mask Demon Emperor was Xiao Han in disguise. Countless demons from other dimensions had traveled thousands of miles to this weak dimension just for the sake of the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. For the high-level origin demonic chi. However, after they came to this plane, they couldn't find the Silver Mask Demon Emperor no matter where they searched. They dug 3 feet into the ground, but still couldn't find him. But now, you can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it effortlessly. Roar. A demonic arch that looked like a war god reached out and grabbed the pagoda master. He grabbed the pagoda master's neck like a little chick. Boom. As the demonic chi rushed out, the pagoda master's half-immortal body began to shrink and his skin shriveled. Ah. No. The pagoda master let out a heart-wrenching scream like a pig being slaughtered. Spare me. Demon the Arch, spare me. Xiao Han. Silver Mask Demon Emperor? What's going on? Make it clear. Otherwise, die. The demon the Arch said coldly. Yes. Xiao Han is the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. This is absolutely true. The pagoda master shouted. Moreover, he was able to discern her expression and immediately added. Are the demon thearchs also looking for the Silver Mask Demon Emperor? No, are they also looking for Xiao Han? Where is he? Countless thearchs of the demon thearchs asked. He's in seclusion in the demon hero pagoda. He will definitely participate in the battle in 3 days. The pagoda master felt the pleasure of revenge. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. I'm in a very sorry state now, but don't think you'll have a good time either. These powerful monsters are looking for you. Ha 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 ha. If you fall into their hands, your situation will only be 10 times worse than mine. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Xiao Han, I didn't expect you to have such a day. These demon thearchs are even more powerful than the pagoda master who attacked you outside the genius zone. They're even more evil and murderous. Let's see how you deal with them. Ha 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 ha. Does Xiao Han have the high-level origin energy of the demon thearchs? Some demon thearchs asked impatiently. Yes. Yes. Before ordering Xiao Han to sneak into the demon metropolis. I've checked Xiao Han's body before. Inside his heart, there's a powerful source of energy of the monster clan that can detonate this plane. If this demon race origin energy is released, it can easily destroy the Yaoxia pagoda. The pagoda master said fervently. Ha 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 ha. It was indeed true. Ha 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 ha. It turned out that the Silver Mask Demon Emperor really existed. It was a human in disguise. Moreover, there is indeed a high-level demon clan's origin energy in his body. Xiao Han's heart. We must get it. Then, the plan remains the same. Attack the Devil Hero region, kill all the human devils, and capture Xiao Han alive. Time ticked by. In these 3 days, time passed extremely slowly. It became a kind of torment. Of course. This torment belonged to the human race. Yaoxia region. The day before the final battle. At this moment, the human clan's chivalrous heroes and the other martial artists had already formed a battle formation. Everyone had their weapons in their hands, and they were all in the state of true qi and the state of flesh. They adjusted to the best state. Some alchemists distributed medicinal pills to each of the human warriors who participated in the battle. There were elixirs that could quickly restore true qi, healing elixirs, and even poison. At this moment, the human warriors who entered the Wuxia region to participate in the battle. The number of people was close to 10 billion. The densely packed human martial artists formed a city wall with their flesh and blood, surrounding the Wuxia region tightly. Among them, most were physical body realm martial artists. Physical body realm martial artists. They were all on the outer layer of the Wuxia region, leaving the inner layer to the true energy realm martial artists. Naturally, the physical body realm martial artists could not withstand the sharp attacks of the demon clan. An ordinary demon emperor could tear apart countless physical body realm martial artists. These physical body realm martial artists were purely cannon fodder in the outer layer. However, they were still prepared to die. Their beliefs were indestructible and would not be shaken. They wanted to use their lives to buy a little time for the true energy realm martial artists in the inner layer. So that when the demon clan tortured and killed the physical body realm martial artists in the outer layer, the true energy realm martial artists in the inner layer would have relatively more time to attack the demon clan. The hundreds of thousands of physical body realm disciples of the Pure Rain sect were also arranged to the front line, unafraid of death. And all of the top 100 eternal giants on the Wuxia region, at this moment, there were 86 people. They all revolved around the Wuxia Tower, forming the last line of defense of the human clan. Of course, when the demon clan launched an attack, they would also look for opportunities to fight back. Night. The night was bitterly cold. The cold moon hung high in the sky. More than 10 billion human warriors made bonfires, either sitting or standing. On the grassland of the Wuxia region, the fire was like the stars in the sky. The atmosphere was extremely sad and beautiful. This was the last night before the final battle, and it might also be the last night for these human warriors. Of course, it might even be the last night for all the human creatures in this plane. Now, perhaps our only advantage is the number. Some senior martial artists were saying to the younger generation. Because of genetic reasons, the demon clan can't reproduce like us humans. Therefore, in theory, in any plane, the number of the demon clan is actually less than that of the human clan. In this battle, we can only rely on the human wave tactic, using endless lives in exchange for a chance of survival. Uncle, don't worry. We will definitely win. Hey young man, you can't say that, because as long as there is a human in this plane, we will fight with the demon clan to the end. Moreover, we still have Xiao Han. The unparalleled hero Xiao Han. At the critical moment, Xiao Han will definitely come forward and kill the demon clan. The next day. Early morning. This was the moment of the decisive battle between the human clan and the demon clan. Everyone in the Wuxia region was solemn and quiet. All kinds of true energy rushed to the 9 heavens, dyeing the sky into colorful light, extremely magnificent. Tens of billions of pairs of eyes stared in the direction of the demon metropolis. 2 hours later. Boom boom, suddenly, a mass of blood-red demonic cloud, boundless, covered the sky and the sun, rolling from the direction of the demon metropolis. In this terrifying demonic cloud, it was filled with evil and monstrous demon qi. This mass of demonic cloud was still constantly changing color, turning into a terrifying color like the blood sea of hell, overwhelming the mountains and overturning the seas. Supreme, oppressing the world. Crack. Crack. As the demonic cloud floated, the space began to disintegrate and collapse inch by inch. An extremely dangerous aura descended from the sky, attacking the hearts of every human in the Wuxia region. The sky above their heads began to tremble, and cracks appeared in the sky. The sky was collapsing. In the demonic cloud. It kept shaking, making the sound of destruction. The energy that could destroy heaven and earth was brewing and emanating in the demonic cloud, and the sun was blocked. The world was dark. It was like the traces of a natural disaster of the end of the world. Boom, a torrent of demon chi descended from the sky. In a split second, the battle formation that the human warriors had formed crumbled. The warriors of the physical body realm in the periphery were all sent flying, spitting out blood. They fell to the ground. The warriors of the true energy realm in the inner periphery were also trembling. There was a stifling feeling in their chests, their blood and chi were surging, and their souls began to tremble in pain. Some of the true energy realm in the first level. The true energy realm in the second level, including the true energy realm in the third level, could not stabilize their bodies. They were blown away in all directions, spitting out blood and injured. Even Wu Fu. His face was pale. Oh no. Too powerful. We haven't even fought, and our 10 billion human allied forces are already showing signs of defeat. How terrifying are the demons hibernating in the demonic cloud. They only released a bit of their aura, and it completely suppressed the true energy in my body, and I even have a terrifying feeling that my true energy is being forcibly devoured. At this moment, the demonic cloud completely dispersed. Ha 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 ha. Too weak. Too weak. Weaker than ants. Endless laughter and mockery burst out in the sky. Then, the army of the demon clan had appeared above the Yaoxia domain. Thousands of great demon emperors. Millions of ultimate mutant demon emperors. Endless, densely packed ordinary demon emperors that looked like locusts. The lineup was magnificent. Powerful. It would only take a tenth of a breath for this demon army to charge forward, and this plane would explode. For example, the thousands of great demon emperors standing in front of them. Any one of them was a terrifying existence that could instantly kill a tower master. I can crush all of you ants with one finger. He he he. Unimaginably weak. I don't even know how to kill them. Bang. 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 The ancient giants and the 12 elders that were hovering around the Yaoxia pagoda were all shocked by the terrifying demonic aura circulating between heaven and earth. They all spat out blood and were seriously injured. Puff. 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 Countless ancient giants and true energy realm martial artists all spat out blood and retreated rapidly. There was no way to fight this battle. They were not on the same level at all. The 10 billion human allied forces could barely hold on for a second. It was indeed a battle between giants and ants. Despair. A deep sense of despair gripped every member of the human race. The densely packed humans knelt down, looked up at the sky, and shed silent tears. They had lost all hope. The entire Yaoxia region was dead silent. You, Tower Master, leader of the human race, come out, kneel, and speak. One of the demonic emperors violently pushed the pagoda master up, causing him to kneel on both knees. Human race. We humans will never be a match for the demon clan. Our life level is inferior to the demon clan. The tower master hysterically howled, we humans are lowly. We are born lowly. We can only be the slaves of the great demon clan, their food. We can't resist. We are worse than ants. How can we resist the greatest creatures in the universe? Kneel, surrender, and be willing to be the slaves of the demon clan, to be their food. This is our honor. Don't resist. Ha 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 and ha ha ha, well said. The monstrous emperors let out excited laughter. Then, an ultimate variant demon emperor carried 2 large buckets of excrement and served them. Human pagoda master, your words are very good. Amongst the lowly races of the human race, you are considered to be slightly smarter. Then, our monster race is also fair in rewards and punishments. This is the feces of the monster race great emperor, eat it. This is a gift. Enjoy it, understand? Don't waste it, or I'll suck your brains dry. A great demon emperor stepped on the tower master and knocked him to the ground. Yes, yes, thank you for the gift, great demon lords. The tower master forced a strange expression and hurriedly grabbed the dirty things in the buckets and put them into his mouth. Ha 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 ha. By the way, I now announce that any human who is willing to enjoy the excrement of the great demon emperors will be spared from death. Ha 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 ha. Many great demon emperors roared. At this moment, you demon clan should eat excrement. However, I won't give you this chance. Because I'll kill all of you. All of you will explode. A cold voice rang out from the great demon pagoda. A young and thin figure slowly rose from the top of the great demon pagoda. His gaze was like a king looking down on the world, and he had a peerless domineering air about him. Xiao Han is out of seclusion. Countless humans roared. Hope was reborn. Chapter 547. In this dimension, the final battle between the human race and the demon race was finally taking place in the Wuxia domain. Billions of humans formed an alliance to resist the attack of the demon race. However, the scene of the battle was thousands of miles away from what any human had expected. The battle was not intense. It was not tragic. It was not heroic. There was no possibility of them being evenly matched. There was no possibility of both sides suffering heavy losses. One-sided. It was a completely one-sided battle. Among the demon race, not to mention the mutated demon emperors and ordinary mutated demon emperors. There were more than 1,000 demon emperors at the level of the Sky Pillar leader. Moreover, each demon emperor could completely destroy the native demon emperor of this dimension. Great Emperor Woodfern. Each demon emperor only needed to lift a finger to destroy the demon hero pagoda. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a battle between ants and giants. Even the pagoda lord of this plane was kneeling in midair, howling in grief and eating feces. His half-immortal body was dim and devoid of light. Just as the humans of this dimension fell into deep despair and were about to be destroyed helplessly, Xiao Han, who had been in seclusion all this time, finally appeared. Xiao Han slowly rose from the top of the Wuxia pagoda alone. Then, he walked step by step as if he was taking a stroll in a park. However, the wind and clouds were surging in all directions. A gust of wind blew past, fluttering Xiao Han's clothes. Xiao Han's long hair fluttered slightly, and his entire body was filled with elegance. For some reason, once Xiao Han appeared, the shattered wounds in the hearts of the billions of humans that had already collapsed rapidly healed. An inexplicable strong confidence rose in their hearts. Billions of eyes of the human race stared at Xiao Han. None of the humans spoke. They just stared at Xiao Han with worship in their eyes. He prayed and prayed for blessings. It was as if he was looking at an omnipotent God who reigns supreme in the heavens and the earth. As for the demon army, seeing Xiao Han's appearance, the crowd instantly fell silent. The beast monarchs and beast dominators stared at Xiao Han with greedy eyes, as if they were about to make a move. Ah! This person is Xiao Han. He is also the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. He once snuck into the demon capital and kidnapped Yan Lang. In his heart, there was indeed the origin energy of a high-level demon clan. Ha ha ha. At this time, the pagoda master put down the food in his hand. His voice was extremely perverted. He had completely lost control of his emotions. Oh! Pagoda Lord. The corners of Xiao Han's mouth twitched as he glanced at the pagoda lord. A disgusted look appeared in his eyes. Is it delicious? I heard that on the eve of the final battle, you actually fled and abandoned the plane. Of course, everyone has their own ambitions. If you fled, then so be it. But why are you submitting to the demon race now? Coming to the territory of our human race to eat sh*t. Sigh, you're really worse than a pig or a dog. Pooh, hearing Xiao Han's mocking and cutting remarks, the tower master was furious. A mouthful of blood shot out from his mouth. He spat out 10 meters of blood, but his face was filled with a sinister smile. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, go ahead and humiliate me. Humiliate me as much as you like. It doesn't matter. Because you'll die even faster than me. Even earlier. Ha 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 ha. Now. The allied forces of the demon race from the alien plane have arrived. With your strength alone, you can't turn the tide. You'll definitely die. Moreover, now that I've surrendered to the demon race and become their slave, they may not kill me. I can still live. According to my vital functions, it won't be a problem for me to live for another 1,000,000 years or even 10 million years. And you're going to die immediately. Ha 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 ha. All the humans in this plane will die. No one will know about my disgraceful behavior today. Ha 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 ha. Live on. That's the best. Xiao Han, you're complacent and think that you're a heaven-defying genius. Compared to you, my aptitude is like a firefly competing with the sun and moon. But. Ha ha ha, you're going to die. But I can live on. Ha 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 ha. Don't you find it ironic? Ha 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 ha. Your fate is ironic. Ha 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 ha. The pagoda lord laughed crazily. Xiao Han was not angry at all. He lowered his head slightly and pondered, as if he was considering something. Oh. You're the Silver Mask Demon Emperor? You're also the most powerful human in this plane? Not bad. You're able to remain calm under the aura of our demon race army. That's commendable. Said a demon emperor with a golden horn on his forehead. His body was like an abyss, and under the surface of his body were dense demon veins. His demonic power was as violent as the sun, moon, and stars. He was not in a hurry to kill Xiao Han. Instead, he began to talk with assurance. Now that the demon race army had surrounded and controlled the Wuxia domain, and thousands of peak-level demon emperors were controlling the situation, it was impossible to reverse the situation. Therefore, these demons did not rush to attack Xiao Han. It was as if they were playing with their prey with their thin fingers. The humans in your realm are very weak and can't be mentioned in the same breath as the humans in my realm. However, Silver Mask Demon Emperor, your spirit and aura have surpassed that of the human clan's tower master in my realm. You're really extraordinary. You must have the aptitude to ascend and become an immortal. But it's a pity. Shut up. Suddenly, Xiao Han interrupted the demon Thearcha's lengthy speech. You demons, all of you, shut up. I'll kill you later. Before that, I'll clean up my sect and kill this shameless pagoda lord first. He made the humans in our plane lose face. Now, I'm going to execute him on behalf of all the living beings of the human race in the entire plane and the Wuxia domain. We'll settle the internal affairs first, then settle the external affairs. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Xiao Han's words caused the demon race army to burst into laughter. All the demon emperors and demon emperors were convulsing with laughter. Ha 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 ha. What an idiot. He really thinks he's an immortal. Even if an ordinary immortal descends, he won't be able to destroy the demon race army at its peak. Ah ha 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 ha. In an ordinary plane, any pagoda lord can only die in front of us. I'm not going to suck this human's brain. He's sick in the head. His brain must be cloudy, and it won't taste good. Dig out his heart. However, on the side of the human clan, although they vaguely felt that it was indeed very difficult for Xiao Han to fight against the elite coalition army of the demon clan alone, they did not know why when Xiao Han said those words. They did not know why. They believed it without a doubt. Because Xiao Han's manner of speaking was already unparalleled. At this moment, Xiao Han's words and actions. Naturally, there was a sense of arrogance and bossiness. It meant that he had already grown up. The belief of invincibility and the belief of victory were planted in the depths of every human's heart. Idiot. A villain intoxicated by success. A trash who was born as a living target. I'm now under the protection of the Demon Race Coalition Army. There are thousands of demon emperors. Can you kill me? Ha 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 ha. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Kill me. I'm right here. Kill me if you have the guts. The pagoda lord's mind was already in serious trouble. His whole person showed a sense of insanity. He stood up, pointed at Xiao Han, and laughed loudly. Humph. Insignificant human race. If you can really be under the protection of us demon race emperors. If you kill this pagoda lord, we will also lose face. A red-faced demon looked at Xiao Han coldly. The demon qi around his body was surging like a sea of blood. I want to kill you. Suddenly, Xiao Han gathered all his essence, qi, and spirit. The solid spiritual power star in his brain became thicker and thicker. It was completely condensed. All my accumulation, foundation, and life potential have been compressed to a point. It's about to explode. Break through the 70th true meridian in one go and start the 10th round of refining talismans. However, I still need a detonating point. And killing this human pagoda lord is the best detonating point. It will ignite all my accumulation and potential and explode. Dominate the world. This pagoda lord. He once bullied me in the past. He once threatened me and forced me to go to the demon capital to assassinate my husband. More or less, he left a shadow in my heart. Today, I will kill this pagoda lord with my own hands. It can make my heart completely perfect and pure. Flawless and untainted. In this way, I will ignite my accumulation and break through the 70th true meridian. My achievement will be completely heaven-defying. I will surpass immortals. Pagoda Lord, die. Xiao Han let out a clear roar. Dragons and tigers accompanied him in all directions. Clang, a bright saber light illuminated the dusky sky. It was like the first ray of light before dawn. The first ray of dawn. This saber light did not have any violence, killing intent, or ferocity. There was only reason, a great will, and the essence of the saber Tao. The saber light flashed. It contained a supreme spiritual power fluctuation, and it could do as it pleased. The saber light slashed towards the pagoda lord. Time seemed to slow down, and then it became fast again. Under this saber light, all the mortals, and even the demons, were affected. They couldn't help but recall the past. In a flash. Impudent. He actually dared to attack. Stop him. We can't let him kill the pagoda lord in front of us. This is a slap in the face. We can't let him succeed. More than 1,000 of us demon thearchs are gathered here. If a young human kills the people we protect in front of us, we will be abandoned by the demon god. In the blink of an eye, dozens of terrifying demonic hands grabbed the saber light. These demonic hands emitted a power that could destroy the past and the present, suppress the sun and moon, and sweep through the wilderness. Once they grabbed, the surroundings were filled with the terrifying sounds of planets disintegrating and exploding. However, the saber light was many times faster than light. It was also extremely sharp and domineering. The dozens of demonic hands either did not manage to grab the saber light in time or were directly cut by it. It was irresistible. Pfft, the saber light pierced through the pagoda lord's body. Roar. The pagoda lord let out a heart-wrenching scream. His entire body began to shatter and disintegrate. His half-immortal body began to collapse. All the array formations in his body were destroyed, and the treasures in his storage ring all exploded and fell out. In less than 1/10 of a breath, the pagoda lord was disintegrated into dust by the saber light and scattered with the wind. At that moment, Hong. The true meridians in Xiao Han's body emitted a dazzling divine light. True qi surged out from his 69 true meridians like a river and formed a natal talisman. On the natal talisman, there were birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars, countless runes, immortal aura, and thousands of rays of light. It was a spectacular sight. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions with the natal talisman as the center. The air and the surroundings withered, the light twisted, and the space caved in. At that moment. Pung! The innate talisman shuddered violently, and then emitted a crashing sound. Streams of immortal qi and true qi began to repeatedly cleanse the innate talisman. Xiao Han is starting to cleanse the natal talisman. He's opened the 70th true meridian. The 10th round of cleansing. The number 1 powerhouse of the human tribe let out a heart-wrenching howl. Chapter 548. After killing the Tower Master, Xiao Han's true qi burst out from his body and condensed into his natal talisman. This natal talisman was more than 10,000 zhang long and wide. It was boundless, covering the sky and covering the sun. Its entire body emitted a dazzling brilliance, and it was as warm as white jade. Water, fire, wind, thunder, and all kinds of strange phenomena rolled on it. A terrifying pressure caused sand and stones to fly in all directions. Many demon emperors in the army of the demon race could not stand still and could not help but retreat. Waves of true qi that could destroy heaven and earth shot out from the natal talisman, causing the heavens and the earth to shake violently. The tremors shocked the demon race coalition army, and made the hearts of the humans tremble and cry out in excitement. In the previous 9 rounds of cleansing, Xiao Han had completed a total of 67,000 cleansing of the natal talisman. This way, the pure true qi power of the natal talisman had almost exceeded 100 trillion cauldrons. Such a powerful true energy, without the support of any true energy divine art, could kill countless pagoda masters with just a bit of it. For example, Xiao Han, the tower master of this plane. Not to mention resisting him, just the slightest fluctuation of true qi from Xiao Han's natal talisman was enough to turn him into dust. Now, this natal talisman was floating in the air. Endless yuan qi of heaven and earth swarmed towards it, causing the space around it to cave in continuously. Moreover, immortal music was lingering on it, and the immortal qi and spiritual qi of heaven and earth were constantly washing and refining the natal talisman. Xiao Han was in the 10th round, which was also the last round of cleansing the natal talisman. Hua 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 hua. Again and again, the natal talisman was continuously being cleansed. Every time it was cleansed, the natal talisman's size increased. Every time it was cleansed, the aura and pressure of the natal talisman skyrocketed. Ah! An unparalleled hero. Unparalleled, above the immortals. Xiao Han. The immortal of the land. The great hero of my plane. The descent of deities. Over 10 billion humans were crying and shouting at the top of their lungs. He kept kowtowing to Xiao Han's life talisman, praying and submitting. Xiao Han hovered in the air below the natal talisman and looked at the demon army indifferently. There was a kind of spirit that even if there were millions of people, he would still go forward. The 10th round of cleansing, 5,000 times. 5,500 times. 6,000 times. 7,000 times. 8,800 times. 10,000 times. In less than 10 breaths, the natal talisman had been cleansed more than 10,000 times. Furthermore, the speed of the cleansing was getting faster and faster. There was no end to it, and it would never stop. Above the 9 heavens, there was holy light sprinkling down continuously, with all kinds of immortal qi energy, some of the immortal qi in this plane. They were all sucked into the life talisman, causing the true energy of the life talisman to grow without end. As the number of washes skyrocketed, Xiao Han's natal talisman was increasing in length, width, and height. Soon, it covered the entire Wuxia domain. The jade natal talisman represented sacredness, nobility, and exquisiteness. It was warm, hard, and inviolable. It also had a firm will, and a peerless spirit that would rather die than live in dishonor. As soon as Xiao Han's natal talisman enveloped the entire Wuxia domain, it seemed to have turned into jade. The ground had turned jade-colored. All of the buildings had turned jade-colored. Looking from afar, the Wuxia domain could be seen as jade. In the distance, the humans who were paying attention to this battle couldn't help but kneel down, as if they were looking at a miracle, and kowtowed repeatedly. Ah! It has been cleansed more than 10,000 times. 15,000 times. When Xiao Han cleansed this natal talisman for the 9th round, he had cleansed it 15,000 times. But now, the 10th round of cleansing had broken this record. No. It's crazy. It has reached 20,000 times. Countless Yaoxia kowtowed, roared, and cried. On the side of the demon army. Finally, countless demons realized the power of this young man in front of them. They realized that they had seriously underestimated this seemingly small human opponent. Impossible. In this world, in the mortal world, how can anyone refine such a profound natal talisman? There can't be such a genius in the human race. This natal talisman is like the sun, moon, and stars, containing the great Tao of heaven and earth. It can easily kill any tower master. How can this guy be so powerful? This small plane shouldn't have given birth to such a monster-level human expert. Countless demons let out cries of terror. At this time, a large number of ordinary demon emperors, and even mutated demon emperors, couldn't calm down and directly flew into the sky, ready to escape. Puff. 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 Any demon emperor who tried to escape would be shattered into pieces by the natural chi fluctuations of the natal talisman as soon as their bodies flew up into the air. Not even a speck of dust would be left. Ah. We can't escape. The demon race army was finally showing signs of collapse. Furthermore, something that made the demon clan even more alarmed happened. As soon as the bodies of the shattered demon overlords collapsed, a large amount of their body powder was absorbed. A powerful demonic chi vortex was emitted from Xiao Han's left arm. The demonic chi vortex was in the shape of a funnel, and it sucked in the pieces of the exploded bodies of the demons like a whirlwind. Jijia jijia jijia. At the same time, a terrifying will was emitted from the depths of Xiao Han's heart. The will of a demon god was emitted. It let out a joyful and hearty laugh. Wisps of demon gods were added to Xiao Han's left monarch palm, causing it to devour the essence of the demon corpses at a speed 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster than before. The demonic chi vortex emitted from the left monarch palm also began to expand, from the size of an acre to the size of 10 acres. It was like a horrifying mouth that was about to devour someone. He's devouring the bodies of the demons. His left arm. It emitted the supreme aura of the demon race. Kill him. Don't run, attack him now. He's trying to break through to the next realm. At this moment, his condition is extremely unstable. He can't activate his true chi divine art effectively. Now is the best chance to kill him. Surround him and kill him. Destroy his natal talisman. Scatter all of his true chi. Yes, all his energy and true chi are used to refine this natal talisman. He won't have time to deal with us. At this moment, he's at his weakest. Kill him. Kill him. He's finally exposed the treasure of the demon race. How can the treasure of the demon race fall into the hands of a human? Kill him. Thousands of monarch beasts. It let out an earth-shattering roar, and waves of ferocious demonic aura shot towards Xiao Han. All kinds of demonic arts and treasures bombarded Xiao Han's natal talisman. The attacks of thousands of monarch beasts. It could be said that they could destroy the ages and destroy countless planes. As they attacked, countless illusions appeared, destroying heaven and earth. The spatial crystal walls all exploded and split apart. I'll interrupt your breakthrough. I'll cause your true chi to backfire and self-destruct. An extremely powerful monarch beast transformed into a golden hammer. It smashed toward Xiao Han with an unknown force of hundreds of millions of cauldrons. I'm refining my natal talisman and naturally can't be distracted. I can't use true chi to deal with you. However, Xiao Han's trump card is not true chi attacks. All the demons. Die for me. Destroy them all. Xiao Han's body was unmoving. Boom! Xiao Han's body suddenly trembled. His body gradually grew, and lightning flickered all over. Earth chi spread out, and the embryonic form of the dual attribute immortal body appeared. It was supported by the indestructible golden body. Xiao Han's entire body became like a god of war. He was completely invincible, dominating the universe. Looking around, he couldn't find an opponent he could fight against. Boom boom boom, the first to arrive was a small portion of the demonic aura attack that struck Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's indestructible golden body dissolved some of the attack's power. Then, the starry sky dominator and thunder god tyrant body brazenly withstood the attack, protecting Xiao Han from harm. The next moment, Puqi from Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, a majestic pillar of natal saber chi burst out. This natal saber chi was supported by supreme mental power. It could slay gods and slay immortals, dominate the myriad realms, and not be affected by the 6 paths of reincarnation. It could endure myriad tribulations and live eternally. Previously, when Xiao Han had swept through the tower masters outside the genius zone, he'd only released his solid mental power to kill. He hadn't used his natal saber chi. Now, Xiao Han didn't hold back. Not only did he use his mental power to attack, but he also used his trump card, the great accomplishment natal saber chi. Mental power combined with saber intent. A powerful combination. The saber slashed out, destroying both gods and ghosts. Within the saber light, the phantom of the heavens appeared, as well as a door in the unseen world. This door was tightly shut, but it still exuded the aura of nature, uncanny workmanship, and a domineering saber aura. A powerful mental storm tore through everything, accompanied by the saber light. Pa 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 pa, the densely packed demonic sovereigns were shredded into tile-like fragments by this saber. Then, all the fragments were automatically absorbed into Xiao Han's left demonic sovereign palm. Xiao Han's eyes were completely bloodshot. With a flash of his saber, he killed 487 demonic sovereigns. One saber slaying 100 demonic sovereigns. What was domineering? This was domineering. What was swift and fierce? This was swift and fierce. What was invincible? This was invincible. Ah! This human is invincible. Some demonic sovereigns dodged Xiao Han's saber in an extremely embarrassing manner and fled in all directions. However, although they managed to dodge, their demonic bodies had already been shaken by the saber chi and the mental storm. As soon as they dodged, their demonic bodies began to peel off and be destroyed. They let out howls like pigs being slaughtered. We shouldn't have come to this dimension. There's an invincible human hiding here. Dead. I can't accept this. Puff. 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 The bodies of the demonic sovereigns exploded one after another. Moreover, those demon emperors, whether they were ordinary demon emperors, mutated demon emperors, or ultimate mutated demon emperors, were all cut into pieces by the aftershocks of the saber chi. The sky was filled with demon blood and demon corpses. The entire Yaoxia region resounded with the demons' desperate wails and cries. It was a tragic scene. What demon race? What demon emperors? It's useless. I, Xiao Han, will kill you like pigs and dogs. Chapter 549. Xiao Han launched an unparalleled attack. His solid mental strength was enhanced by the great accomplishment natal saber chi, and he even created the shadow of the gate of the saber realm. This attack was Xiao Han's strongest attack at the moment. Last time, when he was besieged by countless human tower masters, Xiao Han did not use his strongest attack because they were all of the same race. At this moment, facing the demon clan, Xiao Han no longer held back. With a slash of saber light, countless demon sovereigns were killed. Even the peerlessly powerful demon thearchs were killed in one move. A total of 487 demon thearchs were killed. Moreover, although some demon emperors did not face the attack head-on and dodged it, their bodies were soon shattered. The number of demon emperors killed by the aftershock of the saber chi also reached 187. In other words, Xiao Han killed 674 demon emperors with one slash. This kind of attack was rare. This was completely the attack of an immortal. Now, the demon race army had been smashed into pieces by the impact. Just now, when the army of the demon clan descended upon the Yaoxia domain, it was a one-sided situation, completely crushing the human clan. Now, as soon as Xiao Han attacked, he killed countless demon sovereigns, a total of 674 demon thearchs. How could it not be a one-sided battle? A clash. A perfect clash. This slash caused the 10 billion humans to be completely enraged. None of them could control their emotions and began to shout Xiao Han's name. Some of them even shouted, "Long live Xiao Han! Long live Xiao Han!" However, Xiao Han knew his own strength. Although that saber strike just now was tyrannical and destroyed everything in its path. But it also consumed a lot of mental strength. It consumed a lot of mental strength and natal saber chi. This slash consumed almost half of my mental strength. Xiao Han knew. At this moment, the remaining demon emperors. They were not injured at all by Xiao Han's slash. There were about 400 of them who were only slightly injured. They watched helplessly as their attacks were destroyed by Xiao Han's saber. Moreover, many of the demonic thearchs and demonic sovereigns beside them died. It was a scene of devastation. Dense demon aura and demon body fragments. Including demon blood and demon souls, they were all absorbed by Xiao Han's left arm. They all felt a deep sense of despair. They deeply felt Xiao Han's strength and invincibility. They had the illusion that they weren't facing a mortal, but an immortal who had descended from the immortal world. Some of the surviving beast emperors began to think of escaping. At that instant, a golden-horned monarch beast let out a cry of agony. "Let's work together. Let's work together again. Attack." Those who weren't killed by that human with a single slash, were the lucky survivors. All of them were the strongest demonic thearchs. That slash just now must have consumed a lot of energy. We still have a chance. The life force of this human youth. He was still immortal, but just now, he had used an immortal's attack. There was no way he wouldn't pay a price. Using the body of a mortal to attack with the means of an immortal, he must be at the end of his rope now. Don't be afraid. Since we were able to survive that slash just now, even if we were to face the same slash again, we wouldn't necessarily die. All of you have seen it, right? He has a supreme demon treasure on him that can absorb the corpses and souls of our dead demon clan. Kill. Fortune is found in danger. Kill him. Take his treasures. Execute the forbidden arts. Even at the cost of destroying your body, exploding your demonic meridians, burning your blood, kill him at all costs. Amidst the roar of the golden-horned demon sovereign, the surviving few hundred demon sovereigns finally hardened their hearts and decided to join forces to fight Xiao Han to the death. At this moment, they were not only using their sure-kill demonic arts, but they were also using all kinds of forbidden arts. Sky Beast Remnant Body. A monarch beast exploded and turned into a blood dragon. Its aura was twice as ferocious as before. Monarch Beast Sacrificial Art. A demonic emperor's demonic blood burst out of its body, causing its demonic body to expand continuously. In an instant, it turned into an ancient, godlike monster and pounced towards Xiao Han. Formation of 10,000 beasts. A monarch beast's body burst out countless characters of the beast tribe, forming a demonic formation. The demonic formation was strong enough to trap an immortal and kill everything in its path. All the monarch beasts went all out. In order to kill Xiao Han, they used all their strength and paid a terrible price. Some of the monarch beasts suffered damage to their bloodline and genes after launching such an attack, causing their levels to drop. Some even suffered great damage to their vitality and could not recover within 10,000 years. They only had one goal, to kill Xiao Han. To snatch Xiao Han's left arm. To dig out Xiao Han's heart. The attacks of hundreds of monarch beasts and the violent demonic aura were enough to destroy the world. Fortunately, their attacks were all focused on Xiao Han. Therefore, this plane and the others in the Yaoxia region were not affected as much. At this moment, boom! In the sky, Xiao Han's natal talisman shook violently. The 10th round of cleansing was finally completed. Just now, Xiao Han did not stop the monarch beasts from executing their forbidden arts immediately. Instead, he gave them the chance to execute their ultimate moves. Xiao Han was waiting for his natal talisman to complete its cleansing. Now, Xiao Han had finally succeeded. After unlocking the 70th acupoint, the 10th round of cleansing of the natal talisman had been cleansed for a total of 50,000 times. This round of cleansing far exceeded any of Xiao Han's previous 9 rounds of cleansing. My seclusion for a few days to squeeze out my foundation was not in vain. Now, Xiao Han's entire aura had risen to another level. With a slight movement of his body, he could completely destroy an area. Wherever he went, the space shattered and everything turned into chaos. A large amount of space would evaporate. In between breaths, the mountains and rivers shook. Xiao Han's natal talisman was crystallized, emitting a noble and inviolable aura. It had a sense of twisting the universe, breaking fate, jumping out of the 5 elements, and reversing yin and yang. It was unparalleled. Billowing holy light poured down. Waves of immortal Sanskrit chants came from this natal talisman, cleansing people's hearts. Saber light and sword shadows floated in the air. The tides surged and the river water lapped against the shore, rolling up the snow. Wind and clouds gathered. They were all within. At this point, Xiao Han's natal talisman had been cleansed for a total of 117,000 times after 10 rounds of cleansing. The pure qi contained in it alone had reached 180,000 billion cauldrons. Powerful power. I can finally feel the incomparable power of true qi. Billowing steam. Good. My mental energy and saber qi have indeed been greatly depleted. Then, I will use this true talisman. Come and shatter these demon thearchs. Die. I will destroy all of you. Suddenly, Xiao Han raised his right hand. He clenched his right fist. This terrifying talisman directly turned into streams of light and merged into Xiao Han's right fist. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Xiao Han's right fist immediately turned into the eye of a storm. A hurricane raged, blowing countless spatial crystal walls apart. At this moment, hundreds of the strongest demon thearchs counterattacked with their strongest attacks. All of them bombarded near Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han also gathered the true qi contained in one of his natal talismans. All of it gathered on his right fist, and he punched out. This punch contained an aura that even immortals would tremble in fear. This punch was like billions of volcanoes erupting together. This punch was like billions of heavenly dragons roaring together. This punch was like billions of planes being destroyed at the same time. Xiao Han's punch did not contain any true qi or skills. It was just a punch with all his strength. It was like a thunderbolt, an eagle flying in the sky, a goshawk catching a rabbit, and a divine dragon flying in the sky. This punch was the essence of power, and it could break through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bang! Finally, the punch formed by Xiao Han's natal talisman collided with the joint attack of hundreds of demon thearchs. Rumble. 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 The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire plain began to move. The continental plates were moving. The crust was shattering everywhere. Countless heavenly tribulations and strange phenomena appeared. Time and space seemed to have stopped. Boom boom boom, all the human true qi realm martial artists in the Yaoxia domain, all the ancient giants and giants, spared no effort to release the true qi stored in every true acupoint in their bodies, burned the supreme grade true qi spirit stones, and released a layer of true qi shield to protect the plane as much as possible, so that it would not be destroyed by the attack of Xiao Han and the demons. There was a kind of aurora between heaven and earth, and the entire plane. Under this kind of light, no one could open their eyes. The battle between Xiao Han and the demons only lasted for a breath, and then it ended. There was silence between heaven and earth. Xiao Han won. Did he win? Our plane, how is it now? Now, every human in the Yaoxia domain raised their eyes and looked at the sky. However, the aurora was so bright that they could not open their eyes. They all put their hands over their eyes and tried their best to look at the sky. Slowly, the aurora dissipated. It was no longer dazzling. Everyone's vision changed from blurry to clear. They could finally see it clearly. At this moment, in the sky, there stood a proud, solitary figure of a young man. He had his hands behind his back. Around him, there were countless pieces of demon corpses floating. These pieces of corpses fell into the funnel-shaped vortex emitted from his left arm, and were refined. Silence. There was silence between heaven and earth. Billions of people focused their eyes on the young man in the sky. After a few hundred breaths, the young man in the sky smiled slightly. We won. Xiao Han. We won. Billions of people finally burst into tears, and all of them knelt down. Xiao Han. Just now, Xiao Han's natal talisman turned into a punch, with a force of 20 trillion cauldrons, and smashed the attacks of all the demon emperors. With one punch, hundreds of demon emperors were blown into pieces. It was a complete victory. Chapter 550. It was an unprecedented battle. A peerless battle. It was finally over. It ended with the victory of the human clan. A quiet and peaceful atmosphere once again appeared between heaven and earth. The air was filled with the fragrance of plants from the distant mountains. The oppressive atmosphere had completely disappeared. The layers of dead gray in the sky also faded into nothingness. The sky returned to its blue color and was full of vitality. Some of the plants and flowers that were originally withered and dried up tenaciously supported themselves and bloomed with exuberant vitality that represented prosperity. The streets and alleys of the secular world were originally shrouded by the overwhelming demon qi. The atmosphere was so strange and oppressive that even the animals were suffocating. Every household closed their doors. But now, the sounds of chickens crowing and dogs barking resounded in the streets and alleys again. If these sounds were in normal times, they would seem particularly anxious and irritating. But now, they were no less than celestial music. The plane returned to normal. Peace. At this moment, the billions of humans in the Yaoxia region all looked up at the sky. They had gone through a lot from despair to the present rebirth. The ups and downs in their hearts were simply indescribable. They felt like they had survived a disaster, like survivors after a disaster. All of them quietly shed tears. Some of the young chivalrous spirits even burst into tears. Soon, they fixed their eyes on the young man who was floating in the void like a lone crane. It was this young man who, in a desperate situation, turned the tide with his own strength and destroyed the entire demon clan army. In a few moves, he killed thousands of powerful demon emperors. It could be said that he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Like a hot knife through butter. As if he had entered an uninhabited land. This was the means of an immortal. Xiao Han. Now, Xiao Han had become the leader and protector in the hearts of these demons. God. Faith. Xiao Han did not immediately land. He was still standing in the void. His eyes were slightly dazed. He seemed to be thinking about something. Xiao Han did not move, and none of the billions of humans below dared to move. Xiao Han did not speak, and none of the billions of humans below dared to speak. At this moment, the funnel-shaped demon qi vortex released by the demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm was getting bigger and bigger. The sky was filled with demonic blood, the remnant soul of the demon emperor, and the fragments of the demon emperor's body. All rivers flowed into the sea as they were devoured and refined by the funnel-shaped vortex of demonic qi. Xiao Han's entire left arm glowed brilliantly, emitting an ancient demonic glow that was extremely evil and powerful. It looked like Xiao Han's left biscuit emperor's palm. It actually wanted to devour and absorb all the fragments of the corpses of the monster race army. Only then was he willing to let it go. Countless demonic emperor crystal shards, demonic emperor mystic arts, and demonic emperor mystic arts poured into Zhuo Bing emperor's palm tattoo like a tidal wave. King 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 king, pieces of shattered demon emperor crystals reassembled themselves on Xiao Han's left biscuit emperor's palm and embedded themselves into the grooves on left biscuit emperor's palm tattoo. One after another, the demonic Thearcha's ultimate killing techniques fused onto Xiao Han's left biscuit Tharch tattoo. Ancient demon clan runes flashed continuously in Xiao Han's mind, moon-swallowing thousand demons technique. The demon the arch immolates. Sky demon remnant body technique. Myriad demon immortal trapping formation. Demon the arch sun shooting art. Hum, these forbidden secret runes attacked Xiao Han's soul, trying to forcefully fuse into Xiao Han's soul, allowing Xiao Han to master these demonic the arch mystic arts. However, there were too many mystic arts flocking into his soul, causing Xiao Han's brain to almost explode. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul and mental strength were too strong, Xiao Han would definitely have either gone crazy or died from his brain exploding. Moreover, on Zhuo Bing Emperor's palm, the demonic veins were awakening crazily like mushrooms after the rain, and the capacity of each demonic vein was increasing exponentially. Absorbing the essence of the entire monster race army, thousands of demonic Thearchs, millions of mutated demonic emperors, ultimate mutated demonic emperors, and countless ordinary demonic emperors, it was too much, it needed a period of time to digest. Therefore, Xiao Han made a prompt decision, focused his eyes and looked down. At this moment, Xiao Han. 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 The billions of humans below started barking and roaring at the top of their lungs. Even those ancient magnates and elders completely lost their composure, wept in pain, and kowtowed like pounding garlic. Everyone, Xiao Han smiled faintly. As soon as he spoke, the billions of humans below all quietened down. This was authority. As soon as he spoke, the billions of humans were silent. Xiao Han completely had the authority of a peerless leader. No one dared to disobey his orders. Now, the disaster has been averted. Elders, please lead the demonic hero army to the demon metropolis, and kill all the remaining demon race in our plane. Then, our plane will be unified by the human race, and there will be no more demon emperors. I have already sensed it with my mental strength. In the demon metropolis, there are only some ordinary demon emperors. There are very few of them, and most of them are demon generals. We can handle it. Yes. Yes. The 12 elders stood up together and stood with their hands on the ground. Xiao Han nodded slightly. In this war, although we have expelled and eliminated the demon race and saved the plane. However, the plane is also in a state of desolation and has suffered a lot of damage. Now, true Qi realm cultivators, please go everywhere, comfort the people, and encourage everyone to rebuild their homes. Many damaged areas should also be rebuilt as soon as possible. Xiao Han paused for a moment, looked at the 12 elders, and said with a smile. Elders, I have a few spatial coordinates here. They were told to me by some demon heroes from other planes while I was adventuring in the Genius Zone. How about this? Immediately enter their plane according to the coordinates of this space and ask for some material assistance from them. In return, after 10 years, I will give them a place to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. This time, I have refined a lot of places in my body. Even if there are immortals who want to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure with me, there should be extra places. We can share some with the demon heroes from other planes. Yes. Leader Xiao Han, you are really far-sighted. The 12 elders all nodded. I am not a leader. Xiao Han said seriously. However, before I go into seclusion, there are some things that I need to remind everyone. Seclusion? Xiao Han just came out of seclusion. Now he wants to go into seclusion again? This Xiao Han's true Qi realm is going to break through again. Is Xiao Han going to go into seclusion to break through to the 8th stage of true Qi, the talisman formation realm? As soon as they heard that Xiao Han was going to go into seclusion again, the 10 billion people below all whispered to each other in disgust. Sect Master. Xiao Han looked at Wu Yu again. Wu Yu immediately understood what he meant and immediately said with a smile. Xiao Han, don't worry. I have antidotes for all sorts of poisons. Master Yen Lang will refine them as soon as possible. You can go into seclusion with peace of mind. That's good. Xiao Han relaxed and smiled. Then, he floated into the Demon Hero Pagoda and found a spirit house. As if there was no one around, he went into seclusion without any distractions. Outside, if I am not wrong, Xiao Han's seclusion this time should be to cultivate the art of refining the demon race. Wu Yu nodded slightly and smiled. There is a secret treasure of the demon race on Xiao Han that can devour and absorb the essence of the demon race. Just now, the demon race army was destroyed. The essence of all the demon emperors and demon emperors was devoured by Xiao Han. Xiao Han must need time to digest it. Yes, when junior brother Xiao Han first started his cultivation, his trump card was the demon power and various demon arts. Dongfang Qin suddenly realized. This. Fang Ling was extremely shocked as he screamed out. Such a huge demon race army, led by thousands of demon emperors, is enough to trample any ordinary plane in the mortal world. Now, Xiao Han is going to absorb all the essence of this demon race army. Then, to what extent will his demon power soar? With that said, the 10 billion people were so scared that they did not dare to breathe. I can't make a hasty evaluation yet. However, if Xiao Han absorbs and refines all the soul essences of this demon army and nourishes his left arm, then Xiao Han's demon technique's combat power will not lose to his life talismans. In this way, Xiao Han will have the ultimate killing skills of both the human race and the demon race. He will definitely become a peerless figure. Not only will such a person not be found in the mortal world, but it is also impossible for the immortal world to have a dual cultivator of the human race and the demon race. Wu Yu looked at the Yaoxia Pagoda and smiled. In short, no matter what Xiao Han cultivates, as long as his battle power increases, our plane will become safer and more prosperous. It is always a good thing for our plane. Everyone, disperse. Don't disturb Xiao Han. Now, everyone gradually understood that Xiao Han's seclusion this time was to cultivate the demon race's secret arts. Everyone was extremely shocked and curious at the same time. They did not know what would happen after Xiao Han came out of seclusion. However, it was very strange. Although they knew that Xiao Han cultivated the demon arts, none of the humans felt repulsed. They all felt that no matter what Xiao Han cultivated, it was reasonable. All of them should trust him completely. Soon, the human clan gathered in the Yaoxia region dispersed to do their own things and do their best to restore the plane. Xiao xiao xiao, in the sky. Wu Yu led Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and other people of the Pure Rain sect back to the Pure Rain mountain range. Sect Master, I don't know how strong Junior Han's battle power will be once he comes out of seclusion after merging with the essence of the demon army. Since ancient times, there has never been a person who can be compared with Junior Han. To be able to master the essence of the two races, this is actually 1,000 years of strange things, Dongfang Qin said. Wu Yu looked in the direction of the distant Pure Rain mountain range. Let Xiao Han cultivate freely. Whether it's the demon arts or the true Qi divine technique, as long as it can improve his battle power, there is no harm. 10 years later, there will be many immortals participating in the second layer of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. If Xiao Han does not improve his battle power crazily during this period of time, I'm afraid he will suffer a great loss when he fights with the immortals. Yes, with Junior Han's current battle power, he is completely invincible in the mortal world. No Tower Master is Junior Han's opponent. But once an immortal descends, I'm afraid Junior Han will be in trouble. Seriously speaking, with Junior Han's current battle power, I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with even the most ordinary immortal. Moreover, in a few years, the immortals that descend to the various planes will definitely not be mediocre. They must be extremely talented and powerful immortals. Xiao Han must improve his battle power by any means necessary. I don't want to see Xiao Han being trampled by the immortals. Chapter 551. Demon Hero Region. Demon Hero Pagoda. In a mental secret chamber, Xiao Han went into seclusion again and began to cultivate. He sat cross-legged. Xiao Han's seclusion this time was different from the previous seclusion. Seriously speaking, it was completely different. Previously, Xiao Han cultivated true qi. The true acupoints all over his body lit up and burst forth with a holy light that shone through the ages. His body was surrounded by layers of colorful lights and auspicious clouds. The overflowing true qi made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Bathed in this light, one could feel warmth, justice, peace, and greatness. But at this moment, Xiao Han's body was full of demonic aura. The evil demonic aura constantly swept and rolled, bursting forth with the howls of evil ghosts and souls, bursting forth with the heart-wrenching sound of tens of thousands of demons crying and wailing. In the secret chamber, the evil demonic illusion of the demon realm kept appearing. All kinds of demon realm plants kept growing. If an ordinary person was in such an environment filled with demonic aura, their mind would definitely collapse, their soul would be contaminated and corroded, and they would either go crazy or die. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was enjoying himself. The demon the arch left arm palm greedily devoured the demonic aura energy. The entire demon race army of thousands of demon thearchs, countless demon emperors, their corpses, and soul essences were all absorbed by my demon the arch left arm palm. Now, I'm refining these resources bit by bit to nourish and strengthen my demon the arch left arm palm. Originally, my left arm demon monarch's palm couldn't refine such a huge amount of resources due to its quality. It would take a long time for my left arm demon monarch's palm to refine a slightly powerful demon monarch's corpse. But now, the left arm demon monarch's palm seems to have been modified by the demon god's will. Xiao Han also had many doubts. He slowly raised his left arm. At this moment, the tattoo on the left arm of the demon monarch seemed to have formed an evil and self-contained demon clan's plane. It was filled with the corpses, consciousness, and soul fragments of the powerful and evil demon clan. If any of these fragments were to reach the human realm, it would cause an apocalypse with unimaginable consequences. Right now, the tattoo on the left arm of the demon monarch was frantically refining the resources and energy, causing the quality of the left arm of the demon monarch to rise and evolve continuously. The speed at which the demonic monarch left arm refines the corpses and souls of the demonic race is more than 10,000 times faster than before. Furthermore, the capacity of this left monarch beast's palm has increased by more than 10,000 times. For example, this left demon emperor's palm used to be like a skinny man who could only eat 3 bowls of rice in one meal. But now, it has become a huge monster, a giant, a monster that can eat hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of tons of food in one meal. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have been able to refine such a huge amount of demon race energy. Once it surged into the demonic the arch left arm palm, it would definitely explode. Moreover, the most abnormal thing is that when the demonic the arch left arm palm absorbs and refines the demonic clan's energy, there are no restrictions, and there are no bottlenecks. When it breaks through, it seems to have no upper limit. Before this, Xiao Han's demonic the arch left arm palm seemed to be affected by genes. Therefore, it had to constantly mutate and improve its quality in order to absorb the demon race's energy and awaken the demonic meridians. Sometimes, when awakening the demonic meridians, there would be restrictions. It had to find an opportunity to break through the shackles and open the demonic meridians. At this moment, the demonic the arch left arm palm no longer had any shackles. It was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how huge the demon race's energy was, it could be absorbed together. It would absorb everything. Without a doubt, Xiao Han's demonic arch left arm palm had been transformed. It had undergone a complete transformation. It had been turned upside down. It was reborn. Now, it was as if the interior of the demonic arch palm had formed a small world with stable order. It was extremely sturdy, and there was even a thick dark red space crystal wall. Moreover, it seemed to be able to communicate with the demon realm beyond the 9 heavens. In the interior of the demonic arch palm, countless demonic meridians shuttled back and forth like destructive demonic dragons. There were also many fallen angels with blood-red wings singing, sprinkling down the glory and light of the demon god. The singing and faith of the ancient demon race lingered. The densely packed demon race's energy fragments dissipated like snowflakes under the terrifying demonic aura of the demonic arch palm. They merged into each demonic meridian and became nourishment, causing the demonic meridians to continuously awaken. Tens of thousands of demonic meridians awakened at the same time, and the capacity of each demonic meridian was expanding. At the same time, the demon emperor crystals that had been shattered into powder were perfectly repaired. They were like the most beautiful gems in the world, and they were embedded into the grooves of the demonic arch palm. The essence of the demonic mystic arts flowed into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness like a gentle mountain spring, imprinting on Xiao Han's mental energy star so that Xiao Han could master these mystic arts. Even the demonic arch mystic arts inheritance lingered in Xiao Han's soul. Moreover, before this, whenever Xiao Han's demonic arch palm was exhausted, he had to kill demons to absorb their energy or absorb the heavenly desolate demon fruit to replenish the lost demonic force. But now, the demonic arch palm had formed a world of its own, and demonic aura circulated in it. Even if the demonic force was exhausted, it could replenish itself. Oh my God! Now, the demonic arch palm has exceeded the scope of a demonic arch. It has evolved into an evil creature that is superior to any demonic arch. Xiao Han saw that his entire left arm was shining brightly, emitting streams of high-level demonic chi natal energy. The origin energy was definitely more powerful than any of the powerful demonic thearchs from the alternate dimensions that Xiao Han had killed earlier. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds on Xiao Han's left arm rose again, and a change occurred. On his left arm, densely packed reverse scales grew out. These reverse scales were extremely ancient, sharp, and engraved with exquisite and demonic mysterious patterns. Billowing thoughts were transmitted from them. They shone with a demonic luster. The sharpness of each reverse scale could cut through the sky and tear apart all living things. It was much more terrifying than an immortal artifact flying sword. Soon, Xiao Han's left arm was covered with reverse scales. They were densely packed. It was a ghastly sight. Now, not to mention the use of demonic secret techniques, Xiao Han's claws alone could tear everything apart with the sharp reverse scale. For example, although the demonic thearchs that he had killed earlier had strong and impregnable bodies, they would be as fragile as paper under the cutting of the reverse scales. At this moment, Xiao Han finally looked at his heart when he sensed the drastic changes in the demonic arch palm on his left arm. It's a demon god. A wisp of the demon god's consciousness has modified the demonic arch palm on his left arm. It has made the demonic arch palm on his left arm surpass the demonic arch level. That's right. The demon god was the overlord of the universe. Killing immortals was as easy as drinking water and eating. It was easy for it to modify a demonic arch palm. It only needed a wisp of its consciousness to complete it. Damn it, the demon god is causing trouble. Xiao Han cursed. Then, he gathered his mind power and released a mind wave, which permeated and swept across his left arm. Xiao Han was worried that the demon god would use the opportunity of modifying the demonic arch palm on his left arm to control his limbs with its supreme will. Fortunately, Xiao Han finally discovered that the wisp of the demon god's consciousness only nourished and evolved the demonic arch palm on his left arm. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Xiao Han was much more at ease now. Forget it. I can't resist the demon god's will. It wants to modify my demonic arch palm on my left arm, so I'll let it do as it pleases. All in all, it's good to be able to increase my combat strength. After all, immortals will descend in a few years to look for me. Immortals are arrogant. They won't be polite to me, right? Therefore, with this evolved demonic the arch-arm, I have more means to protect myself. Xiao Han threw all his worries to the back of his mind and focused on observing the changes in the demonic the arch-palm. During his previous trip to the demon metropolis, Xiao Han had killed many demon emperors, including many mutated demon emperors and ultimate mutated demon emperors. As a result, the demonic the arch-palm on his left arm had mutated a few times and benefited a lot. When he left the demon metropolis, the demonic the arch-palm on his left arm had awakened 600,000 demonic meridians. The capacity of each demonic meridian was 150 times that of ordinary demon emperors. It had 9 billion cauldrons of pure demonic power. At that time, the 9 billion cauldrons of power was enough for Xiao Han to defeat ordinary powerhouses in the demonic hero pagoda. He could even rely on demonic techniques to fight against the powerhouses of the ancient era. However, after reaching the genius zone, even if the demonic the arch-palm was not suppressed, the mere 9 billion cauldrons of power would not be of much use. For example, Xiao Han's demonic power and demonic technique would not be able to fight against the likes of Li Xiaotian, who had trillions of cauldrons of power. After improving his flesh shell, mental strength, saber intent, and true qi realm, Xiao Han originally thought that his demonic the arch-palm had become useless and would no longer be able to help him kill his enemies. However, the situation had been reversed. Awakened. 700,000 demonic meridians. 800,000 demonic meridians. 900,000 demonic meridians. The capacity of the demonic meridians increased by 200 times. Increased by 300 times. Increased by 400 times. Demonic chi was like smoke. The demonic power was soaring. The quality of the demonic the arch-palm on his left arm was getting stronger and stronger. Poof. 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 Many reverse scales grew crazily, and demonic symbols flashed. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that there were tentacles growing on the demonic the arch-palm. The tentacles were extremely strange and terrifying. They were crimson and soft, like the tentacles of an octopus. These tentacles trembled slightly and burst out with an incomparably evil sneer, as if they were alive. However, Xiao Han realized that the tentacles were not living creatures. Instead, they had a close connection with his mental waves. It was as if the evil tentacles were born from his mental waves. Xiao Han closed his eyes slightly. With a thought, the tentacles began to extend and swim in all directions. With another thought, the tentacles began to shrink and retract under the skin of the demonic the arch-palm. They were like the tentacles of a snail. He could use his mental power to control the tentacles at will. Not only did the tentacles possess strong power, but they were also extremely tough and dense. They even contained a terrifying power that could devour everything like a black hole. It seems very interesting. After understanding that the tentacles were just an extension of his mental power and the demonic the arch-palm on his left arm, Xiao Han became playful. Poof 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 poof, the dense tentacles shot out from Xiao Han's left arm demonic the arch-palm. These tentacles easily penetrated the walls of the Yaoxia pagoda and penetrated into many secret rooms. Through these tentacles, Xiao Han could very clearly see the female demon hero, Elaine, who was in charge of this floor of the spirit house, was in an elegant and clean bathroom. Her smooth skin, her curvaceous body, her protruding peaks, her sunken and serene areas, including the luxuriant grass, were all exposed to the tentacle's scanning range. The other tentacles also saw some demon heroes who were drinking in the lounge. He saw some male and female monsters having sex with each other. They were enjoying themselves. They saw some demon heroes who were praying and worshipping Xiao Han. Poof. 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 The dense and thick tentacles shot out of the demon hero pagoda. They swayed in the wind. The demon hero pagoda, which had stood for 10,000 years, was now like a monster full of tentacles. It was incredible. Ah! What's that? Some of the demon heroes who were standing in the square outside the demon hero pagoda were scared out of their wits when they saw the countless tentacles that shot out. However, in the next moment, Xiao Han had already retracted his tentacles. Don't panic. It must be Xiao Han. He's cultivating a supreme demonic technique. Everyone, do your own things and don't disturb Xiao Han's cultivation. The demon heroes finally calmed down and bowed deeply to the area where Xiao Han was cultivating in seclusion. Only then did they quietly disperse, not daring to make a fuss. To be continued. Chapter 552. It's not a problem for every tentacle to kill a demonic emperor. Even if I can't strangle him to death, I can at least entangle him and trap him, giving me a chance to attack. Xiao Han played around for a while before retracting all of his tentacles. Moreover, he was discovering more and more of the wonders of these tentacles. Each of the tentacles has a powerful devouring and absorbing power, as well as demonic qi that can pollute true qi. In this way, even if I don't die immediately after being entangled by the tentacles, I will be devoured by the tentacles bit by bit. Amazing, truly amazing. Xiao Han continued his seclusion in the Yaoxia Pagoda's secret mental chamber. 10 days and 10 nights of seclusion. No distractions. In these 10 days of seclusion, Xiao Han had already gained a thorough understanding of the mutated and evolved demon monarch left arm palm. Reverse scale, antennae. It was an evil creature born from the left arm of the demon arch. As a result, the demonic monarch palm's offensive and destructive power increased explosively. However, the most obvious change was within the demon emperor's palm. The space crystal wall inside the demon emperor's palm grew thicker and thicker, becoming impregnable. It formed a world of its own. High-level demonic qi circulated endlessly, and all kinds of demon world phenomena were born and destroyed. The demon vein was like an evil dragon. Fallen blood angels of the demon realm were born and destroyed one after another. They were constantly splashing the glory of the demon god and strengthening the demon god's blessings. His demon meridians continued to awaken. The capacity of the demonic meridians continued to expand. Demon veins awakened. 5 million demon veins. 6 million demon veins. 7 million demon veins. The demon veins' capacity has expanded by 1,000-fold. Magnified by 1,500 times. It was 1,700 times larger. The demon monarch's palm was going to absorb and refine all the energy essence of the demon race army, awaken as many demon veins as possible, and expand the demon veins' energy. In the end, hideous and terrifying bone spikes protruded from the left arm of the demon emperor. These bone spikes were stained with ancient demon blood. It was a very pure demon bloodline that was many times more noble than the demon bloodline in the mortal world. Deep within that bloodline was the most primal and thick demonic energy that came from the beginning of the eternal universe. There were even some demonic runes flashing on the bone spurs. I can feel a terrifying demonic power flowing through my left arm like a surging river. Xiao Han could not help but raise his left arm. Puff. 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 Under the control of Xiao Han's mind, the scales, spikes, and antennae on his left arm retracted and retracted into the demonic god's palm. This made Xiao Han's left arm look no different from a human's. His skin was translucent like jade and full of vitality. On his left shoulder, there was a beautiful and realistic demonic god's palm tattoo. Xiao Han slowly spread open the 5 fingers on his left hand. Demonic qi swirled around his 5 fingers. Indistinctly, one could hear the roars and anger of the ancient demon race, as well as the hymn to the demon god. With a slight movement of his palm, a demonic ocean, a demonic palace, a demonic plain, furthermore, with the restoration of countless demon emperor crystals, as well as the refinement of over 1,000 demon monarch inheritances, Xiao Han had grasped thousands, or even tens of thousands of demonic arts and secret arts. Because the demonic god's palm on his left arm had evolved, Xiao Han could use any demonic art or forbidden art as he pleased. My combat strength has reached the peak. Xiao Han casually waved his hand. A thick demonic chi rushed out like a beacon of smoke. Within a breath, it turned into a centipede, spider, poisonous bee, demonic mosquito, demonic insect, psychedelic butterfly. Although these demonic creatures were formed by demonic chi, they were vivid and lifelike. They flew around in this secret mental room, corroding the air and devouring the space. This is merely an ordinary demonic technique sealed in a demonic emperor crystal, the ancient 6 poisons of the demon realm. However, when I use it now, it's enough to easily kill dozens of human tower masters. I know tens of thousands of such demonic techniques, as well as many forbidden techniques. I'm already invincible in the human realm. Xiao Han sighed emotionally. All the demonic arts that surged into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness had been integrated by him. I'm about to come out of seclusion. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Just a little bit more. The demonic god's palm on my left arm will absorb all the energy fragments. At that time, I'll come out of seclusion and return to the Pure Cloud sect, the Pure Cloud mountain range. The Pure Cloud sect. At this time, Jing Yanxua, Lan Shirong, and Princess Mo Hen were leading a large group of Medicine King Valley disciples to do odd jobs behind Yan Lang. They packed up bags of herbs and placed freshly made pills into medicine bottles. Sect leader Wu, the cure for this plains plague is in these pills. Yan Lang twisted his beard and smiled. His face was slightly tired, but his eyes were extremely excited. Master Yan Lang's divine skill in refining medicine, I admire you, sect leader Wu said sincerely. I thank Master Yan Lang on behalf of all the people in the world. These days, Master Yan Lang has not slept or rested. He has done his best. It is truly admirable. This merit alone is enough to make up for the mistake of judging the demon hero pagoda. Ha 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 ha, sect leader Wu is too polite. In fact, the reason why the calamity of the world could be successfully resolved was because of my master Xiao Han. He killed the demon emperor that spread the plague, causing the plague to weaken by a lot, giving me time to refine the antidote. At this time, Jing Yanxua said in a low voice. Sect Master Wu, did my man really single-handedly kill countless great demons from other planes? Yes, sect leader Wu said seriously. If not for Xiao Han, this plane would have been destroyed long ago, and all the human race would have perished. Xiao Han saved this plane with his own strength. Hearing sect leader Wu personally confirm it, the 3 girls were overjoyed. They were overjoyed and their eyes were filled with happiness. When will he come back? After surviving the disaster, the 3 girls missed Xiao Han very much. They could not wait to see Xiao Han immediately, throw themselves into his arms, and act like a spoiled child. Xiao Han is in seclusion, comprehending demonic techniques. I do not know when he will come out. Sect leader Wu suddenly smiled. However, all of you don't have to worry. After your man emerges from his closed-door cultivation, he'll become a peerless hero that's completely invincible in the mortal world. Unless he is an immortal, no one can defeat him. Ah. It's a pity that I can't witness junior brother Xiao Han's peerless style of killing hundreds of powerful demon emperors with one punch. What a pity. Xiao Mingchu stood at the edge of the cliff, sighing and beating his chest. Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin laughed at the side. Eldest senior brother, look, the great rivers and mountains of our plain have once again recovered their vitality. Everywhere is vast and beautiful, and the common people live in peace and contentment. They sing and dance to celebrate peace, and it's a flourishing age. Fang Ling looked into the distance and spoke emotionally. All of this is thanks to junior brother Xiao Han. Dongfang Qin also sighed. Suddenly, Fang Ling changed the topic. However, although it looks like a painting, there are hidden dangers. Junior brother Fang Ling, you mean after a few years, immortals will come to our plane? Xiao Mingchu immediately frowned. Yes, during the adventure in the Genius Zone, junior brother Xiao Han has become the target of public criticism. Everyone knows that he has a purple immortal key, including the immortals. After a few years, there will be many powerful immortals who will come to our plane to look for Xiao Han. We can't understand the thoughts of these immortals. We don't know how they will treat us mortals. Once the immortals have a dispute with us, it will be 10 times or even 100 times more dangerous than those monster clan emperors. I hope that Xiao Han can make great progress in his seclusion this time. Devil Hero Region. Devil Hero Pagoda. Xiao Han's spiritual secret room. Boom. 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 Finally, the left arm of the demon monarch refined all the energy essence of the entire demon clan army. Not a single drop was left. Perfect. Xiao Han stood up directly. His body was tall, invincible, majestic, and imposing. I've awakened 80 million demonic veins, and the capacity of each demonic vein has expanded to 5,600 times that of an ordinary demonic emperor. This means that when I strike out with my left arm, I'll be able to unleash 40 trillion cauldrons of pure strength. Not bad, my combat strength has skyrocketed, and I've improved tremendously. At least the time I spent in seclusion to crazily refine the demonic race's energy was not wasted. After Xiao Han broke through 70 true acupoints and cleansed the true talismans 10 times, the true qi on a natal talisman was only about 20 trillion cauldrons. However, a wave of the demon monarch's palm now had 40 trillion cauldrons of mighty power. The power of the demon monarch's palm was twice as powerful as the natal talisman. Moreover, the demon monarch's palm was also modified by the will of the demon god, causing it to evolve and mutate. Dense reverse scales, bone spikes, and tentacles grew out. Every reverse scale, every bone spur, and every tentacle had a quality that was not inferior to an ordinary offensive immortal artifact. Xiao Han also mastered more than tens of thousands of demon techniques. Among them were some forbidden techniques that were powerful enough to destroy the world. At this moment, Xiao Han casually stood there, and his body was surrounded by demon wind, and his demon light shone brightly, illuminating the world. Every single one of his pores and cells exuded an aura and pressure similar to that of an ancient, terrifying giant. Unknowingly, Xiao Han's temperament became lawless, as if he was above the ages, suppressing the heavens. He had a domineering aura, as if he was the sole ruler of the heavens. Poof poof poof, the densely packed tentacles seemed to be extremely happy, swimming and growing on his left arm. The bone spikes were blood red, and the reverse scale was sharp. Xiao Han's entire left arm was ferocious and terrifying. You can emerge now. Xiao Han smiled in satisfaction. His left arm returned to normal. All of his true qi was boosted by the wondrous cultivation method of the spirit turtle's true qi, covering his left arm. It did not leak out at all. Xiao Han directly came out of seclusion with his hands behind his back. Xiao Han walked out of the mind's secret room. He teleported out of the Demon Hero Pagoda. In the square outside the Demon Hero Pagoda. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve. Countless demon heroes knelt down on one knee to Xiao Han. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve, you've come out of seclusion. A few elders also flew out of the Demon Hero Pagoda and knelt in front of Xiao Han respectfully. There's no need for that, Xiao Han said with a faint smile. I have no intention of being the master of this plane. I just don't want to be tied down by the mortal world. With my temperament, I'm not suited to make this collar and sleeve. You can choose one of the 12 elders to be the leader of the chalk sleeves. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve. You don't want to be chalk sleeve. You. The elders and the demon heroes all panicked. Don't worry. If the plane encounters any danger, Xiao Han, will do my best to save it no matter where I am. I'll leave now. You guys can rebuild the plane properly. Xiao Han's figure had already drifted far away after he finished speaking. He was nowhere to be found. Xiao Han's words came in the wind. In a few years, the immortals will come to our plane. I will also return to the sect in advance to make preparations. To be continued. Chapter 553. After Xiao Han finished the mutation of the Demon Emperor's left arm, he returned to the pure mountain range without stopping. He didn't stay in the Wuxia region for long. After experiencing such a huge change, Xiao Han's heart was a little touched. Now, he was eager to return home. He wanted to reunite with his wives and tell them about their parting, so that they could have a good time together. Whoosh! A gorgeous demonic light flashed across the sky, leaving a beautiful arc in the air. In less than a breath, Xiao Han accurately used illusory movement and flashed from the Wuxia region to the pure mountain range, his true inheritance mountain peak. With Xiao Han's demon power, the effect of using illusory movement was almost the same as teleportation. If Xiao Han used his full strength, he could flash from the extreme west to the extreme east in less than a breath. On the true inheritance mountain peak of Xiao Han, the medicine field was crisscrossed with a strange fragrance, colorful butterflies fluttered, and bees danced. Many beautiful maidservants were working in the medicine field with tools such as medicine hoes in their hands. Sometimes, they would stop and chat with laughter. Sometimes, they would talk about some intimate things. Among them, several of Princess Mo Hen's personal maids were gathered together, whispering and chatting with a smile. Mo Zhu, do you think the son-in-law will visit us in the future? After all, we have been with the princess since we were young. Our royal family also has a rule. When the princess gets married, we, as maidservants, will also marry. We hope that the son-in-law will visit us one day. I will also marry him. I hope that young master will one day come to visit us. Even if it's just once, my life will not be in vain. TSK. What status do we have? How can we expect the son-in-law to visit us? The son-in-law is now the leader of this plane, and he will become an immortal in the future. Alas! How can we be worthy of the son-in-law? Ha ha ha, you girls, do you want to seduce the son-in-law? Outside the huts on the other side of the medicine field, Jing Yanxua, Lan Shirong, and Princess Mo Hen were holding medical books and reading. At this moment, the space in front of them fluctuated, and Xiao Han was already standing in front of them with a smile. Ah! The three women were so shocked that they dropped the medical books in their hands onto the ground. Then, their beautiful eyes widened as they stared straight at Xiao Han. There were thousands of words in their hearts, but they couldn't say a single word. 3 wives, I'm back. He, Xiao Han smiled and then opened his arms. Come, give me one each. For a moment, the 3 women forgot themselves. Their passionate tears silently rolled down their cheeks. However, they didn't care about it and directly threw themselves into Xiao Han's embrace. It was as if they couldn't wait for Xiao Han to melt them. They didn't hesitate at all. The Great Hall of Ascension. There's a faint demonic aura descending upon our sect. Xiao Han has returned. Wu Yu exclaimed. Xiao Han's true inheritance mountain peak. At this moment, Wu Hao, Xiao Mingchu, Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, Yan Lang, as well as Ah Cho and the rest who had just returned from their training outside, a dense group of true disciples surrounded Xiao Han like stars surrounding the moon. Cheers and laughter. Everyone talked to their heart's content. Brother. This is a lady that I got to know during my training. She has already become my wife. He. Ah Cho was extremely bashful as he introduced a beautiful and delicate female of the true Qi realm to Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Senior Ah Cho, you have a good eye. Xiao Han patted Ah Cho's shoulder with great force. A strong friendship spread in all directions. However, you have to work harder. Look at me, I have 3 wives, and you only have 1. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Dongfang Qin scuttled over from the side and pulled Xiao Han's sleeve. He smiled wretchedly and said in a low voice. Junior brother, it's not just 3, it's 4, huh? Xiao Han was startled. Look. Dongfang Qin pointed. Under a hawthorn tree at the edge of the cliff, there was a lady with smooth skin and her entire body was bathed in a graceful and luxurious true qi. Her beauty was unparalleled. She smiled charmingly at Xiao Han and gently stroked her hair. Who else could it be other than Mo Qingtong? In an instant, various scenes of him and Mo Qingtong in the hex trial flashed in Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han looked at Mo Qingtong and could not help but be a little dazed. Pfft! Mo Qingtong laughed involuntarily and then gracefully walked towards Xiao Han. We, the people of the Jianghu, don't bother about trifles. Mo Qingtong directly held Xiao Han's arm as if she was afraid that Xiao Han would run away. 3 sisters, in the future, I will be the eldest and you will be the youngest. If anyone bullies you, just say my name. Xiao Han, do you have any objections? Huh? Xiao Han was dumbfounded. What? Xiao Han, at that time, you and I. Now you want to go back on your words? Didn't we agree to be each other's angels? We swore to the stars and moon. Mo Qingtong looked at Xiao Han with grievance. The happiness that I, Mo Qingtong, want must be firmly grasped. Xiao Han, don't even think of escaping in this life. In the distance, Heaven's devil old man's eyes were filled with tears. Brother Wu, my most beloved disciple has been given to your Xiao Han. Sigh. In the future, your Pure Rain sect must treat Qingtong well. This child has been lonely and pitiful since childhood. She is a poor person. Heavenly devil old man, why do I feel that it is Qingtong who wants to forcibly occupy my Xiao Han? Wu Yu was speechless. Night. The sky was full of stars. On the true inheritance mountain peak of Xiao Han, piles of bonfires were lit. Many beautiful female disciples danced cheerfully and enthusiastically in front of the bonfires. Delicacies and good wine were endless. The Pure Rain sect was celebrating. Many disciples drank themselves to the point of being dead drunk. Xiao Han, you must have gained a lot from your seclusion this time, right? Wu Yu said with a smile. Xiao Han also smiled. I guess I can't find an opponent in the ordinary world. However, I don't know if I can protect myself when the immortals descend in a few years. Yes, Wu Yu nodded. Xiao Han, there are at least a few years before the immortals descend. What have you done in these few years? Now, almost all the demon clan in our plane has been annihilated, and it has become a paradise for the human clan. This disciple's cultivation would never be able to progress in this plane, or even in the countless ordinary planes of the mortal world. In these few years, I want to have a good tour. Relax my mind. Spend some time with Yanxue and the others. Xiao Han looked at his wives. Yes, now, in these few days, we, the demon heroes, have been going everywhere to kill the remnants of the demon clan, and almost all the demon clan in this plane have been killed. The plane is peaceful. Xiao Han, you should rest well. Wu Yu drank a mouthful of wine, his eyes deep in thought. When I was a child, I saw my uncle's family have their brains sucked dry by the demon clan, and they died tragically in the manner. At that time, I made a vow that in this life, I must do my best to exterminate the demon clan. After so many years, although this vow was not fulfilled by me, but, in any case, it was the disciples of my Pure Rain sect who accomplished this great cause. With that, Wu Yu poured a cup of wine and silently prayed. All the demon hero brothers who sacrificed themselves, Wu Yu offers you a cup. I hope that you will know in the afterlife that the plane is peaceful today. Late at night. Xiao Han, Mo Qingtong, Princess Mo Hen, Jing Yanxue, and Lan Shirong were in the same room. Xiao Han had been holding it in for a long time. At this time, he was very impatient. Unable to control himself, he directly tore Jing Yanxue, Lan Shirong, and Princess Mo Hen's light robes. Mo Qingtong watched from the side, her face red and her breathing rapid. Although she did not bother with trifles, she was still a virgin and had not been inhumane. Xiao Han might as well go all the way. He also pulled Mo Qingtong over and stripped her in 2 or 3 moves. This night, they were entangled to death. The four women did their best to please him. In the following period of time, Xiao Han lived a peaceful and secluded life in the untainted mountain range. Fishing, admiring flowers, playing in the water, taking beauties on an outing, carefree and leisurely, Xiao Han lived a contented life that only admired mandarin ducks and not immortals. Although the creatures of the plain all knew that Xiao Han had already returned to the untainted mountain range, but no one dared to disturb him. However, in the mundane plains, many temples were built to worship Xiao Han. The incense was endless, and it was extremely prosperous. Occasionally, Xiao Han would also sit on a boulder at the highest peak of the untainted mountain range. His gaze would look into the distance, and his spiritual fluctuations would also spread out wantonly. Now, Xiao Han's spiritual fluctuations were unreasonably strong, and it was not a problem for him to cover the entire plain. It's been so many years, Yunrong, where exactly are you? Xiao Han's eyes revealed a strong longing. Yunrong, in order to save me, you did not hesitate to harm yourself and took a highly toxic medicine. According to the calculation of time, the period of time since the poison took effect has long passed. Could it be that Yunrong, you, in the depths of Xiao Han's eye sockets, there was a trace of worry, but more than that, there was doubt. Xiao Han muttered to himself, no. With my current spiritual strength, in the secular world, I am invincible. Even some low-level immortals, in terms of pure spiritual strength, I am afraid that they are no match for me. When spiritual strength is strong to a certain level, there will be a kind of faint sixth sense. Now, I have a premonition. Yunrong, it seems that she did not die from the poison. And, in such a large plain, there is not a trace of Yunrong's aura left. Could it be that Yunrong is no longer in this plain? Xiao Han used his spiritual fluctuations to cover the entire plain and searched carefully, but actually did not find a trace of Xiao Yunrong's aura. After all, Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong had spent a lot of time together. Before the two of them parted, Xiao Yunrong had even secretly kissed Xiao Han. It could be said to be unforgettable. Therefore, Xiao Han was absolutely not unfamiliar with Xiao Yunrong's aura. Even if Xiao Yunrong had passed away, her aura should have lingered for a long time before dissipating completely. But in this plain, Xiao Han did not find any trace of Xiao Yunrong's aura. Moreover, the mysterious sixth sense seemed to be telling Xiao Han that Xiao Yunrong had long since left this plain. Forget it, I am already powerless to find Yunrong in this plain. I hope Yunrong is still alive. In the future, when my cultivation base is strong again, I will definitely go to other plains to find Yunrong. In this life, I must find Yunrong. Chapter 554. 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years had passed since Xiao Han returned to the Purity Mountain Range from the Devil Hero region and lived a happy and contented life. In these 3 years, Xiao Han had enjoyed all the blessings in the world. In addition to bringing his wives on a leisurely tour of the ethereal mountain range, Xiao Han and his wives also disguised themselves and went to various places in the 4 regions and the great wilderness to experience the local customs. Their footprints were all over the plain. In these 3 years, there were no disasters in the plain. The country was prosperous and the people lived in peace. It seemed that the luck of the plain was prosperous. The development of the plain was flourishing, becoming more and more exuberant. It was like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, sizzling and boiling. Moreover, with the help of other high-level plains, Xiao Han's plain was now filled with dazzling buildings. Many important cities had roads paved with gold bricks and horses made of white jade. Flowers were everywhere. In just a short span of 3 years, the plain's development had improved many times compared to before. Moreover, Yan Lang finally broke down and refined the immortal elixir that Xiao Han brought back from the genius zone into countless divine medicines. This was even more amazing. Yan Lang was indeed a genius, a god-level alchemist. He broke down and refined the immortal elixir that was not suitable for mortals into divine medicines that were most suitable for mortals. Although this kind of divine medicine had different attributes, it could be effectively absorbed by mortals, breaking the shackles of life and improving the level of life. So that when mortals cultivated true qi, they would be irresistible and no longer have any bottlenecks. Countless divine medicines were distributed like flowing water. First of all, the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect, according to their seniority, received different amounts of divine medicine. Then, in the hero region, the talented and righteous heroes also received divine medicine. Finally, in the secular sects and empires, some of the selected martial artists also received divine medicine. The 4th year. Wu Fu finally broke through and advanced to the 10th level of true qi. He opened 101 acupoints in his body, opened the heavenly eye, and cultivated into a half-immortal body. In addition, the faint immortal aura in the divine medicine nourished his body, making his half-immortal body extremely strong, flowing with a sage-like aura. Xiao Mingchu opened the heavenly eye, half-immortal body. Dongfang Qin opened the heavenly eye, half-immortal body. Fang Ling opened his heavenly eye, half-immortal body. Yan Lang and Mo Qingtong opened their heavenly eyes and became half-immortals. Ah Cho, True Qi Level 9 True Treasure Realm. Princess Mo Hen, Jing Yanxua, and Lan Shirong had all reached Level 9 True Treasure. Apart from these people, all of the true disciples of the Pure Rain sect had reached Level 10 True Qi. Xiao Chen had opened all 100 true acupoints. However, he had yet to open the 101st true acupoint to open the heavenly eye and condense the half-immortal body. The inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and inner sect disciples of the Pure Rain sect had all entered the true qi realm. Even those disciples who had poor aptitude and could only remain at the fleshly body realm for the rest of their lives, after obtaining 1 or 2 godly medicines, would break through the limits of their genes and step into the ranks of Level 1 or Level 2 Zhenqi realm, soaring to the heavens in one go. Right now, the massive Pure Rain sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples and all of them were at the true qi realm. Not a single one of them was at the physical body realm. The lineup was so strong that it left one dumbfounded. Even the founder of the Pure Cloud sect, Wu Hongyi, had never dreamed that the Pure Cloud sect would be as prosperous as it was today. Back to the Yaoxia region. The changes in the Devil Hero region were even more shocking. Apart from Yan Qi who had already disappeared, the 12 elders and the surviving ancient giants had all opened 101 true acupoints, opened the heavenly eye, and condensed the half-immortal body. Apart from them, all the ancient giants and some devil heroes whose strength was close to the ancient giants had also cultivated to the peak of level 10 true qi, opened the heavenly eye, and condensed the half-immortal body. In just a few years, this plane had given birth to thousands of half-immortals. In other words, this plane had thousands of pagoda masters. A plane with thousands of pagoda masters was already the symbol of a high-level plane. Xiao Han's plane had originally been extremely weak. After countless years, only one pagoda master had been born. When he went outside, he was bullied and oppressed everywhere. But now, there were thousands of pagoda masters, and a large portion of them could completely defeat the previous pagoda masters. As a result, the plane had gone from weak to strong, completing a complete transformation. Moreover, the current Xiao Han's plane was filled with auspicious clouds and auspicious qi, immortal qi, and true qi. The entire plane showed a jade-like luster, with traces of heaven on earth. In this plane, the quality of the fruits and rice grown were extremely high, close to the immortal fruit. Immortal rice nourished mortals, making them stronger and prolonging their lives. Now, this plane would definitely be ranked among the top of the ordinary planes in the entire universe. In addition, this plane had Xiao Han, so it was almost impossible for any other ordinary plane to surpass this plane. Invincible in the plane. *** Mountain Range. *** Sect. Xiao Han's True Inheritance Mountain Peak. At this time, in Xiao Han's True Inheritance Mountain Peak, a large group of people gathered outside Xiao Han's living room. Xiao Han paced back and forth outside the house, anxious and battered. Wu Yu, Heavenly Devil Old Man, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, Shengguan Wudi, and the others were also accompanying Xiao Han. Xiao Han, don't worry, Qingtong will definitely give birth smoothly. Wu Yu kept saying. Calm down, calm down. At this moment, Mo Qingtong's loud cry sounded in the house. Xiao Han. I don't want to give birth. It hurts. Ah. Xiao Han stomped his feet heavily. Qingtong, you must hold on. It turned out that today was the day of Mo Qingtong's labor. In the past few years, Xiao Han and his wives had always been more careful, taking various measures to prevent his wives from becoming pregnant with his own flesh and blood. After all, there were only a few years before the opening of the second stage of Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. At that time, Xiao Han would enter and compete with many immortals. Besides, there had always been a hidden danger in Xiao Han's heart. As long as the demon god's soul was not eliminated, Xiao Han would not be able to live in peace. How could he dare to be a burden? However, even so, Mo Qingtong was still pregnant. Master, please be at ease, this old servant personally refined the abortion medicine for mistress, nothing can go wrong. Yan Lang also said nervously. Moreover, this old servant has taken mistress' pulse, it's a young master, ah. In the house, Mo Qingtong suddenly let out a long cry. Then, wah wah wah, a child's loud cry rang out. Suddenly, outside the house, it was quiet. Xiao Han, Wu Li, the Heavenly Devil Old Man, Xiao Mingchu, and all the other true disciples of the Cloud sect were all silent. Xiao. 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 Then, rays of holy light shot up from the house, filling the sky with auspicious clouds, immortal cranes, immortal apes, and all kinds of strange phenomena. It was a spectacular sight. A strange phenomenon from the heavens. This child's talent is extraordinary. Wu Li said excitedly, trembling. Boy or girl? Xiao Han roared. Congratulations, young hero Xiao Han, Lady Qingtong has given birth to a young master for you, an old woman's excited voice rang out in the house. Jing Yanxue, Princess Mo Hen, and Lan Shirong rushed out of the house, their faces full of excitement and tears. Ha 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 ha. I'm also a father. Xiao Han couldn't help but cry. That night, Xiao Han was holding a cute baby boy with crystal clear skin, a faint holy light lingering in his pores, and big black eyes that kept rolling. Junior brother Xiao Han, your son is 80% like you, and 20% like Qingtong. Xiao Mingchu said anxiously. Come, junior brother, give me a hug. Eldest senior brother, it's not your turn yet, right? Dongfang Qin took the baby boy from Xiao Han's arms and teased him with a smile on his face. Xiao Han, this child has inherited your invincible talent and genes, he will definitely become a great person in the future. Give him a name. Wu Li looked at the baby boy in Dongfang Qin's arms with a loving expression. Xiao Han thought for a moment, then said. Although the plain seems to be peaceful, there are undercurrents surging. Based on the time, the immortals will descend to our plane soon. I only hope that my son can live a peaceful and happy life. Let's call him Xiaoan, Xiaoan. Wu Li nodded, good name. As a father for the first time, Xiao Han also began a busy and happy life, raising Xiaoan with his 4 wives. Moreover, Xiaoan became the darling of the Pure Cloud sect when he was born. Hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Pure Cloud sect all regarded Xiaoan as their treasure. Yan Lang even specially refined some top-grade sacred medicine and medicinal baths for Xiaoan to take and bathe in every day. Xiaoan grew up in such an environment and inherited Xiao Han's excellent genes. He would definitely become a great person in the future. In the future, he would definitely be a legend. One night, Xiao Han lay on the spacious soft couch, holding Xiaoan in his arms, playing with him. Princess Mo Hen was massaging Xiao Han's feet, Jing Yanxue was gently massaging Xiao Han's shoulders, and Lan Shirong was snuggling up to Xiao Han's body. At this time, Xiao Han handed Xiaoan to Mo Qingtong to breastfeed. Mo Qingtong carried Xiaohan over and suddenly said softly, Xiaohan, why are you always depressed recently? Did we make you unhappy? Xiaohan looked at Mo Qingtong. At this time, Mo Qingtong had a faint red mark between her eyebrows. Although she had given birth, her charm was even better than before. She had the charm of a young woman, and her tower master level cultivation made her a goddess in the eyes of any man. Xiaohan's heart surged with a tender affection, and he shook his head slightly. It's not because of you, but the day of the immortal's arrival is getting closer and closer. Since I have Xiaohan, I naturally have more and more concerns. Xiaohan, are you worried that the immortals will make things difficult for our son? Humph. If anyone dares to touch my Xiaohan, even if it's an immortal, I won't be afraid. Mo Qingtong said coldly with a sense of protectiveness. Of course, if the immortals dare to touch our family, I will kill them. Xiaohan said sternly. Night. The night sky was clear. It was like the most beautiful gem in the world, spotless and breathtakingly beautiful. The East region's most prosperous empire. Sunyao Empire. Sunyao Empire's imperial city. Imperial palace. Imperial garden. The emperor of Sunyao Empire was in the imperial garden of the imperial palace, inviting his trusted officials to a banquet. They were enjoying the moon and discussing state affairs. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, ever since Xiaohan and Cha Xiu led us to wipe out the demon clan in this plain, the air in our plain has become extremely pure and sweet. There's no longer the smell of the demon clan. It's a scene of prosperity. Yes, that battle back then was truly an unprecedented battle. Xiaohan killed the entire demon clan army by himself. The immortals descended to earth. Even the immortals in heaven are no better than this. The emperor of Sunyao Empire also nodded repeatedly. At this moment. Boom. 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 The originally clear night sky was suddenly filled with thunder and lightning without any warning. Then, a violent gale and heavy rain descended. Boom, a colorful vortex bloomed directly over the imperial city of the Sun Glory Empire. And then, whoosh, a meteor flashed by. However, the thunder, the storm, the five-colored vortex, and the meteor all flashed by within a few breaths. After a few breaths, the thunder stopped abruptly, the wind dispersed, and the rain disappeared. The night sky returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Ah! My dear officials, what's going on? The emperor stood up in horror and scanned the surroundings with his true qi, but found nothing unusual. It's strange. The thunder and the storm came quickly and left even faster. Your Majesty, it seems that a meteor fell into our imperial city. A graceful young woman smiled gently. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, I'm afraid you saw wrong. How could there be a meteor in the storm? The officials all laughed in a relaxed manner. Sunyao Empire's imperial city. A young man in white walked on a street of the imperial city with his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed to be very curious about the imperial city and looked around. His eyes were like gems, starry sky, and moonlit night. This is the plain of mortals? Although the air doesn't have the charm of immortals, this plain is quite prosperous. Hee, it should be right. This is the coordinates of this space. It can't be wrong. Ha 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 ha. I, Yu Yangzi, have finally reached the mortal world and walked around. Hee, right, I'm looking for a mortal called Xiaohan. He has many places to enter the second floor of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Chapter 555. The young man in white seemed to be interested in everything that happened in the imperial city of the Sun Glorious Empire. He ran to the bustling night market and looked around. Then, he saw a stall selling candied haws. His eyes lit up, and he rushed over. The young man in white grabbed a candied haw and sniffed it. Then, he put it in his mouth. After chewing for a while, he praised the stall and turned to leave. Sir, you haven't paid the bill yet, the young woman said anxiously. The young man in white paused, scratched his ears, and said in a low voice. That's right, the elders in the sect told me some things about the mundane world. It seems like we have to use currency to buy things like clothing, food, housing, and transportation. It's not like the immortal world where we trade for things. However, I don't have the currency of the mundane world. With that said, the young man in white took off a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to the young woman who was selling candied fruits. He chuckled. I won't take advantage of you. Here, this is a jade pendant carved from top-grade warm jade from the celestial realm. It's enough to buy a lot of candied haws. Huh? Celestial realm warm jade? The young woman took the jade pendant with a puzzled expression. Well, this Celestial Realm is the name of my hometown. It's just a small town, not as prosperous as here. Ha 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 ha. The young man quickly changed his words and turned to leave. This jade is so exquisite. The young woman was stunned as she held the jade pendant in her hand. The white-clothed young man wandered in the luxurious night of the glorious Sun Empire, enjoying the moving and graceful scenery to his heart's content. This time, our sect master and the elders worked hard to open the space-time channel between the celestial realm and the mortal world, allowing me to teleport down. However, because the spatial barrier of the mortal realm is too weak and unstable, senior brothers and sisters with stronger celestial physiques and celestial force are unable to teleport down. Otherwise, the aura on their bodies would be enough to shatter this mortal realm. As for me, with my celestial physique and celestial force, I can just barely descend to the mortal realm. I'm one of the most talented disciples among the younger generation in the Flying Yang sect. Many elders encouraged me and thought that I might be able to condense a high-grade immortal physique in the future, or even become an immortal emperor. But I'm still far from that. But I won't disappoint the elders and the sect master. This time, exploring the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is a great opportunity for me. Xianxia, will definitely not lose to the young talents of the other sects in the immortal world. So, this white-robed youth was actually someone who had descended from the immortal world. It was a young immortal. Finally. An immortal had finally descended from Xiaohan's plane. Yes. Our Flying Yang sect managed to obtain a spot with great difficulty. Xianxia was fortunate enough to be chosen by the sect leader and the various elders. Sect leader and Elder Chalk had expended so much celestial force to open this space-time wormhole and allow me to descend. I carry the hope of the entire Fei Yang sect. This time, the outstanding young immortals of the various sects in the immortal world have all descended. The competition is very fierce. Who doesn't want to obtain Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure? My Fei Yang sect isn't much of a force in the celestial realm. We've only obtained one spot, and it was obtained with great difficulty by Elder Chalk's connections. However, it's said that this spot is slightly better than the other spots. I heard that there's a mortal in this realm called Xiaohan, and the celestial key he obtained is the most valuable celestial key, the purple celestial key. I wonder if this purple celestial key will give me an advantage when I search for treasures. Forget it, I must bring back the celestial treasure for the sect. I want to revitalize the sect. Xianxia must also take this opportunity to embark on the path of an immortal emperor. Yes, I've just arrived. Wait until I'm familiar with the rules of this plane, then I'll find that mortal Xiaohan and ask for a spot to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The white-robed young immortal disappeared into the night sky. Late at night. Deep in the wasteland. Deep in the wasteland that was as silent as a graveyard. This was a continuous mountain range. There were no human countries, and there were many ancient beasts in the mountains. Occasionally, there would be a sound of trampling on the ground, or a violent roar. It was a ghastly sight to behold. At this moment. Boom, rumble. 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 Heaven and earth suddenly began to shake violently. A terrifying energy descended from the sky. This was a light beam that was like a raging wave. It fell straight down from the sky, like an aurora. The vibration of the space shattered the trees and mountains within 1,000 miles. All the beasts in the mountains were annihilated. The air even turned into a rapid sound wave attack. Sonic booms came from all directions, cutting the space into pieces. In the middle of the sky, a funnel-shaped vortex appeared. A stalwart figure slowly walked out from within. Ha 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 ah ha 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 ha, I've finally reached the mortal world. Ha 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 ha. This is really interesting. Sigh. It's really troublesome in the immortal world. No matter what I do, I'm bound by rules and regulations. Those old antiques always talk about immortal rules. I'll be punished at every turn. Damn it, so boring. Now that I've finally obtained a quota to descend to the mortal world, I must have some fun. Ahahaha. Anyway, there are still a few years before the date of entering the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. I can have some fun in this mortal world for a few years. How can I have fun? Hahaha. The beauties of the mortal world. Wealth. Yes, and power. Ha 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 ha. As for that, Xiaohan, I'll find some time to meet him. This time, I'll obtain the quota to enter the second round of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove from him. However, don't expect me to be polite to him. Mortals are like dogs. If he doesn't serve me obediently, I'll definitely crush his balls. Ahahaha. As he spoke, a giant man with golden skin and immortal light all over his body walked out. His body moved and swept across all directions. On this night, countless people in Xiaohan's plain, whether it was in the east, south, west, or north regions, or in the great wilderness, witnessed the strange phenomenon of meteors falling from the sky. Some people wanted to capture this phenomenon, but there was no trace of it. Of course, many people regarded this meteor phenomenon as a purely natural phenomenon and didn't care about it. However, Devil Hero region. 12 elders floated around the Devil Hero pagoda. In between their eyebrows, the heavenly eye opened, and a beam of light shone in all directions. Coincidentally, meteors fell from the sky not far away. Wang wang wang, the heavenly eye of the 12 elders released misty light at the same time and shone on the meteors. In the next moment. Pooh! 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 The 12 elders vomited blood at the same time. The light in the heavenly eye dimmed down, and even the heavenly eye closed slightly. It's immortal qi. Extremely violent and strong immortal qi. In that meteor, there was pure immortal qi. Just now, when we used the heavenly eye to probe, we suffered a backlash. One of the elders said in horror. The other elder, Elder Chalk, gasped. Did people from the immortal world descend upon our plane? Calculating the time, there is still about 56 years before the opening of the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. It seems that it is indeed the time for the immortals to descend. Hiss. Countless meteors fell tonight. If each meteor represented the arrival of an immortal, then the number of immortals that descended to our plane should be extremely large. Oh no. Oh no. With the descent of an immortal, it is hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Immediately inform Xiao Han Ling Cha Xiu. Inform Xiao Han Ling Cha Xiu immediately. This is no small matter. Starry Night Transmission. Purity Mountain Range. Purity Sect. Xiao Han had just finished making love with his wives and was lying on the bed. At this moment, Xiao Han's mind swept slightly. There is actually the smell of immortal qi near my purity sect. It is extremely strong and pure. Could it be? Xiao Han suddenly jumped up from the bed. Purity Mountain Range, the main peak. Led by Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and other core disciples gathered at the main peak. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, meteors fell from the sky. Auspicious clouds rolled. Sect Master, I'm afraid these meteors aren't that simple. Xiao Mingchu's heavenly eye opened, and he frowned. If it is a blessing, it is not a curse. If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided. It seems that the thing that I have been worried about all these years has finally come. Wu Yu's pupils contracted slightly. At this moment, the yen chivalrous token in his arms trembled slightly. He took it out and scanned it with his mind. Then, he said. The elders sent a message. They have already speculated that the immortals have descended. It coincides with our sect. It should be the immortals. Xiao Han's voice rang in the main peak. Under the moonlight, Xiao Han, dressed in plain clothes, approached from afar. Junior brother Xiao Han. Xiao Mingchu and the others looked over. I have already used my mind to scan the entire plane. Now, there is real, immortal qi in the east, south, west, north, and great wilderness. It is extremely pure immortal qi. It is completely different from the immortal qi that drifts in our plane. I think that from tonight onwards, the immortals above will gradually descend to our plane. Xiao Han raised his eyes and looked at the sky. Not only our plane. Now, all the geniuses who participated in the Genius Zone adventure and obtained the quota to enter the second round of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure will definitely be visited by the immortals. The world is in chaos. The world is prosperous. Wu Yu was in a trance. It is really difficult for us mortals to understand the heart of the immortals. But there is no doubt that a new chapter has begun. Xiao Han, you have refined a purple immortal key and a blue immortal key. I believe that there will be immortals coming soon, it doesn't matter. I will deal with whatever comes my way. Even if the immortals come, I will deal with them one by one, Xiao Han said resolutely. To be continued. Chapter 556. That night. Xiao Han and the rest were not in the mood to sleep, so they simply stayed at the main peak of the mountain range. Stargazing. And Xiao Han, subconsciously, was also waiting for the immortals to come and find him. After all, Xiao Han had refined 2 immortal keys with him, and had a total of 270 places to enter the second round of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. When an immortal descended to this plane, he would not look for anyone but Xiao Han. I wonder what the immortals are like. Xiao Han could not help but guess. Since I'm already here, let me, Xiao Han, see your true colors. So, Xiao Han waited for the immortals to visit in the mountain range. However, after waiting for 7 days and 7 nights, it was strange that no immortals came to find Xiao Han. This made Xiao Han extremely speechless. Western Region. In the 4 regions of the east, south, west, and north, the population was the most prosperous. There were as many sects in the empires and kingdoms. However, in comparison, the eastern region was the most prosperous, followed by the southern region, and the northern and western regions were more barren. Especially in the era when the demon race was rampant, the northern and western regions were sometimes tortured, and the people had no way to make a living. Although the plane had achieved the great unification of the human race, the northern and western regions had also been greatly improved. But some regions were still bitter cold. At this moment, in a border city of the western region, people dressed in coarse hemp clothes were busy making a living. At the end of the streets, there were peddlers and servants. Let's go and find a living immortal to treat us. Since 7 days ago, the living immortal came to our Purple Vine city and opened a clinic that can treat all kinds of diseases. Heh. These few days. He has already cured many patients. You know Zhang Denyo, right? Tuberculosis that has accumulated for many years. He has already been cured by the living immortal. I don't have spare money to find a living immortal to treat me. You don't know this, right? The living immortal treats patients for free. Ha ha ha, otherwise, how can he be called a living immortal? Let's go. Ha 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 ha. In an ordinary house on a street in the city. At this moment, there was already a sea of people outside the house. There was a long queue, waiting for the living immortal to treat them. Inside the house. It was a green-robed youth. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun with a wooden hairpin. She had an oval face and a jade-like face. Stars and clouds flickered in her eyes. He was checking the pulse of a pregnant woman with a big belly. She's the daughter of a noble family. The young man in green smiled gently. Living immortal, please prescribe some medicine for me to take. The pregnant woman smiled sincerely. The green-clothed young man faintly smiled and extended his right index finger. He touched the space between the pregnant woman's eyebrows. Then he said, "That's enough. Hey, next." Behind the azure-clothed youth was a young woman dressed in colorful clothes. She had a noble and otherworldly aura, and she called out impatiently. She waited for the pregnant woman to thank her and leave before she muttered her complaints. "Elder brother, why did you come here to treat these mortals?" The elders and the sect spent a lot of effort to open up a space-time wormhole so that we could descend into the mortal world. We should be looking for Xiaohan. What's so fun about this place? Junior sister. Mortals are really suffering. Suffering from all kinds of illnesses. So pitiful. The green-clothed young man reprimanded. Although mortals are not as good as us immortals, they are still living beings born from the world. This time, I descended into the mortal world to accumulate merit. It couldn't be better to treat these mortals. After accumulating a lot of merit, a few years later, when I enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, I will be able to gain something. Merit and karma circulate in the world. I'm doing good deeds now, but in the future. Stop. Senior brother, you still haven't changed your bad habit of nagging after coming to the mortal world. What kind of logic is this? Entering the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure and treating mortals here are two completely different things. The young woman in colorful clothes said with dissatisfaction. Aya, junior sister, don't make a fuss. There are still a few years before the second round of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure opens. Isn't it better to play in the mortal world for a few years? The green-clothed young man smiled. Suddenly, the young woman in colorful clothes frowned and said with a serious expression. Senior brother, you can play here, but I have to remind you that we, the White Dragon sect, are sworn enemies. The Dragon Sun sect also has outstanding young immortals who were teleported to this realm. I heard that it's Giant Spirit and Xiong Mozi. Senior brother, we have to be careful. Don't let those two see us. Otherwise. Although we're in the mortal world, I'm afraid. Eastern region. Dragon Scale Empire. Back mountain of the Imperial City. The volcano of the Imperial City was crowded with people. A magnificent temple had been built on the mountain. The incense was very abundant. Xiaohan's statue was enshrined in the temple, accepting the worship of the people in the world. At this moment, a green-clothed young man with a sword on his back stood in the middle of the temple. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he looked at Xiaohan's statue. The corner of his mouth twitched, and his eyes emitted an extremely displeased expression. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Bang! In the next moment, his aura changed greatly. A sharp sword chi rose from his body and soared into the sky. His aura became unparalleled. Extraordinary and refined. At this moment, he was like a towering heavenly sword, making all the swords in the world submit to him. The worshippers who had been lighting incense in the temple were all sent flying by his aura. They were thrown into disarray one by one. How can mortals accept incense offerings? This is ridiculous. The mortals in the world are so ignorant and stupid. They don't worship immortals, but mortals. Xiaohan. What's that? How can he accept the offerings of mortals? Damn it. He's the number one genius in the genius zone, but he's still an ant in front of us immortals. I, the divine sword prince, must teach this Xiaohan a lesson. Bang! The formless sword chi sliced through the statue of Xiaohan in the temple, turning it into powder. Eastern region. Maple Empire. Imperial City. A bare-chested man who looked like an ancient giant arrived at the Maple Empire's palace. There was a dragon-shaped aura surging from his body, and his aura was domineering. The aura of this bare-chested man. It suppressed the entire palace. Tens of thousands of people were silent. Ha 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 ha, this is the palace of the secular world? The bare-chested giant walked towards the throne in the golden palace. You are? You. The emperor and the ministers were so scared that their bodies were numb, and they were trembling like chickens. Oh, it's like this. I also want to be the emperor for a few years. You are the emperor of this country? Get out of here. I will replace your position and be the emperor for a few years. I want to experience the joy of power in the secular world. The bare-chested giant finally sat on the throne. Ha 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 ha. This seat is very fun. It's comfortable. It's really comfortable to sit on. No wonder countless mortals would fight with their lives for this seat. Even if they were as close as father and son, they would still kill each other. Ha ha ha. Listen, Oh, no. I'm giving the order now. Immediately spread the word across the country. Choose the most beautiful women. 5,000. No. Choose 10,000 beauties. Go now. Ha 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 ha. Countless immortals arrived at Xiao Han's plain. However, these immortals did not go to find Xiao Han as soon as they arrived. Instead, many immortals were playing in the secular world for fun. After all, life in the immortal world was too boring for them. Now that they finally arrived, they could play freely. Moreover, they had a sense of superiority. When they played, they were unscrupulous and did whatever they wanted. Some immortals occupied the throne of the secular world. Some immortals snatched women at will in the secular world for fun. Of course, there were also some immortals who were kind and did good deeds in the secular world. In short, the order of this plane had undergone a drastic change because of the arrival of a large number of immortals. *** mountain range. *** sect. Xiao Han's true inheritance mountain peak. Xiaoan. Ha. Xiao Han was holding his son and laughing. His wives were also laughing hysterically at the side. After playing for a while, Xiao Han handed Xiaoan to Mo Qingtong. Then, Xiao Han and Yan Lang walked to the other side of the mountain peak. Master, we've been waiting for many days, but the immortals still haven't come. The temperament of immortals is really hard to understand. Yan Lang said with some worry. It can't be that they think too highly of themselves and want Master to visit them personally, right? Xiao Han smiled slightly. In fact, although I'm immortal and my life level is far inferior to immortals, but, the problem is, the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is firmly in my hands. Huh? Yan Lang was slightly stunned. A purple immortal key and a blue immortal key have been refined into my body and become a part of it. Immortals can't snatch them away. Once I die, these two immortal keys will also be annihilated. So, immortals can't kill me. Even if I let them kill me, they won't dare to. Xiao Han seemed to have figured out some key points. Yan Lang, you must know that it's not that easy for immortals to descend. They can't come down just because they want to. I think they need to spend an endless amount of immortal strength to forcefully open a space-time tunnel from the immortal world to our human world. The consumption is huge. With such a huge consumption, they can only teleport down. How can they easily waste this opportunity? If I die, they will be teleported down for nothing. It will be like drawing water with a wicker basket. Ah. That's right. Master. Speaking of which, you do have the upper hand. The quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is in your hands. You can give it to whoever you want. The initiative is completely in your hands. Yan Lang's eyes also brightened. At this moment. He's here. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes lit up. After waiting for so many days, an immortal finally came to visit. At the foot of the mountain range. A man dressed in ordinary clothes and barefoot stood in front of the mountain gate of the mountain range. He wore an ordinary long robe. His appearance and temperament were like a scholar in the secular world. His body didn't show any auspicious aura or strange phenomenon. There was a kind of feeling of returning to simplicity. This mountain range is undulating and full of spiritual energy. It's really a place with great talents. No wonder it could nurture an outstanding talent like Xiao Han. The ordinary-looking man faintly smiled and said in a natural and unrestrained manner. To be continued. Chapter 557. This man stood at the foot of the Purity Mountain range, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the mountain and sighing with emotion from time to time. It was obvious that he held the Purity Mountain range in high esteem. At this time, a few disciples guarding the mountain noticed him and immediately flew in front of him. These disciples guarding the mountain were all at the first level of true qi. Ever since Yen Lang refined the divine medicine, all the disciples of the Purity sect had benefited and reached the true qi realm. Using a true qi realm disciple to guard the mountain gate was an extremely extravagant thing. In such a large plain, only the Purity sect could afford such a thing. When these disciples guarding the mountain saw this ordinary man, they immediately felt ashamed of their inferiority. Although this ordinary-looking man's body didn't seem to have any energy fluctuations, it was very strange that when these true qi realm disciples faced him, it was as if they were commoners in the secular world, facing the emperor who sat high on the dragon throne in the throne room. Cramped. Bewildered. Flustered. May I ask who you are? The disciples guarding the mountain also changed their way of addressing the ordinary-looking man. Furthermore, all of them descended and stood in front of the ordinary-looking man in a well-behaved manner. It was as if they were giving him orders. Even the disciples guarding the mountain are at the true qi realm? This sect is indeed very prosperous. The ordinary man muttered to himself. Then he smiled warmly. Everyone, no need to be so polite. I am Jia Lanzi, and I have come to pay a visit to the genius of your sect. Xiao Han. Ah. So you want to see our senior brother Xiao Han? The moment these few disciples who were guarding the mountain heard Jia Lanzi mention Xiao Han, they naturally felt confident. Their faces also radiated a proud glow. At this time, friend. A guest from afar. Please come to my Purity sect's main peak for a chat. Xiao Han's voice came from afar, gentle and pleasant. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiao is indeed mysterious, to actually know of my arrival. Good, very good. Jia Lanzi's brows relaxed as he laughed heartily. Purity sect. Main peak. Back garden of the Purity sect. Xiao Han, Wu Feng. Xiao Mingchu, Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, and other leaders of the Purity sect met Jia Lanzi in the back garden filled with flowers. They sat down. Xiao Han's gaze was unwavering as he looked at Jia Lanzi. He displayed an indifferent expression, neither servile nor overbearing. Even though Jia Lanzi was an immortal, he was still an immortal. Xiao Han's heart, on the other hand, was filled with the aura of ancient immortals. Moreover, this was not the first time Xiao Han had seen a real immortal. When Xiao Han left the demon capital, he was enlightened by a celestial. That celestial strength was probably far superior to Jia Lanzi's. As for Wu Hao, Xiao Mingchu, and the others, they were unable to maintain their composure. Immortal. Immortal. Your Excellency. Your Excellency is an immortal from the immortal world. Xiao Mingchu asked in shock. Ha ha ha, Jia Lanzi laughed unconcernedly. It's just a descendant from the immortal realm. In the mortal world, they were known as immortals, but in the immortal world, they were nobody. All living things are equal, so there's no need to be too restrained. Immortals are really powerful. Wu Li sighed. Rumors are not as good as seeing with one's own eyes. Mr. Jia Lanzi, you've already reached a state where you've returned to your natural state. But when I look into your eyes, I have an illusion. It's as if your eyes can absorb our entire plane. It's too mystical. Sect Master Wu doesn't have to be so polite. Jiao Lanzi's temperament was also extremely easygoing. This time, there are many true immortals descending from the immortal world. This is no longer a secret. Then, I will have an open and honest talk with everyone. It can also be considered as making friends. Making friends with immortals? This. Dongfang Qin couldn't believe his ears. Xiao Han, my friend, I already know a lot about your deeds. Hell, with your age, it's really not a trivial matter to reach your current cultivation level. In the mortal world, it's unique, and no one can match you. Even in the immortal world, it will cause immortals to look at you. You obtained the first layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, and the title of the strongest in the genius area is well deserved. Today, I also found that there are traces of immortal qi in your body. It seems that you are already condensing immortal qi. Becoming an immortal is just around the corner, it's worth celebrating. Furthermore, when I heard about your battle with the demon race army, I couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Smashing several demon monarchs with one punch, this kind of method is almost an immortal's method. Powerful, powerful, admirable, admirable. Head Jiao Lanzi, my friend, you are really kind. Xiao Han also smiled in a friendly manner. Xiao Han also knew that it was because of his combat strength and valor that he won some respect from this immortal in front of him. In addition, Xiao Han's heart and Zhuo Bing Emperor's palm were also perfectly shielded. At least, this Jiao Lanzi in front of him did not have any abnormalities. Fang Ling said, "We have always been worried that the people descending from the immortal world will be unruly and will not treat us mortals as humans. However, Sir Jiao Lanzi, you are modest and polite. You are a sincere gentleman. There are good and evil people descending from the immortal world this time. I will tell you about these things." Jiao Lanzi's face became slightly serious. "I am willing to listen to Brother Jiao Lanzi's teachings." Xiao Han said humbly. "I dare not say that I will teach you." Friend Xiao Han is also a dragon among men. It is already a foregone conclusion that you will ascend and become an immortal one day. Friend Xiao Han and I can be considered to have hit it off at first sight. Then, let's just treat this as a casual chat between friends. Jiao Lanzi's voice was extremely gentle and pleasant, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. After a pause, Jiao Lanzi said slowly, "What is an immortal? Now, allow me to speak on your behalf." There were many versions of records about immortals and the immortal world in the ordinary mortal plane. Most of them were unverified and could not stand up to scrutiny. Now, a true immortal was speaking about these things, causing Xiao Han and the others to hold their breaths and listen attentively. Mortals want to become immortals. There are two ways. The most important one is through the cultivation of true qi. Reaching the 10th level of true qi, breaking through the 101 true acupoints of the body and opening the heaven's eye. After opening the heaven's eye, one can find some immortal qi floating in the lower realm and use it to wash the body, causing one's body to be slightly contaminated with immortal qi. After that, through enlightenment, one can welcome the heavenly tribulation. Once the heavenly tribulation comes, one needs to use one's mind, soul, body, true qi, and other means to resist it. Once one survives, one will be swept up by the heavenly tribulation and directly enter the immortal world. This is the so-called ascension. Of course, if one cannot withstand the heavenly tribulation, that is the end result of being reduced to ashes. After entering the immortal world, one can use true immortal qi and immortal pills to train their body and convert their true qi into immortal qi. That is when one becomes an official immortal. Convert true qi into immortal qi? Wu Li nodded, not fully understanding. Brother Jiao Lanzi, the power of immortal qi is many times greater than true qi, right? Of course. Jiao Lanzi nodded with certainty. Not only is the power of immortal qi many times greater than true qi, but the body of an immortal is also many times stronger than that of a mortal. After all, it is a true immortal body. Even if a mortal explodes with the strongest true qi attack, it will not be able to shake the immortal body and break its defense. Therefore, in theory, a mortal can never kill an immortal. Mortals use cauldron as a unit of measurement. Jia Lanzi said seriously. And in our immortal world, we use dragon to describe immortal qi. Dragon is a noble creature that lives in the immortal world. Its power is enough to topple mountains and overturn the seas. In our immortal world, we use dragon to describe how much immortal qi an immortal has. Jia Lanzi's gaze swept across Xiao Han and the others. Let me give you an example. In the mortal world, the power of 10 trillion cauldrons is equivalent to the power of one dragon in the immortal world. Do you understand what I'm saying? 10 trillion cauldrons is equivalent to the power of one dragon in the immortal world? Xiao Mingchu and Dongfang Qin exclaimed. My destiny talisman has about 20 trillion cauldrons of power, which is equivalent to 2 dragons of immortal strength. And my left biscuit emperor's palm has about 40 trillion cauldrons of power, which is 4 dragons of immortal strength. Xiao Han calculated silently. Jia Lanzi continued. In the immortal world, ordinary immortals are called true immortals. Above true immortals are the noble, immortal emperors. True immortals are divided into 10 levels. Level 1 true immortals have 1 to 10 dragons of immortal strength. Generally speaking, level 1 true immortals have no status in the immortal world. They are similar to the common people in the mortal world. Level 2 true immortals have 11 to 20 dragons of immortal strength. This is similar to a local tyrant. It is equivalent to a local tyrant in the mortal world. In many immortal world sects, the younger generation of immortals are almost all level 2 true immortals. Level 3 true immortals have 21 to 30 dragons of immortal strength. In the immortal world sects, they are considered senior disciples. Level 4 true immortals have 31 to 40 dragons of immortal strength. They are the backbone of the immortal world sections. Level 5 true immortals have 41 to 50 dragons of immortal strength. They can be used to refine some simple immortal weapons. Level 6 true immortals. 51 to 60 dragons of immortal strength. They are basically the top disciples of the immortal world sections. Level 7 true immortals. 61 to 70 dragons of immortal strength. They are the elders and sect masters of the immortal world sections. They also have some important positions in the immortal world. Level 8 true immortals have 71 to 80 dragons of immortal strength. Level 9 true immortals have 81 to 90 dragons of immortal strength. Level 10 true immortals have 91 to 100 dragons of immortal strength. Above level 10 true immortals are immortal emperors. As for the power of immortal emperors, it is not convenient for me to describe it. Of course, the immortal strength I am referring to is pure immortal strength. If you use some immortal arts, the immortal strength will also be enhanced. It is the same principle as the true qi cultivators in the mortal world who enhance their true qi divine arts to increase the power of their attacks. This is only the immortal strength of an immortal. Of course, an immortal does not only have immortal strength. The immortal body is also a very important part of it. The immortal body is more mystical than a mortal body. One cell is a world, one drop of blood is an ocean. For ordinary immortals, the level of immortal strength is directly proportional to the immortal body. A level 1 true immortal with a level 1 immortal body must have 1 to 10 dragons of immortal strength to shake a level 1 immortal body. A level 2 true immortal with a level 2 immortal body must have 11 to 20 dragons of immortal strength to shake a level 1 immortal body. And so on. Of course, there are some immortals who purely cultivate their bodies. The power of an immortal body is extraordinary. At this point, Jia Lanzi looked at Xiao Han with a faint smile. Friend Xiao Han, if I am not wrong, you should be tempering your immortal body. Your body contains lightning and earth, 2 immortal body characteristics. It is difficult for a mortal's true qi attack to break your defense. However, you only have a tiny embryonic form of these 2 immortal bodies. You have not been able to formally temper and forge them into real immortal bodies. However, in the mortal world, it is absolutely rare to be able to temper an embryonic form of an immortal body. The second way for mortals to become immortals is to condense an immortal body in the mortal world, and then forcibly penetrate the barrier between the mortal and immortal realms to enter the immortal world from the mortal world. However, this way of becoming an immortal is too heaven-defying. As far as I know, in the entire immortal world, all those who ascend from ordinary realms to become immortals rely on cultivating true qi, opening the heavenly eye, and capturing immortal qi. This causes their bodies, hair, and skin to have a little bit of immortal characteristics. Then, they rely on enlightenment to welcome the heavenly tribulation. Creating an immortal body purely with the physical body, going against the heavens to become an immortal. None. Absolutely none. This way of becoming an immortal only exists in legends. Because mortals cannot withstand such terrifying power. Even if one condenses a level 1 immortal body, it is equivalent to 1 to 10 dragons of immortal strength. This kind of power, directly added to the body of a mortal, would cause the body to explode. Moreover, a level 1 immortal body is not enough to forcibly penetrate the barrier between the mortal and immortal realms. I estimate that one would need at least a level 2 or 3 immortal body. In other words, to rely on tempering an immortal body and ascend to the immortal world, one's body needs at least 11 to 30 dragons of immortal strength, which is 110 trillion ding to 300 trillion ding of power. Xiao Han's scalp was also numb. The power of my body is only 5 trillion ding, which is less than 1 dragon of immortal strength. To be continued. Chapter 558. After listening to Jia Lanzi's explanation, Xiao Han finally had a better understanding of the difference between mortals and immortals. As for Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the rest, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped, unable to close. Indeed, the difference between mortals and immortals was like the difference between heaven and earth. The two could not be compared. Xiao Han, for example, cultivated his true energy in defiance of the heavens. He expanded his meridians 2,553 times and cleansed his natal talismans 117,000 times. Such a record was already the best in the Devata realms. In countless ordinary realms, there was no one who could surpass him. Because of this, Xiao Han's true energy power could almost instantly kill any pagoda lord of any plane in the universe. A natal talisman had a shocking power of 20 trillion cauldrons. 20 trillion cauldrons of true energy was the limit that mortals could achieve. It was the highest in history. However, 20 trillion cauldrons of true energy was only equivalent to 2 dragons of celestial strength. What did 2 dragons of celestial strength mean in the celestial world? It was a level 1 true immortal. Moreover, it was a cannon fodder among level 1 true immortals. In other words, mortals who stood at the top of the pyramid were the most ordinary peddlers in the celestial world. Any young disciple of a sect in the celestial world with the strength of a level 2 true immortal with 11 to 20 dragons of celestial strength could easily destroy anything in the mortal world. My previous thoughts were indeed naive. At this time, Xiao Han's mouth was filled with bitterness as he secretly complained in his heart. I thought that with the power of my true qi, I would be able to defeat him. I thought that with my true energy and demonic strength. Until now. I could at least protect myself against ordinary immortals. But now, it seems that I was too naive. I'm not even a match for an ordinary level 1 true immortal. Xiao Han, my friend, there's no need to be upset. Jia Lanzi noticed that Xiao Han's mood had changed. He immediately comforted him. Xiao Han, my friend, you're already invincible among mortals. In the future, when you ascend to the celestial world and become an immortal, there will definitely be many sects in the celestial world that will recruit you and nurture you carefully. Your development in the celestial world will be smooth sailing. In a short period of time, you might even become a level 2 true immortal or even a level 3 true immortal. Xiao Han. There's no way to compare them. Wu Li also spoke up. Xiao Han cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He thought to himself. That's right, I'm just a mortal, there's no need to compare myself to immortals. Furthermore, my mental power is likely even stronger than that of a level 1 or 2 true immortal. Furthermore, as long as I cultivate to the point where I can open the gate of the saber realm and receive the ancient saber soul into my body, I will still be able to slay immortals. Let's get back to business, Xiaolanzi continued. Tell me about the immortals who descended upon this plane. Brother Jialan, speak. Xiao Han's mental power concentrated once again. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is enough to cause an uproar even in our immortal world. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was ranked 3rd in the immortal world. He was like a heavenly venerate. Moreover, his wealth was number 1 in the immortal world. In the immortal world, there was a saying that Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's wealth was equal to the sum of all the wealth in the immortal world. Although this statement is a little exaggerated, it's not far from it, Xiaolanzi said with a straight face. Ever since Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao disappeared from the immortal world, all of his treasures disappeared along with him. Heh. In our immortal world, countless young immortals like me have dreams of finding Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. That's because that treasure is enough for countless young immortals to fulfill their hot-blooded dreams, to become an immortal emperor. Countless sects in the immortal world also yearned for Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure to make their sects rise. To dominate the immortal world. When Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure appeared, the entire immortal world was in an uproar. It's completely boiling over. Countless sects and immortal emperors from all over the immortal world were all excited. However, when we found out that the first level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove, the Genius Zone, was only open for mortals, and immortals were not allowed to enter. At that time, countless immortals were so angry that they vomited blood. The entire immortal world was filled with wails and cries, and the cries of the cuckoos and blood apes could be heard. Countless immortals fainted. Fortunately, the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure can be opened to us immortals. As long as we find a mortal hero in the Genius Zone and obtain an immortal key, we will be able to obtain a place to enter the treasure. This is a matter of life and death, causing the immortal world to rejoice. Countless immortals spread the news to celebrate. The importance that the immortal world places on the exploration in a few years is unimaginable. This time, a few supreme immortal emperors from the immortal world came up with a plan to control the overall situation and distribute the places to explore the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, Xiaolanzi said solemnly. Distribute? How does the immortal world distribute? Xiao Han was also very curious. First of all, immortals have to directly descend from the immortal world to an ordinary plane in the lower realm. Immortals with strong immortal power and immortal body cannot descend. Even the space crystal wall of an ordinary plane will collapse and explode once a powerful immortal descends. Therefore, according to the strength of an ordinary plane space crystal wall, the immortal world believes that only level 1 or 2 perfected immortals can descend. Level 1 or 2 perfected immortals' immortal power and immortal body will not cause the space crystal wall to collapse. Moreover, the immortal power of a level 2 perfected immortal cannot exceed 15 dragons. I understand. Xiao Han nodded solemnly. In other words, those who descend this time all have immortal power of 15 dragons or less. It is impossible to exceed 15 dragons. 15 dragons was the limit of immortals who descend. 15 dragons, in the mortal world, was equivalent to 150 trillion ding of power. Xiao Han also had an idea in his heart. Xiaolanzi continued to narrate. The immortal world's plan is to distribute all the places to the various immortal world sections. Then, the various immortal world sects will compete for the extremely precious places. There are countless immortal world sects participating in the competition. Every immortal world sect can obtain a place to descend. They are all the young disciples of the sect. After all, the backbone of the sect. The senior disciples have too much immortal power and can't descend. Only the young disciples can obtain this opportunity. Oh. Brother Xiaolanzi, Does that mean you are also an outstanding talent of one of the immortal world sects? Xiao Han asked. Hey, you can say that. In my sect, among the younger generation, my talent are the best in the world. Jiao Lanzi nodded slightly. Brother Xiao Han, generally speaking, there are almost no level 1 perfected immortals among the sect's geniuses who descend. They are all eliminated during the selection process. Almost all of them are level 2 perfected immortals with immortal power of 11 to 15 dragons. Among them, according to the information I received, most of them have 11 to 13 dragon immortal force. Those with immortal power of 14 dragons descend. The number is relatively small. Those with immortal power of 15 dragons are even rarer. Oh, I see. Xiao Han said in his heart. I wonder how much dragon immortal power this brother Jialan has. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind. I don't know what level of true immortal the immortal I met outside the demon metropolis was. According to brother Jialan, if the immortal power exceeds 15 dragons, he won't be able to descend. Could it be that the immortal who enlightened me was only a level 2 perfected immortal? Xiao Han suddenly asked. Right, brother Jiao Lanzi. Could it be that those with more than 15 dragons, such as level 3 perfected immortals, level 4 perfected immortals, or even immortal emperors, cannot descend? Jiao Lanzi was stunned by Xiao Han's unexpected question, but he still answered. Theoretically, yes. After all, the space crystal wall of the mortal world is too thin and fragile. Although level 1 perfected immortals and level 2 perfected immortals with less than 15 dragons can descend, if they go all out, they can still destroy the space crystal wall of the mortal world. But, if they have a very high realm, reaching the realm of immortal and human unity, they can truly return to their natural state. With the help of some heaven-defying immortal artifacts, they can travel between the mortal world and the immortal world. But there are not more than a few such immortals in the entire immortal world. And these immortal emperors will not be bored and waste their energy to travel to the mortal world to play. For example, a few years later, they will explore the second layer of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The immortal emperors who have the ability to descend have made a pact with each other that they will not descend personally. They are also interested in immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, but they will not do it themselves. They will only send the young talents from the sects under their jurisdiction to compete fairly. Oh, I see. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Brother Xiao Han, Jiao Lanzi's voice suddenly rose a little. Brother Jiao Lanzi, feel free to speak your mind. Xiao Han knew that Jiao Lanzi seemed to want to say something important, so he said politely. Then. Brother Xiao Han, I'll be straightforward. Jiao Lanzi was a straightforward person. If the information I received is not wrong, then brother Xiao Han has obtained 2 immortal keys in the Genius Zone. One is a blue immortal key, which can allow 70 people to enter the second level of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The other is a purple immortal key, which can allow 200 people to enter the expedition. The 2 keys add up to 270 spots. Excluding brother Zhao's spot, there are 269 spots left. Oh, that is indeed the case. Xiao Han nodded. But this time, there are 300 level 2 perfected immortals teleporting to brother Zhao's realm. Jiao Lanzi looked at Xiao Han meaningfully. The current situation is that there are too many monks and not enough gruel. What's going on? Hearing this, Xiao Han was stunned and immediately frowned. There are more than 200 spots, but there are more than 300 immortals. How are we going to distribute them? Moreover, among these spots, I want to bring some ordinary people in this realm. Moreover, I have also promised some of my friends in other realms to give them spots. How are we going to distribute them now? Ha ha ha. Brother Xiao Han, this is the reason why I came this time. Jiao Lanzi looked at Xiao Han with burning eyes. My sect conveyed to me that the distribution of the spots should be decided by brother Xiao Han. To be continued. Chapter 559. What? Xiao Han will be in charge of allocating the quotas. Jiao Lanzi's words were earth-shattering, shocking Wu Hongyi, Xiao Mingchu, and the rest. X-Guan. The quota for immortals to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove was actually decided by a mortal? Could he handle it? Brother Jiaolan must be joking. Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh at himself. Little brother's words carry little weight. How could immortals be willing to listen to me? Brother Xiao Han, listen to me, Jiao Lanzi said solemnly. The disciples of the immortal world sects that descended from the immortal world to this plane this time are a mix of good and bad. A mix of good and bad? Xiao Han was stunned. Brother Xiao Han, the sects in the immortal world are similar to the sects in the secular world. Some sects had a rather great reputation in the immortal dimension, and they upheld justice and received the love and respect of the people of the immortal dimension. On the other hand, some sects in the immortal dimension were. They had a terrible reputation. Some of their disciples committed crimes in the immortal world. Brother Xiao Han, perhaps you mortals will have some misunderstandings. They thought that the disciples of the various sects in the world of immortals should be upright, sage-like, and carefree and unfettered on cranes. In fact, that wasn't the case. Some of the sects in the world of immortals were actually quite despicable. They even exploited ordinary immortal citizens. In the celestial realm, sects, immortals, and even celestial emperors, there are good and evil. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Where there are people, there will naturally be Jianghu, and there will also be good and evil. In that case, some of the immortals descending to this plane are from sects with bad reputations in the world of immortals. Due to various reasons, they've been granted a spot to descend as well. These immortals usually reside in the world of immortals. Although he was behaving badly. But there were always rules and regulations governing immortals. Thus, they won't be too out of line. But when they reach the secular world, without any restrictions, I'm afraid they will create a storm in the secular world. I've always been worried that such an impetuous immortal would descend and not treat us mortals as humans. Wu Yu interrupted. It seems there really is such a black sheep of the immortal world. Yes, Jiao Lanzi said solemnly. The immortal realm isn't as pure as I imagine it to be. There would also be intrigue and deceit. Indeed, a portion of the immortals would be taken away. It was not an exaggeration to call him a black sheep. These immortals would definitely run amok in the secular world. Their characters are extremely vile. If we don't control them, they will do evil things. Jiao Lanzi continued. The majority of the immortal emperors above are still strictly against allowing these black sheep to descend in order to prevent them from wreaking havoc in the world. However, there were a few immortal emperors who turned a blind eye. It seemed like he had received some benefits, or perhaps it was out of consideration for his feelings. They actually allowed them to descend. Brother Xiao Han, there are more than 200 slots, but more than 300 immortals have descended to this plane. I have to say, some of the immortal emperors have failed in their duties. Then, before I left, a few benevolent immortal emperors specially instructed me through our sect master that I must control the situation. I cannot allow those black sheep to destroy the stability and prosperity of Brother Zhao's plane. I cannot watch as those fellows torment the mortals. Then, Jiao Lanzi looked deeply at Xiao Han. The few big shots have specially instructed that the matter of the slots will be decided by Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao can refuse to give those black sheep who run amok a slot and make them scram out of this plane. As for me, I will assist Brother Xiao to maintain the situation. Oh. Brother Jiao Lanzi, what do you mean? Xiao Han also came to a slight realization. At this moment, Jiao Lanzi's eyes slightly opened. His eyes flashed with the strange phenomenon of the changing nebula. His eyes seemed to be able to swallow the plane and absorb the 8 desolates. Brother Xiao, don't hold back. The slots will be distributed by you. If there are immortals who are not satisfied, Brother Xiao, please rest assured that I will make them obedient. At this point, Jiao Lanzi's aura became even sharper. The few big shots above and my sect master have instructed me to directly execute those immortals who misbehave when necessary. Life and death. Hearing this, Xiao Han, Wu Li, and the others looked at each other. Then, Brother Jianghu, the sect you belong to in the immortal world should be extremely powerful? Fang Ling could not help but ask when he heard Jianghu's words and actions, which were domineering and dictating everything. In the immortal world, the sect I belong to is indeed flourishing. It is known as the strongest sect in the immortal world. It controls countless sects in the immortal world and is highly regarded by the immortal emperors above. Jianghu nodded. So it is a big sect with the support of immortal emperors above. No wonder they would come down to enforce the law and eliminate the immortals sent down by other sections. Various thoughts came one after another in Xiao Han's mind. It sounds nice to say that he wants me to decide the slots to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, but in fact, he is also using me. It is even possible that this Jianghu wants to use this opportunity to eradicate dissidents. This person is definitely a powerful figure. The sect he belongs to must be extremely powerful in the immortal world. Jianghu seemed to have already understood Xiao Han's thoughts. He smiled slightly. Brother Xiao, I am not trying to use you. In fact, the allocation of the slots is still up to Brother Xiao. I am only assisting from the side. If Brother Xiao decides not to give me a slot, I will not make things difficult for Brother Xiao. I will just return to the immortal world. Ha ha ha. At this time, Wu Yu spoke. Xiao Han, you cooperate with Brother Jianghu. Huh? Xiao Han was stunned and looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu pondered. As Brother Jianghu said, among the immortals who descended to our plane this time, there will definitely be those who commit crimes, and there will definitely be those who are unruly. When they descend, they are no longer under control, and all the desires that have been suppressed in their hearts will be released without restraint. Perhaps in the eyes of these immortals, we mortals are no better than pigs and dogs. Xiao Han, as the master of this plane, you must step forward and stop them. You cannot let the common people be implicated and tormented. Immortals are indeed superior to us mortals, but, well, water does not interfere with river water. If they want to stir up trouble in our mortal world, we will not sit idly by and do nothing. However, Xiao Han, with your current battle strength, it is indeed difficult to contend with those immortals. Therefore, you need to cooperate with Brother Jianghu. Wu Yu's meaning was extremely obvious. To put it bluntly, Xiao Han and Jianghu were just using each other. Because Xiao Han firmly controlled the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, Jianghu could use the excuse of assisting Xiao Han to righteously eradicate dissidents. Those immortals in the immortal world who had conflicts of interest with Jianghu would all be expelled, or even killed. As for Xiao Han, he would not be able to expel those lawless immortals who descended, so he had to rely on Jianghu's strength. In this way, if they chose to cooperate, it would be of great benefit to both sides. Don't worry, Brother Xiao Han. I will hide by your side, and you will act. If you think that the immortals should be expelled, expel them directly. If they know what's good for them, then it's fine. If they are cunning and treacherous, or even resist Brother Xiao Han, then I will make a move and make them scram. Jianghu looked at Xiao Han meaningfully. Moreover, Brother Xiao Han, this way, you will benefit a lot. Huh? Xiao Han was stunned again. Before we left, the big shots above have given instructions. They also think highly of Brother Xiao Han's talent. The number one genius in the mortal world is indeed not to be underestimated. In the future, when you become an immortal, I'm afraid that the big shots will fight to recruit you. Ha ha ha. Therefore, any immortals who are expelled by you but refuse to accept it and want to attack you, I will eliminate them. All the immortal pills and immortal treasures they carry will all belong to Brother Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han, do you understand what I mean? Is that so? Xiao Han's heart moved. Every immortal who descends will be bestowed with a few treasures by their sections. These treasures can even be called life-saving treasures. After all, the exploration of the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is a direct competition between the younger generation of immortals. At that time, it will be extremely tragic. In order to increase their competitiveness, the immortal world sects will not hesitate to give their extremely precious treasures to the disciples who represent their sects to compete for Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. In other words, every young immortal who descends to the mortal world will become extremely rich. Jiao Lanzi looked at Xiao Han with a faint smile. If they break the law, then their treasures will belong to Brother Xiao Han. So, Brother Xiao Han, are you interested? Brother Xiao Han, don't worry, I will definitely not touch the treasures of these immortals. Moreover, the quality of the treasures of these young immortals will probably surpass the treasures piled up in the Genius Zone. Of course, they definitely cannot be compared to the many divine treasures in the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, but there is no doubt that they will surpass the Genius Zone. Is that so? Hearing this, Xiao Han's heart palpitated. Even the eyes of Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others lit up. Finally, Xiao Han made a decision. Then it's decided. I will cooperate with Brother Jiao Lanzi to decide the 269 places to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Those tyrannical immortals will definitely not give them places, they will be expelled directly. If they resist stubbornly, then Brother Jiao Lan will take action and exterminate them. Exactly. Jiao Lanzi also smiled. This is also to protect the reputation of the immortal world. We cannot let the mortals misunderstand the character and virtue of us immortals because of some black sheep. After a pause, Jiao Lanzi continued. Then, Brother Xiao will choose a day to accompany me to travel the 4 regions and the great wilderness of this plain, and take the initiative to search for immortals who descend. Brother Xiao will give those with good conduct a place, while those with despicable conduct will be expelled directly. All right. Let's start with the southern region. Xiao Han also smiled and nodded. Take the initiative to search for immortals who descend. Chapter 560. Xiao Han and Jiao Lanzi slapped their palms together and made an oath, setting up various treaties of cooperation and alliance. He was preparing to set off and travel around the north, south, east, west, and north regions, as well as the great wilderness. He wanted to find the immortals who had descended from the immortal world to this plane and decide who would be given the quota. As for the immortals who committed atrocities, Jiao Lanzi would kill them. All the treasures from the immortal world would belong to Xiao Han. This can be considered as using each other. Cooperating with immortal Jiao Lanzi is like asking a tiger for its skin. However, if I think about it carefully, the benefits to me are also great. Xiao Han silently pondered and weighed the pros and cons. Brother Jiao Lan, if that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to temporarily stay in my 6 Peaks mountain range for a few days. Once I'm ready, I'll leave the mountain with Brother Jiao Lan. Xiao Han said with a smile. It is a blessing to be able to stay in such a beautiful place for a few days, Jiao Lanzi said happily. He seemed to like the geomancy of the 6 Peaks mountain range. In that case, let me bring Brother Jiao Lanzi to the mountain peak where we receive our guests. That place has a few acres of fish ponds, a few evergreen trees, and a few strands of flowers and grasses. The beauty of nature is extremely close to that of the mortal world. I believe that Brother Jiao Lan will definitely like it. Wu Li also said politely. Excellent. Excellent. Jiao Lanzi was overjoyed. Night, Xiao Han's true inheritance mountain peak. In the living room. After Mo Qingtong coaxed Xiaoan to sleep, she gently placed him in the cradle. Afterwards, she sat down together with Xiao Han, Princess Mo Hen, Lan Shirong, and Jing Yanxue. Xiao Han had already told his wives about Jiao Lanzi's visit and the current situation of the plain. Uncle, I can't believe immortals really came to our Unity Mountain range. I wonder what immortals look like and if they're any different from us mortals. Hee, Uncle, I'll go see immortals with my own eyes tomorrow. Although Jing Yanxue had already become a charming young woman, the mischievousness of a young girl had not changed in the slightest. At this moment, her big eyes flashed as she curiously looked at Xiao Han. Xianxia, don't mess around. Why are you going to see immortals? Don't be fooled by the fact that your true qi cultivation is outstanding, but in front of an immortal, you're still too weak. If anything goes wrong, Sect Master and Xiao Han won't be able to protect you, Mo Qingtong reprimanded him slightly. It's all right. Xiao Han gently embraced Jing Yanxue. Immortal Jiao Lanzi, who came to our Pure Rain sect, is rather friendly. In truth, although immortals are superior to us mortals, the world of immortals is the same as that of us mortals. There will be many battles. Immortals have emotions, desires, and ambitions. Of course, there are also kind-hearted immortals. The most troublesome thing is that more than 300 immortals will descend from the 200 slots. When the time comes, it'll be hard to avoid trouble and conflicts. Moreover, some immortals don't have a good reputation in the world of immortals to begin with. Xiao Han, do you really plan on going down the mountain with Jiao Lanzi to distribute the spots? Immortals are arrogant and unruly. When the time comes, will they make things difficult for you? Mo Qingtong said worriedly. Yes, this person will definitely not listen to my orders and will definitely make things difficult for me. Pestering me endlessly, even threatening and enticing me. Xiao Han laughed. Therefore, I must cooperate with Jiao Lanzi. The key question now is whether or not Jiao Lanzi can protect him. If he can't defeat those infamous immortals, I'll suffer as well. After a pause, Xiao Han became spirited and said seriously. Going down the mountain this time and interacting with immortals is also a kind of training for me. In a few years, the exploration of the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove will inevitably lead to confrontation with immortals. It's not a bad thing to get used to it in advance. My ambition is not just to be the king of this plane. Sooner or later, I will fight with immortals. Being a yes-man and fearful of immortals for my entire life is not my character. Moreover, I will take advantage of this opportunity to obtain immortal treasures. To plunder the treasures of some immortals. Perhaps I can also find an opportunity to increase my battle strength. Right now, my battle strength is far from any of the immortals that descend. If I enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove like this, it's no different from asking for humiliation. Go down the mountain. I've already decided to go down the mountain. I support you. Princess Mo Hen suddenly said firmly. In the next moment, all the girls nodded. In these few days, Jiao Lanzi indeed stayed in the Pure Mountain Range. He was also very easygoing. Every day, he played chess with Wu Du and occasionally expressed his views on mortal martial arts. He got along very well with the upper echelons of the Pure Cloud sect. After Jiao Lanzi saw Xiao Han's son, Xiaoan, he liked him very much and gave a small flying sword to Xiaoan. This flying sword was given to Jiao Lanzi by an elder of the sect when he was young. After refining it with a drop of blood, it could be kept in the body. When fighting, the flying sword could change according to one's will and cut off the head of a person 1,000 miles away. It was very powerful. Of course, Xiaoan was still young and could not refine this flying sword for the time being. The flying sword was kept by his mother, Mo Qingtong. 5 days later. Finally, Xiao Han and Jiao Lanzi were ready and were about to go down the mountain. Many of the Pure Rain sect's true disciples, led by Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others, came to send them off. Their faces were filled with worry and concern. Xiao Han's wives and Yan Lang looked at Xiao Han nervously. Xiaoan also began to cry. Xiao Han, be careful, Wu Du said seriously. Don't advance rashly. The entire plane is centered around you. If anything happens to you, the plane will be in danger. Xiao Mingchu, Fang Ling, and the others were also full of concern. Xiao Han's wives could not help but start sobbing. Ugh, there's no need to make it look like we're parting forever, right? Xiao Han did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he also deeply felt the concern of his family, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Suddenly, Xiao Han said very seriously, "Don't worry, I will definitely come back alive. Moreover, the spot to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure is in my body. The immortals will not dare to harm my life. Everyone, please don't worry about Brother Xiao," Jiao Lanzi also said solemnly. "With me, Jiao Lanzi, protecting Brother Xiao, I will definitely protect Brother Xiao. I will not let any other immortals touch a single hair of Brother Xiao." After a pause, Jiao Lanzi looked at Xiao Han again. "Brother Xiao, let's go. Don't worry, I will release a strand of divine will to protect the pure mountain range. If there is any danger in the pure mountain range, I will be able to teleport over immediately to protect you." Xiao Han nodded slightly. Xiao Han also released a strand of divine will to protect the pure mountain range. If there was any emergency, Xiao Han could move like an illusion and directly return. Just like that, the two reluctantly bid farewell to the pure mountain range and descended the mountain. Xiao Han was dressed in a white robe. His hands were empty, and he did not carry any weapons. However, he wore a few storage rings on his hands. He was calm and composed as he walked in front. As soon as Jiao Lanzi descended the mountain, he changed into a thick cloak and a mask. His entire body was covered tightly, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. He walked barefoot, like a monk who had achieved Tao. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly discovered that Jiao Lanzi had already completely concealed all the immortal qi in his body. Not a single trace of it was leaked. His every movement and temperament were completely no different from that of a mortal. Xiao Han clicked his tongue in wonder. He couldn't help but release his divine will to scan Jiao Lanzi's body. After careful observation, he discovered that Jiao Lanzi's disguise could be said to be perfect. Under Xiao Han's careful observation, he could not find any flaws at all. Even Jiao Lanzi's heartbeat, breathing rate, and skin temperature were exactly the same as a mortal's. "Brother Xiao, I will hide by your side. When I don't need to make a move, I will be well behaved, hee." Jiao Lanzi laughed. "That's fine." Xiao Han also nodded. "Then, let's start the search from the Pure Mountain Sect's territory in the Beacon Fire Empire. We will search for the immortals scattered in the Beacon Fire Empire. Everything will be decided by Brother Xiao. From this moment on, I will be a pawn by Brother Xiao's side," Jiao Lanzi said with a faint smile. At this time, Xiao Han's heart trembled slightly. "We are going to search for immortals. Brother Jiao Lanzi has no intention of making a move. Does he want me to try and find the immortals scattered everywhere? Is he deliberately testing me? If it was any other mortal, finding 300 immortals in such a large plain would be countless times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. But I, Xiao Han, can easily sense immortal qi. Alright, Brother Jiao Lanzi, I will let you see the wonders of I, Xiao Han. You don't need to make a move. I, Xiao Han, will naturally be able to find the immortals." Thinking of this, Xiao Han's heart settled. Then, he silently released his immortal qi, covering the entire Beacon Fire Empire from all directions. Carefully sensing the immortal qi. And Jiao Lanzi was indeed testing Xiao Han on purpose. He wanted to see if Xiao Han could accurately find the immortals among the countless mortals in the vast sea of people. One had to know that the immortals that descended this time would mostly conceal their immortal qi and blend in with the mortal world. To find them would not be an easy task. At this time, Xiao Han's body slightly moved. Then, his immortal qi stopped at the border of the Beacon Fire Empire. In a small city bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire, Xiao Han discovered a faint immortal qi rising. This strand of immortal qi is extremely faint, but it is extremely lively and elegant. If it wasn't because of the talismans left behind by the immortals in my heart and the 10,000 immortal grand formation that is overflowing with immortal qi, causing me to soak in immortal qi for a long time, I definitely wouldn't have discovered it. Yes, there's no mistake. In the small city bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire, there must be an immortal. Brother Jianghu, this little brother has discovered something. Xiao Han turned around and smiled at Jianghu. Oh. Jianghu was surprised. If this little brother didn't guess wrongly, there is an immortal hibernating in the small city bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. There's no time to lose, let's hurry there immediately. Boom! All of a sudden, the true acupoints on Xiao Han's body overflowed with colorful lights. True Qi soared into the sky and casually transformed into an ice-horn dragon. Xiao Han leaped onto the dragon's head and beckoned to Jianghu. Brother Jianghu, come on up. No way. Brother Xiao really discovered an immortal hibernating in the mortal world? It is indeed in the small city bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. That's right. TSK, Brother Xiao is truly mystical. Among the mortals, no one can compare to you. Jianghu secretly admired. One man and one immortal, riding on the ice-horn dragon formed from Xiao Han's true qi, flew with the speed of a flowing light towards the small success realm enshrouded with immortal qi. To be continued. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.